Hannelore had grown up in the high city, where the younger members of the 1,000 families had access to all kinds of cosmetic surgery and body sculpting technology. She had been surrounded by girls who changed their faces and bodies regularly to follow fashion. Large breasts had been pushed out by small, tight breasts, only to be replaced in their turn by medium breasts. Albino skin had been supplemented by dark chocolate skin, then an unholy green skin that had their elders chattering in horror, and had grown used to physical beauty. The boys hadn't been much better. They'd spent weeks in the shops having their muscles enhanced until they all looked as if they'd spent years building up their physical strength. Most of them hadn't known how to maintain their muscles, and had ended up returning to the shops time and again, just to have them rebuilt. Hester Hyman was striking, mainly because she chose to wear her scars. Her face had been pretty once, even though it had probably had the hard-worn features that most commoners displayed, but now it was marred by scars, including one that looked as if it was going to split open at any time. Her hair, shading to white, was tied up in a severe bun. She wore nothing but a simple combat mesh. Hannelore had wondered if it was a form of reverse vanity before she realized just how many enemies Hester would have gunning for her. She seemed to be unarmed, but Hannelore suspected that she carried at least one weapon, perhaps more, and then she was surrounded by a set of hulking bodyguards. "Welcome to our lair," Hester said. Her voice was deathly cold, the result, Hannelore realized suddenly, of torture at the hands of Imperial intelligence. Hester's throat was scarred, too, as if someone had tried to cut her throat and hadn't quite succeeded. It was all part of the effect, and even though Hannelore was smart enough to realize it, she found herself impressed. Hester was the strongest woman she had ever met. "I trust that it meets with your approval." Hannelore didn't know what to say. "It's been interesting," she admitted finally. She had never imagined that she would be making small talk with Hester Hyman, a woman who had a colossal price on her head. "I rather enjoyed it." "Good," Hester said. The time for small talk was clearly over. "The Popular Front needs you. Would you be interested in joining us?" Hannelore blinked. "You want me to join a rebellion against the Empire?" "A project to reform the Empire," Hester said, her wintry voice admitting nothing else. "I've been speaking to your crew while you were being shown around our asteroid base. They were very complimentary about you. They felt that you had definite promise. Our ally felt the same way." Hannelore stared at her. "You had a rebel spy in my complex?" "Something like that," Hester said vaguely. She waved a hand, indicating that there would be no further discussion about any intelligence agents. "The fact remains that you won respect from people who had no reason to respect you. We could find a place for you in the Popular Front." "Committing treason," Hannelore said. It surprised her how little the concept bothered her. She had no reason to be loyal to anyone outside her own family, and really her two families had regarded her as more of an unwanted nuisance than anything else. After all, she was a living reminder of a failed policy. "What would you want me to do?" "We need someone to assist us in coordinating the industrial project," Hester said calmly. "You have experience in handling such matters. You would be working with several different factions, all of which suspect that the other factions intend to secretly screw them when they get the chance. And if we fail to build a fleet that can stand up to the Empire, we will be destroyed when the Empire finally responds to us. We cannot count on Admiral Percival's replacement sharing his same level of incompetence." She smiled, as if at a joke that wasn't really funny. "I had to urge people not to try to assassinate him," she added. "He serves us better where he is." Hannelore chuckled. She had only met Admiral Percival once, and she hadn't been impressed. "I see," she said. "Why do you want me for the job?" Surprisingly, the answer came from behind her. "Because we will need to break up the alliances that hold the 1,000 families together," a woman's voice said. "If we put a person from the families in a high position, it sends a signal to the others that there is a possible compromise, that we won't kill them all when we win." Hannelore turned. She hadn't even sensed the woman behind her until she had started to speak. The woman was tall, with long red hair, a heart-shaped face, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She wore a standard ship suit, one that clung to her body and exposed every curve. Behind her there was a smaller Asian girl with dark eyes that seemed to be focused on Hannelore's face. "This is Daria," the leader of the Freebooters League, and Mariko," Cordova explained, calmly. "You may have some time to decide," Hester said. Her whispery voice drew Hannelor's attention back to her. "Once you've made up your mind, you can inform the good captain of your decision." "One question, then," Hannelor asked. "What happens if I say no?" "We have a small isolated colony world that we've been using as a prison," Daria explained. "If you refuse, we'll leave you there until the war is won or lost. It is a great deal more civilized than a penal colony, but you won't be able to affect the war in any way." "Including betraying the rebel leadership to the Empire," Hannelor realized. She thought about it as Cordova escorted her back to his quarters and explained that he'd had a second bed put in for her personally. Unlike many of the lads from the high city, he hadn't even tried to take her to bed. Hannelor wasn't sure if he was just being polite or if he had no interest in her at all, or she pushed that thought aside and considered the rebel offer. If she said yes, the Empire would condemn her as a traitor and her family would disinherit her. And then there was the other question. Were the rebels sincere when they offered her the post, or did they just want her to be window dressing? She looked over at Cordova, who was reading something on a datapad. Somehow she found it hard to believe that he was lying to her. Or perhaps she didn't want to believe it. It could be just Stockholm Syndrome kicking in. Hannelor shrugged and made up her mind. She would take the rebel offer, assuming they were sincere. If not, well, she would be in a position to do something about it. "Call your leader," she said, sitting up. "Tell her that I've decided to accept." "Splendid," Cordova said, holding out a hand. "Welcome to the Popular Front." Chapter 28. "Do you trust her?" Daria nodded, although her eyes were hard. "I think that she's about as trustworthy as any member of the 1,000 families ever gets," she said. Colin snorted. That wasn't a particularly strong recommendation. "On the other hand, we do have testimony from her former crew, and they think quite highly of her. She's no bleeding heart, the term for an aristocrat who set out to improve the lives of the poor, if they wanted it or not, but she's definitely someone we can work with." "We can also keep an eye on her," Anderson said, reluctantly. He'd been one of the strongest voices arguing against keeping Lady Hannelor Elliot Chatham anywhere near the rebel fleet or the Popular Front. "If she decides to do something stupid, we don't give her a second chance." Colin nodded. "Agreed," he said. He looked up at Cordova, who was perched on a stool that allowed him to display his latest uniform to best advantage. Colin suspected that, if one of Imperial Intelligence's assassins managed to get into the room and open fire, Cordova would be the first target. He had the most striking appearance. "And how do you feel about her?" Cordova didn't look surprised at the question. "She has a great deal of potential," he said. "If she'd had the resources of the Roosevelt family behind her, she would have gone far. And she reminds me a little of myself, someone who was always held back by law and custom. I thought that I would give her the opportunity to rebel." Colin smiled. Unless he missed his guess, Cordova found Lady Hannelor, she would have to ditch the title if she wanted to join the Popular Front, at least in public, attractive. He supposed that he couldn't blame him, not when she was pretty and charmingly intelligent to boot, but it risked opening up a security breach. He didn't need Anderson to remind him of the time that Imperial Intelligence had used pillow talk between an officer and his mistress, who was working for Imperial Intelligence, to condemn him for aiding and abetting criminal acts against the Empire. The story had broken up relationships all over the fleet. "We will see how she works out," he said. He looked over at Colonel Franson. "How are the first batches of new recruits working out?" Franson considered. It wasn't usual for a colonel to take part in training recruits. Normally, even in the Marine Corps, they would rarely see anyone higher than a captain until they had graduated. But nothing had been usual since they had rebelled against the Empire. Besides, Franson had insisted on monitoring the training himself, and Colin hadn't had the heart to refuse. They couldn't afford mistakes caused by inexperienced officers, and Franson had 2 tours at the Marine Corps Training Center under his belt. "Well enough," he said after a moment's thought. "They've definitely got the promise. We weeded out a handful of troublemakers and people who simply couldn't follow instructions, and the remainder are undergoing heavier training now. We're short of equipment for them, but we are working on obtaining equipment from elsewhere." Daria smirked, rather like a cat. "It's astonishing what falls out of a freighter's closed hatches if you bribe the right person," she said. "We may not be able to offer marine-grade armor, but we can certainly obtain black-shirt-level armor." "That will reduce our effectiveness to some degree," Franson warned. "The black-shirt armor isn't configured to a specific user." "We'll just have to live with it," Colin said grimly. The Popular Front had a surprising amount of industrial capability, but it wasn't up to the task of delivering marine-quality armor. The latest report from the geeks had been that the annual fleet supplies had been unloaded and were being put to work now, fueling the rebellion. "That leaves the question of our new ships. Where do we stand with those?" Selgak looked up, his implants whirring and clicking as he spoke. "The preliminary arsenal ships are projected as being completed within 3 weeks," he said. "We expect that there will be a short period of shakedown trials before the ships can be deployed as part of the new fleet, but we will monitor the process closely and probably shave a few days off the working-up period for any later ships." Colin smiled. The geeks were talking as if they were working slowly, but he knew that they were working at an astonishingly high speed. No Imperial Navy shipyard could match them. Not now. They had the supplies from the annual fleet to work with, and whatever other resources Colin could throw at them. Given 20 years, they might build up a fleet that would outclass the entire Imperial Navy. But they didn't have 20 years. The Empire knew that they existed, and now the news was spreading outside Sector 117. He looked up at the holographic display, now reset to its default mode. The expanding circle suggested just how rapidly the message was moving through the Empire, towards Earth. In 9 months, perhaps less, the entire Empire would know about the rebellion. The 1,000 families would react, certainly. They'd cut ships loose from home fleet and whatever other reserves they had on hand, sending them to the sector to reinforce Admiral Percival and seek out the rebel bases. Time was not on their side. "Good," Colin said. "Once we have a sufficient number of supporting ships on our side, we will move against Camelot and punch out Percival's fleet. Until then," he looked around the room. Between Cordova, Adiba, and himself, a number of Imperial worlds had been hit. Apart from Piccadilly, none of them had been particularly important or wealthy, but the mere act of hitting them would give them prominence in Percival's mind. He would be tempted to spread out his fleet in hopes of picking off one of Colin's raiding parties, reducing the forces he had on hand to cover the most important worlds. Colin had no way of knowing if he would give in to that temptation. He had most of the systems under covert observation, but it took time for word to get from one system to another, leaving the information hopelessly out of date when he received it. The rebels hadn't had it all their own way either. Several of Cordova's ships had been picked off when they'd run into a squadron of Imperial Navy heavy cruisers, who had chased them until the raiders could power up their flicker drives and escape. One of Kurshida's cruisers had been destroyed by an Imperial Navy battlecruiser during a duel over a resource-rich system on the way back home from Camelot. If the war became a war of attrition, Colin knew the Empire had far more ships and men to spend on such a process. His fleet would be ground away. "We need to hit Greenland," he said reluctantly. Greenland was actually another Roosevelt system with similar levels of defenses to the last world they'd hit, and this time they wouldn't allow a squadron of super dreadnoughts into firing range without ironclad proof of identity. His ships would have to duel with at least one fully alert orbital battle station, and while his super dreadnoughts would have superior firepower, Colin knew that he was going to get hurt. It's the only other target that will force Percival to disperse his forces still wider. "Perhaps it is the logical target," Hester said in her harsh voice, "but it is not the target we need to hit." Colin looked up, surprised. When he'd allied himself with Hester and helped her to form the Popular Front, they had agreed that he, Colin, would have supreme authority over the military. There were no others along the rim, with the possible exception of Cordova, who had his military training or experience, although he did have to admit that the rim had thousands of ships and crews experienced in hit-and-run attacks. If there had been a major disaster, he would have expected some complaints over how he ran the military, but they'd won every major battle so far. "We have links with Jackson's Folly," Hester pointed out. Colin frowned, somehow unsurprised. He'd carefully refrained from looking at any of the data collected by his observation ships in the system, apart from using it to track the Imperial Navy starships, hoping to avoid a sense of guilt, a sense that everything that Jackson's Folly was enduring was because of him. He knew better. He'd read Stacy's files, yet he couldn't help the guilt. It was not logical, but it was true, and very human. They're suffering down there. Colin frowned, feeling the guilt clawing at his heart. Perhaps Hester saw it in him because she chose to push harder. The black shirts are destroying every hope and dream the planet ever had, she said. Colin understood, suddenly, how Jackson's Folly had gotten its hands on some of the Empire's technology. They'd had links with the Rim. We need to help them, or there won't be anything left when we finally defeat the Empire and liberate their worlds. That may be tricky, Colin admitted. He had nothing against helping Jackson's Folly, but it would be a dangerous operation. All the more so because the Empire might have left one of Percival's super-dreadnought squadrons in the system. An equal fight was all very well, but Colin would have preferred to cheat. Besides, if his super-dreadnoughts were lost, the Empire would have won. Let's see. He tapped his console and brought up the latest from Jackson's Folly. The timestamp under the display warned that the latest reports had been a week old by the time they'd been transferred to the asteroid, and then inserted into the super-dreadnought's datanet. Colin mentally edited that to 9 days, as they'd spent 2 days refitting the ships, repairing minor damage, and giving the crew a few hours of liberty on the asteroid. The enemy super-dreadnoughts were gone, but Jackson's Folly was enveloped by over 30 starships, including 2 battlecruiser squadrons. The other ships were either monitors, positioned in low orbit to provide fire support to the troops on the ground, or destroyers, prowling the system for enemy starships. The latest report suggested that Jackson's Folly had a number of ships hidden in the asteroid belt, which emerged from time to pick off vulnerable Imperial Navy starships. The world had done a good job of preparing an insurgency to greet the Imperial Navy and the Blackshirts. But Hester was right. Without some outside help, the Follies were doomed. Stacy Roosevelt and her twisted kin would wind up inheriting a desert called peace. We could hit the orbiting ships, Hester said. It would buy the Follies some time to regroup before the Imperial Navy returns to the system to chase us out. And what happens then? Colin asked seriously. The Follies will just suffer worse. He broke off as a thought occurred to him. Stacy Roosevelt wasn't foolish enough to gainsay orders from her family. Not now. Not when she would be completely dependent on them. Her family had ordered her to take the world intact, which meant that she couldn't order the world scorched. And without her permission, Percival would never dare to order a scorching on his own. It would utterly destroy his career. An officer with a stronger connection to the ideal of the Imperial Navy might order the scorching anyway, destroying a threat to the Empire along with his career. But Percival didn't have that sort of moral courage. Colin's lips twitched. Immoral courage would probably be a better term for it. We hit. Get in, get out, and then give them the time they need to regroup, he said slowly. He didn't want to get sucked into a maelstrom. We cannot make a long commitment to Jackson's Folly, not when it would pin us to one world. We could do more, Adiba pointed out. We could enter orbit and drop KEWs on any black-shirt positions. We could destroy most of the occupation force. The Empire would have to fall back until they could round up more black-shirts to replace the ones we killed. And then they would have to pin down a squadron of their own super-dreadnoughts to prevent us from doing it again, Cordova added. Or perhaps they would abandon the invasion until after they got reinforcements. There will still be a quite considerable workforce of trained workers trained in starship construction and maintenance on the surface, Selgak said, in his mechanical voice. Colin smiled inwardly. Even the geeks liked the idea. Or at least were willing to come up with ideas to justify the plan. We could offer to take them with us to our own construction yards and use them to expand our own workforce. It would improve our own capabilities and help to eventually liberate their worlds. Colin kept his face expressionless as he thought. He couldn't deny that they had a point, that Jackson's Folly did need help, and that it would provide an opportunity for a cheap victory against the Empire. The downside was that it would force the Empire to rush in reinforcements and rule the planet with a harsher hand, regardless of anything resembling common decency. Or perhaps he might be wrong, and Stacy Roosevelt would permit Percival to scorch the world and settle for merely occupying the daughter colonies. He didn't want to be responsible for mass slaughter. He'd worked hard to avoid leaving any signs that Jackson's Folly was in any way responsible for his mutiny and rebellion, and yet the Empire had invaded anyway. What was the use of the rebellion, the value of the Popular Front, if they failed to respond to a world that needed help? Colin knew that hundreds, perhaps thousands of worlds needed help, yet he could do nothing to help them. Jackson's Folly, on the other hand, could be helped. "Very well," he said. Besides, a smart commander knew not to go against the advice of all his subordinates, at least not very often. "We will recon the system first and then jump in and open fire. We won't stay in the system for longer than a day at most. Commodore Hamil?" "Yes, sir," Adiba said. "You will prepare a fleet of fast personnel transports, ones that can carry as many people as possible, equipped with a fleet of shuttles," Colin ordered. "I want those ships to accompany us to Jackson's Folly. We will use them to take out as many trained workers and their families as are willing to go and can be stuffed into the ships. Don't hesitate to push the life support to the limit. They won't want to go without their families." "Yes, sir," Adiba said. "How soon do you want the ships?" "As soon as possible," Colin said. At least Jackson's Folly was some distance from Camelot. They should be able to get in and out quite nicely without any warning reaching Percival, at least until it was far too late. "And then we will assemble the fleet and liberate the system, if only for a few weeks." By its very nature, Sanctuary Asteroid played host to inhabitants and guests from all over the beyond. The coordinates had been spread so widely that far too many people knew about its location, including Imperial intelligence. The spooks hadn't bothered to pass the information on to the Imperial Navy, knowing that destroying a single asteroid wouldn't do more than scatter the inhabitants and destroy whatever links it had to the rest of the beyond. Far better, they had reasoned, to use the asteroid as a base for their own operations, ferreting out the far more interesting and dangerous colonies deeper into the beyond. The spy felt a sense of relief as she finally returned to the asteroid. Sanctuary hadn't been used as the meeting place of the Popular Front, even though it was fairly public, and the spy had been nervous about her presence. If someone had thought to ask the right questions, or check her luggage before she left, it might have aroused suspicions. The Rim couldn't afford anything resembling due process. If they'd been suspicious, they would have put her out the airlock first and asked questions later. But Sanctuary was far more cosmopolitan and crowded. The spy could afford to get lost in the crowd. In her official capacity, as a senior officer for one of the rebel outfits, she went into a single shop and requested a private meeting. The shop, a cover business for Imperial intelligence, honored her request. There was a brief exchange of signs and countersigns, and then the spy got to work. "This is the headquarters of the Popular Front," she said, passing over the data chip. She'd secured the data and encrypted it using a new encryption system, one directly from Imperial intelligence. It should be impossible for anyone to decrypt it without the right code, although the geeks would probably be able to do it, if they had a reason to look. "I suggest you pass the information onwards." The shop's owner, a man with 30 years of experience in Imperial intelligence, nodded. "Of course," he said in agreement. He made the chip vanish with the ease of long practice. "We cannot charter a ship for it specifically, but there should be another ship coming in soon, and they can take the information onwards." The spy nodded. The rebel group she worked for would have been horrified to discover that most of their supplies came directly from Imperial intelligence. They would have been even more horrified when they realized that Imperial intelligence could have destroyed them at any time. The spies sometimes wished that things were different, but Imperial intelligence had done something to her head, back when she'd been inserted into the Rim. She could not be disloyal. Even the mere thought of disloyalty was painful. Obedience was all that she could do. And even if something happened to her afterwards, the information would reach the Empire. Chapter 29. "Captain, the bombardment is reporting that it is running short of KEW projectiles," the communications officer reported. "They are requesting permission to reload from the fabricator." Captain Commodore Angelica MacDonald sighed. It was rare to need more than a handful of KEWs on any given world. Indeed, most worlds, even the ones with memories of independence and living memory, didn't risk putting up a serious fight. The Empire sometimes ran out of patience with rebellious worlds and scorched them down to bedrock, before dropping terraforming packages onto the remains of the worlds and shipping in new colonists. Jackson's Folly, on the other hand, seemed to be populated by madmen and women. They just kept fighting, even though their cause was hopeless. The black shirts had gone to war with their drug-fueled barbarity and rage, and were losing. If they hadn't been able to call in fire support from orbit, they would have been destroyed by now. And in this war, no one took prisoners. Jackson's Folly had plenty of time to prepare for the Empire, and even though their overt preparations had failed, the covert preparations were working far too well. Fabricator was the third manufacturing ship to operate within the system's asteroid belt, melting down asteroids and converting them into KEW projectiles. The last two had been lost to treacherous tricks by the defenders, methods of war, her lips twitched in amusement, that were not included in tactical handbooks. If she lost that ship, her supply of KEWs would be cut off until a new manufacturing ship arrived in the system. She had requested a replacement in advance, but Admiral Percival, it seemed, was refusing to deploy any additional ships out to the system. He didn't understand the problems she was facing. She spun her chair around until she could see the live feed from the Black Shirt Command garrison down on the surface. General Branford was holding forth, decreeing the mass slaughter of civilian hostages and the use of lethal chemical weapons, before urging his troops upwards and onwards for the glory of the Empire. Branford the Butcher, some called him, although never in his hearing, a man who had broken an alien race to the Empire's will. His supporters, and there were many, had never concealed the fact that he'd done it by slaughtering 3/4 of the alien race and demonstrating his willingness to complete the task and adding a third exterminated race to humanity's reputation. Angelica wondered, despite herself, if Branford hadn't been given secret orders to exterminate the planet's population without making it obvious just what he was doing. He was certainly killing enough of them in reprisal raids. Even his fellow blackshirts, drug-addled though they might be, had started to question his tactics. Her lips twisted into a droll smile. Branford might end up being the only person dismissed from the blackshirts for excessive violence. The joke, never spoken where a senior officer might hear, was that was how a person got in. "Order them to pull out of orbit and head to Fabricator," she ordered reluctantly. She had only 5 monitors at her disposal, all spaced around the world to provide complete coverage, and pulling one of them out of orbit, if only for a few hours, would put a crimp in her ability to provide fire support. Her warships carried KEWs, of course, and she would redeploy a group of heavy cruisers to provide additional support, yet they couldn't deploy as many as the monitors. Intensive use would mean shooting them dry. Assign a destroyer group to escort them through the flicker and back. "Aye, Captain," the communications officer said. Angelica nodded. The young man might have had good connections, explaining why he was serving at a starship's bridge just after graduating from the academy, but he was also fairly competent, and she could trust him to deal with it. His birth was actually an advantage in dealing with officers who outranked him by several orders of magnitude, although he hadn't realized that, or that he could go much further. "The 44th Destroyer Flotilla is ready to escort the Monitor." "Good," Angelica said, returning her gaze to the main display. Jackson's Folly was, at least on the surface, a fairly typical system, but it contained nasty traps for the Empire. There were a handful of raiding starships out there, including one that had destroyed one of her other manufacturing ships, and hundreds of hidden bases scattered through the asteroids. Her mining crews sometimes discovered enemy spacers waiting to kill them, or stumbled over abandoned installations that didn't seem to be listed on any file they'd captured on the planet. The natives had clearly wiped all of the data, if they'd had it in the first place. "Once that is done, schedule me a conference call with the senior officers. I want to discuss matters with them." "Aye, Captain," the young man said. He was too young to recognize a symbol of, maybe not entirely defeat, but certainly an admittance that things were not going according to plan. Normally, Angelica would have played host to the senior officers on her flagship, the battlecruiser Violence, but now she didn't dare take a commanding officer away from his or her ship. The insurgents were proving far more effective than anyone had dared fear. No one was quite sure what had happened to the light cruiser Rainbow, yet the insurgents had been boasting over their success over the planetary data net, despite every attempt to shut it down. It wasn't more advanced than the Empire system, indeed it was genuinely inferior, but it had been designed as a distributed system, rather than the centralized systems used by imperial worlds. Angelica leaned back in her command chair, rubbing her eyes and silently cursing Admiral Percival under her breath. The super dreadnoughts had intimidated the locals all right. They'd overshadowed anything the rebels and insurgents could do to them. And yet, the Admiral had seen fit to withdraw the super dreadnoughts, judging that the smaller ships could handle the pacification of the system without the presence of their older cousins. Angelica had a nasty suspicion that she'd been set up to fail. Perhaps Admiral Percival, whose drunken advances she had refused one night, had deliberately planned to embarrass her in front of the Roosevelt family. Or perhaps it was worse. Stacy Roosevelt, the silly girl who had somehow managed to lose 9 intact super dreadnoughts to a mutiny, might have been looking for someone to distract attention from her failure. She'd expected the conquest to be easy, until she'd run her eye down the list of prohibited targets. No one had ever heard of such a thing, not in the Empire. The whole reason for developing the monitors in the first place was to make it clear that there was nowhere to hide from the Empire's wrath. And yet, she had a whole list of places that she couldn't drop a KEW, or she'd spend the rest of her life on an isolated asteroid settlement or mining colony. It made little sense to her, for what was the point of using monitors if there were safe areas where the insurgents and rebels could congregate and plot their war against the Empire? At least it isn't my ass on the line, she thought sourly. The insurgents didn't seem to have realized that there were areas off-limits for KEWs, thankfully. If they had, the blackshirts occupying those areas would be facing far more determined attacks. As it was, the factories, universities, and industrial development complexes were safely in the Empire's hands, although no one knew how long that would last. She lifted her eyes to the master plot and scowled. The orbiting industrials were also off-limits, even if the rebels retook them and started to use them to produce new weapons of war. She had been told quite firmly that she was only authorized to deploy blackshirts to recover them. "Captain, the conference call is scheduled for 14:50, the communications officer said. Angelica nodded. 40 minutes from local time. Just long enough for her to have a shower and a change, hopefully allowing her to appear less stressed. She trained her subordinate captains to make the best use of their battlecruisers, and in doing so had probably encouraged them to think of ways to unseat her. She wouldn't be too surprised to discover that one or more of them had sent secret and accurate reports to their patrons, rather than the pap public information was putting out about a highly successful campaign. The bastards were creating an illusion that, unless someone came up with brilliant new tactics, could only rebound on the Empire. "Good," she said again. She stood up and looked over at her XO. "You have the bridge." "The bridge," the XO responded, already heading over to the command chair. Angelica took a moment to check the ship's status before heading for the hatch and out into officer country, barely managing to conceal the yawn that threatened to burst out and overwhelm her. The black shirt on duty outside her cabin snapped to attention, one hand almost cracking against his helmet, but she ignored him. The black shirts had been making themselves unpopular since they'd been brought on board to replace the Marines, yet they'd been behaving themselves since she'd introduced one of them to the joys of breathing hard vacuum. No one raped one of her crew and got away with it. She took a look at her bed, wondering if she could get away with 30 minutes of sleep. But she shook her head. She was too tired to risk it, not when she had to speak to her subordinates. Being late for that would certainly cause some of them to wonder if she was going soft. Shaking her head, she undid her tunic and headed over to the shower, knowing that her steward would pick up the dirty uniform and put it in the wash. The warm water felt heavenly after so long on the bridge. She swallowed another yawn and tried to put Jackson's Folly out of her mind. "I think they're serious about keeping the system," Marcus said, as the freighter advanced to the inner system. The freighter-gunboat combination seemed to work, so Admiral Walker had ordered them to do it again, only in a far more dangerous system. Marcus didn't really care about the danger. Even the Imperial Navy would hesitate before firing on an obviously harmless freighter, at least 1,000s of kilometers from the planet's surface. Take a look at that. The geeks had modified both freighters, but they'd had a great deal more time to work on the Sidonian, it showed. They'd rigged a sensor suite that was far better than anything the Imperial Navy had deployed to its starships, even the recon cruisers that were used to plot out targets before the Imperial Navy flickered in and destroyed them. The survey service itself didn't have such excellent gear. Even operating in passive mode, the sensors were still sucking in awesome amounts of data and filing it into the gunboat's secure storage module. Jackson's Folly was not just occupied. The Empire was already attempting to exploit it. Starships hung in orbit around the world itself, striking regularly down at the surface, while others prowled the asteroid belts. The cloud scoops at the gas giant were ringed by a squadron of destroyers, while freighters were unloading orbital weapons platforms, as if they feared an attack. Marcus wasn't sure if they knew or suspected that the rebels were on their way. He had no time for the Popular Front nonsense, but it hardly mattered. All that mattered was that the last reports had been out of date. There were over 60 starships in the system, which suggested that whoever was in command had screamed for additional help and actually received it. "I found their manufacturing craft," Corolla reported, from where she was going through the data. The geeks had programmed in the best analysis algorithms that Marcus had ever seen. But in the absence of true AI, it was impossible to rely completely upon them. "There's only one of them unless there's another on the far side of the system." "Could be," Marcus agreed. The Sidoni had deployed massive and stealthy sensor platforms, allowing it to soak up data at an astonishing rate. An active manufacturing ship wasn't easy to hide. The Empire might have intended to hide an additional ship in the system, but that would naturally limit its utility. Or maybe the reports are true and the locals scored some spectacular successes. The hour ticked by slowly as more information flowed into the gunboat systems. The deployment patterns of Imperial Navy starships, the use of freighters and heavy convoy escorts, even over small distances, the regular use of KEWs against planetary targets, even transmissions, broadcast using standard encryption protocols. The Imperial Navy had realized that the mutiny meant that the mutineers and the Popular Front had access to their coding systems. But the Blackshirts hadn't made the same deduction, or perhaps they just didn't care. Marcus watched some of their transmissions, signals showing burned-out buildings, local inhabitants hanging from the nearest tree, and shuddered. No one wanted to fall into the hands of the Blackshirts. He shut the signals off in disgust. The intelligence crew would want to look at them, and the propaganda department would want to use them to illustrate the horror of the Empire. But he didn't want to look at them again. It was just another reminder that, before the mutiny, he had been fighting for a monstrous regime. He would never wipe away the shame or cleanse his hands of blood. It would have been nice to make contact with the locals and promise support, maybe collect some information from them, but they'd been specifically ordered not to attempt anything of the sort. The Imperial Navy didn't seem to be paying attention to a damaged bulk freighter that was limping towards Jackson's Folly, perhaps assuming that they could deal with her long before she reached the planet. Yet that could change, if the Imperial Navy felt that it had a reason to look. The stealth platforms and probes they'd launched, if they were detected, would mark the Sidoni out as an espionage ship. His lips twitched. Besides, there was no hope, as far as the enemy knew, of escape. The bulk freighter design took hours to power up its flicker drive. 99% of combat operations, he'd been told when he started to train at the academy, was nothing but solid boredom. The life of a gunboat crew was normally anything but, yet now he was bored. It was, by any standard, the most successful recon mission of his life. And yet, it wasn't exciting. He hadn't jumped into the system and weaved a random evasive course while using his sensors to plot out targets, leaving enemy pursuit in the dust when he triggered his flicker drive and jumped out again. Marcus looked over at Corolla and smiled to himself. They'd known that when they qualified as a gunboat crew, and as husband and wife, that they might die together. It had been considered better than one of them living to mourn the other. "The monitor is flickering back to the world," Corolla said suddenly. They'd noted the arrival of a monitor in the asteroid belt, something that had puzzled him until they'd realized that it was a visiting fabrication ship for resupply. How many KWs had they dropped? He'd never heard of a monitor shooting itself dry before, even during the most intensive combat operations. And there were no less than 6 monitors, perhaps more, in orbit around Jackson's Folly. How much fighting was there on the planetary surface? The thought made him wince. The human race had largely abandoned armies since it had climbed into space, for no organized army could survive when the enemy controlled the high orbitals. The first interstellar war had been fought out in space, with worlds bombarded with everything from asteroids to radioactive bombs and biological weapons. Even the Blackshirts were more of an occupation force than a real army, while the Marines were a precision unit. Just how bad was it down on the surface? He shook his head. The blackshirts, he knew, deserved little sympathy. They deserved death, or worse. "I think we pushed our luck far enough," he said finally. The Sidoni was on the verge of crossing the security line surrounding the planet. The Imperial Navy would definitely send a ship to investigate their arrival now. Shall we go? The geeks had also redesigned the interior of the freighter, reasoning that they might be able to prevent the gravity compression caused by the flicker drive from destroying the ship. Marcus settled down in his chair, checked that Corolla was ready, and then powered up the drive. A moment later, they were gone from the system, leaving a mystery behind for the Imperial Navy. It wouldn't puzzle them for long. From 3 light-years away, Jackson's Folly was completely indistinguishable from any other star, just another steady pinprick of light shining out in the darkness. The sight left Colin feeling oddly homesick, even though he had never been back home since he'd taken the oath at the academy. He still remembered the child within who had gazed up on the stars and wanted to be out there among them. His wristcom buzzed. "Sir, we have a full download from the gunboat," his flag captain said. "The targeting patterns have not changed significantly, but there are some additional targets in the system. I request permission to deploy the battlecruisers to go after their manufacturing ship." "Granted," Colin said. He smiled as a thought struck him. "Tell them to try to take it intact if possible." He took one last look at the stars and turned, heading out of the observation blister. "I'm on my way," he said. "Order the fleet to begin jump preparation. It's time to go to war." Chapter 30. "So I have sent to Camelot for additional support," Angelica concluded. The conference had only been going on for 10 minutes, and she was already sick of it. Imperial Navy regulations insisted on all squadron commanders holding a conference with their subordinates regularly, yet she much preferred social gatherings on her flagship. At least they could have shared a meal as well as a long chat. "I'm sure that Admiral Percival will see the justice of our cause." There were some hastily hidden smiles. No one seriously expected Admiral Percival to be motivated by anything resembling justice. It was more likely that he would consider how each possible decision would affect his own career before making up his mind. Angelica would have condemned that, but then every Imperial Navy officer would probably make the same calculation. She probably would too, if she ever reached such rarefied heights. It was such a long way to fall. "Until then, we will continue to support the troops on the ground and patrol the asteroids, hoping to locate their hidden bases," she said. "I think that—" She looked up in alarm as the GQ alert echoed through her ship. "All hands to battle stations," Herexo said. "Set condition 1 throughout the ship. Captain to the bridge, I say again, captain to the bridge." Angelica scowled. She had chosen to hold the conference in her cabin, as it allowed her the chance to be more relaxed and informal. She should have known better, she told herself as she broke the link and grabbed for her jacket, pulling it on and following it with the white hat that signified supreme command. The wags in the fleet called it the worry hat. The bastards, in her opinion, were quite right. She checked her appearance quickly and walked swiftly, not running. The ship's commander could not be seen running, onto the bridge. "I have the bridge," she said, as the hatch hissed closed behind her. No one saluted or stood to attention, something that was not permitted during battle stations. "XO report. We have multiple hostile starships flickering into the system," Herexo reported. Angelica took the command chair and studied the main display. The glowing red icons representing 9 super dreadnoughts and a handful of supporting ships were positioned in front of her. For a moment she wondered if Brent Cochran had been permitted to return to Jackson's Folly, but the IFF signals didn't match. She was looking at the rebel super dreadnoughts. "I confirm 9 super dreadnoughts, 19 cruisers of varying design, and 4 ships of unidentified purpose." Angelica pulled the data up on her personal terminal and frowned. The rebel super dreadnoughts were the ones Commander Walker had successfully hijacked, but the battle computers couldn't put a name to the other ships. That suggested that they were from the Rim or the Beyond, where the Imperial Navy had lost quite a few smaller ships to mutiny. Or perhaps they had simply been sold off by corrupt Imperial Navy contractors. She had urged Admiral Percival to hold a full investigation into the contractors within the system, but nothing had come of it, probably because the contractors were closely linked to the Roosevelt family, and it would only cause embarrassment. Or perhaps the Admiral himself was stealing the ships and selling them off. The irony made her smile. Admiral Percival was actually less corrupt than some of the other officers nearer the core worlds. She shook her head. Whatever the origin of the smaller ships, the super dreadnoughts alone were more than powerful enough to destroy her command, which meant standing still and waiting to be hit probably wasn't a good idea. "General signal to all ships," she ordered. Her tone, she hoped, would discourage anyone from questioning her too closely. "I want every warship in orbit to form up around the flag. The monitors are to be dispatched at once to the waypoint." Her hands danced across her terminal, designating a set of coordinates. "I have selected where they are to wait for further orders. If I do not issue orders within the week, they are to make their way back to Camelot and report to Admiral Percival." She saw another icon blinking on her display. General Branford wanted to talk to her, and ignored it. There was nothing she could do for him and his men now. The simplest tactic would be to power up the flicker drive and jump out. But it went against the grain to leave without taking a bite out of the enemy first. Of course, the enemy had bigger weapons and might take a much bigger bite out of her. She pushed that thought aside and waited for her orders to spread through the command network. There was too much to be done. And to think I was bored and stressed, she thought mockingly. "Communications. Transmit directly to the Petunia and the Dudley," she ordered. "They are to separate from their squadrons and fly directly to Camelot, where they are to report to Admiral Percival and recommend that he dispatches a super dreadnought squadron to reclaim this system." She scowled. Her enemies would probably accuse her of defeatism, but then her enemies weren't looking at 9 super dreadnoughts with blood in their eyes. "Inform me when they have flickered out." The enemy's super dreadnoughts were still bearing down on her with ponderous inevitability, but her small fleet was already forming up around the Violence. She called up the tactical display and ran through several different options. There was no way they could actually hope to win, which in some ways simplified the tactical situation enormously, but perhaps they could bluff. And who knew? Maybe the horse would learn to sing. "The fleet is to follow the designated course," she ordered, as the command data net tightened up. Her hands danced over the panel, drawing out a course that would allow them to fly away from the planet in normal space, while also allowing her to take a few long-range shots at the incoming ships. It was lucky, she told herself, that she'd insisted on deploying and maintaining the external racks, even though her crew had grumbled endlessly about it. Any starships within the outer system, most particularly Fabricator, are to head out to the system and rendezvous at the first waypoint. She scowled. There was no way to mask her actions as anything other than a retreat. The freighters and the manufacturing ship would require time to power up their flicker drives, far longer than a warship or even commercial fast transport. If she held out long enough before flickering out, she might manage to keep the rebels concentrated on her, rather than hunting down targets that couldn't run. And who knew? Perhaps there was a super dreadnought squadron within range that could come to her rescue. The 2 fleets and their projected courses appeared in front of her. If she was right, if the enemy commander didn't have a plan of his own, they would have around 30 minutes of long-range missile fire before she had to flicker out, perhaps less. It wasn't enough, but it would have to do. "Signal to General Branford," she ordered. "My intentions are to fight a running battle before leaving the system. You are urged to safeguard your positions and hold out. The Navy will be back." Colin watched the enemy's fleet's deployments with something akin to awe. If Percival had been so badly outmatched, he would have set a new speed record fleeing the system, without bothering to consider the multiple ways he could delay and even harm the advancing rebel juggernaut. The enemy commander present in the system, however, was brave and shrewd enough to realize that if they held out, they might successfully damage his fleet before they left the system. Impressive, he mused. The enemy fleet's monitors were already rising out of the planet's gravity shadow. If he'd risked jumping in closer, he might have been able to intercept them, but then that risked scattering his fleet. Besides, monitors were the one class of starship that Percival wasn't actually short of. Destroying 5 or 6 of them wouldn't crimp him for long, and it puts the ball in my hands. He tossed different ideas around in his head. If the monitors had remained in orbit, he would have ignored the remaining Imperial Navy starships and gone for them. But instead, there was no point in charging at the planet. It wasn't going anywhere. The enemy commander was tempting him with the chance to destroy nearly 60 starships, or perhaps force them to surrender and add them to his fleet. And it wasn't an opportunity he could refuse, not only for the chance to weaken Percival, but also for the possibility of removing a dangerously smart enemy commander from the playing field. The commander, whoever he or she was, had pulled him into a neat little trap. "Alter course to intercept," he ordered. The battlecruisers and other smaller ships that made up the Imperial Navy's occupation squadron had one advantage over his ships. They could simply outrun his ships, even in normal space. The sublight drive fields that provided propulsion might have the same top speed for all craft, but the super dreadnoughts, with their far greater mass, had a far lower rate of acceleration. The enemy missiles would have a far shorter flight time than his own missiles. His missiles would be chasing an enemy, while his ships would be flying towards the enemy missiles, which gave them another advantage. But then he told himself if it became evident that they meant to keep the range open, he would simply break off the chase. "Prepare to open fire." He keyed a switch. "Commander Hamil, you are cleared to break off and perform your own mission," he added. "Good luck." "They took the bait, Captain," the helmsman said. "They're coming after us." Angelica smiled dryly. The helmsman was young, the youngest person on the bridge. He wasn't old enough to realize that 9 super dreadnoughts in hot pursuit wasn't actually a good thing. Well, it was at the moment, but it wouldn't remain that way. Given time, the range would stabilize, and then the super dreadnought's superior firepower would begin to tell, and then her ships would have to flicker out or die. "Good," she said, concealing her own thoughts. Every Imperial Navy officer had to come to terms with his or her own mortality, yet they were also used to carrying the biggest stick in the known universe. A battle cruiser should have been secure against anything pirates or rebels could throw at it, but instead violence felt fragile with 9 super dreadnoughts bearing down on her. Angelica wondered, absently, if she'd remembered to update her will. It seemed so silly to worry about mundane things when the enemy ships were about to attack. She looked up at the tactical display. Unless the rebels had somehow developed long-range missiles with additional speed, their firing range would be identical to hers, which meant that, when the red circle marking powered missile range touched the enemy ships, they could open fire on her. Or would they wait and allow the range to fall a little more? What was the enemy commander thinking? "Bring up the point defense and prepare to engage enemy missiles," Angelica said calmly. There was no point in panic, even though the red circle was sliding ever closer to the enemy ships. "Lock weapons on the lead super dreadnought and prepare to engage." "Weapons locked on target, Captain," the tactical officer said. Angelica could hear the quaver in his voice, but he was carrying out his duty. "We are ready to engage." "Place the damage control parties on full alert," Angelica added. Her XO nodded. There was no way the squadron was going to escape without damage. "And prepare." The red circle slowly touched the icons representing the enemy ships. "Fire," she ordered. "Full spread." "The enemy ships have opened fire," the tactical officer reported. Colin nodded. The enemy ships had fully loaded external racks, and they had launched nearly 1,000 missiles towards his ships. They seemed to be focusing in on one target, the General Grant. The commander of the lead super dreadnought had requested the position as a reward for excellent performance on the gunnery drills. Part of Colin's mind wondered if he was so pleased with his performance now. "I'm breaking down the formation now." "Activate our point defense datanet and prepare to engage," Colin ordered. The tactical system had been constantly updating itself in preparation for the engagement. Now, with the threat developing in front of them, they could at last take action. "Prepare to fire." He was tempted to fire back at once, but that would have merely exposed his missiles to a longer flight time than strictly necessary. He watched the timer, noting that it would take the enemy missiles nearly 4 minutes to reach his ships, adding a curious sense of slow motion to the combat. At 3 minutes he would open fire, avoiding the danger of a lucky hit, wrecking one or all of his external racks. Nuclear warheads didn't detonate if they were hit, unlike some other warheads, but it would still pose a serious risk. The timer ticked relentlessly down as the swarm of enemy missiles approached. Despite his calm appearance, Colin was nervous, for it was their first engagement against a genuinely prepared foe. The annual fleet had barely had seconds to fire back. The penal world had never fired and surrendered at once. The defenders of Piccadilly had been taken by surprise. Here, the enemy had as long as they could possibly need to prepare their weapons. The effects were right in front of him. The enemy missiles seemed to be one great harmonious mass. Sorting out the real missiles from the decoys would take time they didn't have. "Tactical," he said, as the timer ticked down to 0. "You may fire at will." The super dreadnought lurched as it unloaded its first massive salvo. leaving Colin to sit back in his command chair and watch as the enemy missiles flew into a maelstrom of fire. The problem with external racks, and with the arsenal ship concept, was that they were only one-shot weapons. An external rack blocked the inner missile tubes, meaning that it had to be used and destroyed before the enemy targeted the super dreadnought, perhaps blocking the ship's missile tubes and rendering it partly defenseless. It gave the ships a hell of an opening salvo, but once they were fired, the super dreadnought's throw weight fell sharply. General Grant shuddered badly as several missiles slammed home, but the point defense network held true, preventing most of the missiles from getting through. The super dreadnought suffered minor damage. Colin checked with the ship's captain and was relieved to discover that damage control teams were already on the way. One advantage the Rim Dweller had over most of the Imperial Navy crewmen was that they knew more about the technology than merely the basics, or how to replace it. Given time, the Rim would become a far stronger threat than the Empire had ever dared fear. He settled back in his chair and watched as the super dreadnoughts launched their second salvo towards the retreating starships. "All hands brace for impact. I say again, all hands." Violence rocked sharply as two missiles crashed home against her rear shields, powerful energies breaking through the shields to lick and tear at the starship's hull. Her point defense weapons rotated and added their own fire to the data net trying to cover the retreating fleet. But the sheer volume of fire the super dreadnoughts could throw was breaking the network down by main force. Angelica smiled darkly as her ship shook again. The rebels were cheating. "Captain, fantastic and glorious godly have been destroyed," the coordination officer reported through a coughing fit. The air in the bridge was starting to smoke as power surges ran through the ship, caused by overloading shield generators. "Vigilante is lost, main drives and is stranded. The rebels will take her intact." "Not without a working drive," Angelica snapped. The battlecruiser shook again, new red lights flaring up on the display. They had been exchanging fire for just over 10 minutes, and her fleet was being battered to pieces. Two of the smaller rebel cruisers had been destroyed, and one of the super dreadnoughts was limping, suggesting that she had knocked out one of its drive nodes, but it was a poor exchange rate. It was far more likely that the rebels would simply destroy the crippled battlecruiser, unless they could find a tug to salvage her and transport her back to their base. "Refocus the defense network and—" Her ship rocked violently. "Rear shields are down, Captain," the tactical officer warned. Angelica swore under her breath. Without the rear shields, the enemy missiles could literally shoot through the hole and slam into the hull. The cadets at the academy had a rude term for that, but somehow it seemed less funny now. "Our rear point defense array is offline and—" "Bring up the flicker drive," Angelica ordered. She'd risked overstressing the drive, knowing that when they needed to leave, they wouldn't have time to power up the drive. "All ships are to jump out to the first waypoint on my command." She took one last look at the enemy super dreadnoughts, making their ponderous advance, and scowled. She hated to lose, even against vastly superior firepower. "Jump us out," she ordered. "Now!" The flicker drive engaged, and they vanished from the Jackson's Folly system. "The enemy ships have jumped out," the tactical officer reported. "They're gone." Colin nodded. He wasn't too surprised. "Secure from general quarters," he ordered. The damage report scrolled up in front of him. Apart from General Grant, which had lost 2 drive nodes, none of the super dreadnoughts were badly damaged. "Take us back to the planet at maximum speed." "Aye, sir," the tactical officer said. Chapter 31. Lightning flickered into the system, already moving at considerable speed. Adiba heard the sound of retching behind her as the shock hit some of her crew. The drugs to counter flicker shock were not always effective, and gave them what privacy she could by refusing to look at them. The secondary bridge crew would take over if any of her bridge crew were to be rendered ineffective by the shock. "Jump complete, Commodore," the helmsman said. "We have emerged at the targeted coordinates." Adiba nodded. They'd planned their jump carefully, avoiding any large masses with their own gravitational field. Even now, centuries after it was developed, the flicker drive wasn't understood perfectly. But the human race did know that large gravity masses interfered with precision. The small squadron had flickered from the main body of the fleet to its target, a handful of detected sources within the Jackson's Folly asteroid belt. "Sensors are picking up enemy ships," the tactical officer said. I confirm the presence of 4 destroyers and 1 manufacturing ship. The IFF signal identifies it as Fabricator." "Good hunting," Adiba said. She studied her display for a long moment before looking up at the communications officer. There was no way that Fabricator could power up its drive and escape, but the destroyers could run any time they liked, if they abandoned the single most valuable ship in the system. "Demand their surrender." "Aye, Commodore," the communications officer said. The dark-skinned woman worked her console for a few seconds. "They're not responding." "Lock weapons on target and go to active scans," Adiba ordered. The display sharpened as powerful sensors began probing space, hunting for targets. The manufacturing ship, twice the size of a super dreadnought, was very clear on the display. The smaller destroyers, moving to cover the larger ship, were tiny. They couldn't even stand up to 1 battlecruiser, let alone 4 of them. "Repeat our surrender demand. Remind them that we will take them alive and treat them decently if they surrender." There was a long pause. Adiba found herself hoping that Admiral Walker was right, that others would wish to join the rebellion or perhaps to stand on the sidelines without choosing a side. She knew that most of the observation squadron had joined the rebellion, as had the super dreadnought crews, but Admiral Percival had time to prepare for a second round of mutinies. Placing blackshirts in the various crews was absurd, at least from an efficiency point of view, but it would make any further mutinies impossible. Perhaps the reason why the manufacturing ship wasn't surrendering was that there was a team of blackshirts on board, forbidding surrender by force of arms. "They're responding," the communications officer said. As one, the 4 destroyers flickered out, vanishing somewhere in the vastness of interstellar space. Adiba checked the readings from the sensors, but they were insufficient to determine where the destroyers might have gone. Somewhere within 15 light-years was the best the computers could do. The Imperial Navy's researchers had promised that the ability to refine such projections was within reach, but no one, not even the geeks, had cracked the underlying problem. "They're offering to surrender in exchange for amnesty." Adiba exchanged a puzzled glance with her XO. Why would they want amnesty? It took her a second to realize that the crew of the manufacturing ship clearly feared that they would be blamed for whatever was going on down on Jackson's Folly, or perhaps handed over to the locals for punishment. Admiral Walker would have done neither, Adiba was sure. If he could resist the temptation to kill Stacey Roosevelt, he could probably resist the temptation to hurt men who had done nothing to him personally. "Tell them that as long as they unlock the computers and refrain from causing any damage, we will leave them unharmed," she promised. Perhaps the crew would be willing to join the rebellion. She keyed her console, linking her directly to the Marine shuttles waiting in the shuttle bay. "Major, you are cleared to launch. Good luck." The display updated as the 2 shuttles raced away from her ship. Once the Marines were on board and the manufacturing ship was secure, they'd take it to the first waypoint and wait for Admiral Walker and the other ships. The captured ship would be taken directly to the Geeks, where it would be used to produce additional material to supply the rebellion. The crew, if they refused to join the rebellion, would be transferred to the uncharted colony and left there until the war was over. Her lips twitched in sour amusement. The rebels, if they went on at such a rate, would end up building a larger prison world than the Empire. "The Marines have secured the ship," the communications officer reported. "They're warning that it will be at least another hour before the ship can flicker out." "We can wait," Adiba said. If there did happen to be an Imperial Navy super dreadnought squadron within range, they would have to abandon their conquest and flicker out. Or maybe not. "Tell them to move the ship to this location." Her hand danced over the console, designating a position several light seconds away, "and power down everything but the essentials." "Aye, Commodore," the communications officer said. Adiba sat back in her command chair. The Imperial Navy might return to the system before she could depart, but in that case, she would literally hide the manufacturing ship right under their nose. She checked the timer and smiled. Now all they had to do was wait for the time to leave. "We're coming up on the planet now," the helmsman said. Jackson's Folly loomed ahead of them on the display, a lovely green-blue world surrounded by red icons. Collins probes and sensor teams had been struggling to sort out the Imperial-held space facilities from friendly, or at least harmless, facilities, but it was a nightmarish struggle. There was far too much debris in orbit. "Dispatch Marine teams to the orbital manufacturing facilities," Collin ordered. A According to the intelligence they'd picked up, the facilities the locals had built, the facilities Stacy Roosevelt had been so eager to capture intact, were currently occupied by the Blackshirts, who supervised the workers while holding their families hostage. Even so, it wasn't a safe place to be a Blackshirt. The locals were alarmingly good at trapping and killing the invaders. It helped that the Blackshirts were neither trained nor equipped to operate in orbit. Prepare to isolate targets on the ground. The Blackshirt commander, General Branford, according to intelligence, had been smart enough to shut down his advanced tracking systems and try to hide. Collins' own sensors could track some movement on the planet's surface, but it was hard to distinguish between enemy movement and friendly activity. His communications officers were attempting to listen to communications from the planet's surface, yet they were finding it hard to pull out anything useful from the babble. Only a handful of Blackshirt signalers were still transmitting, marking their locations as targets for KEW strikes. Collins scowled. In some ways, it was the single most dangerous part of the operation. His super dreadnoughts, the only ships with large supplies of KEW projectiles to drop, were going to be operating close to the planet, so close that they would be trapped within its gravity shadow. If an enemy fleet happened to arrive, Collins would find himself trapped against the planet, forced to punch his way out rather than simply flickering to safety. And if the enemy fleet happened to consist of super dreadnoughts, Collins liked to think that the Popular Front could go on without him, but it wasn't certain. Nothing was truly certain in life. He'd been living on borrowed time since he'd launched a mutiny against the Empire. He smiled, pushing the dark thoughts aside. Inform the Marines that they are cleared for launch, he added. Whatever happened, he knew that his people would give their all. They may engage the enemy at will. Colonel Neil Franson hooked into the assault shuttle sensors as it launched from the Marine transport, the pilot already gunning it towards the planetary surface. Neil allowed himself a moment to enjoy the sight of a lovely world before he started to check up on the other shuttles. One had developed a drive fault and was being held back, a problem that occurred more frequently than the Marines liked to admit, but the remaining 90 were already spinning through space. "Prepare to flicker," he ordered. The shuttles were so small that they could flicker, with reasonable accuracy, far closer to the planet than any capital ship. Unlike the penal world, where there had been no counter-fire to speak of, Jackson's Folly was occupied by the Blackshirts, who knew that they could expect no mercy from the locals. "On my mark. Flicker." The shuttle seemed to go black for a terrifying second. Then it was suddenly buffeted by the atmosphere as it materialized in the air. The craft lurched suddenly, dropping several feet before the drive systems caught on and powered it through the air, leaving him feeling delighted. They'd survived the jump. He linked back into the Marine Combat Network and noted the absence of two shuttles, both having vanished during the jump. If they were lucky, their drives had failed, or they had reappeared somewhere else. If they were unlucky, they had materialized within the planet and had been killed before they'd had any time to realize that something had gone wrong. "I'm picking up enemy sensors," the pilot reported. Through his mental link, Neil could see them as red bands of light sweeping through the sky. As he had hoped, when he had sold Admiral Walker on the plan, their sudden appearance had alarmed the Blackshirts. "They are attempting to lock onto us." "Good," Neil said. He laughed, knowing that non-Marines would consider him insane. "Go to evasive maneuvers and call in strikes from high overhead." "Don't teach your grandma to suck eggs," the pilot countered. The G-forces increased as the shuttle started to slip into evasive maneuvers. The small formation was coming up on Freedom, the city that had served as the capital of Jackson's Folly. It looked like a war zone now, even from the shuttles. "Time to ejection is 2 minutes and counting." Neil grinned. This, the chance to make a forced landing on a hostile planet, was what he lived for. It was what war was all about, something that the Imperial Navy would never understand. And as for the Blackshirts, his grin widened. Killing them never got old. "Sir, we have incoming enemy shuttles," the operator reported. General Branford cursed. He had hoped that digging into Freedom, the absurdly named city, would provide a degree of protection from orbital strikes. His men had trapped most of the city's population in with them, using them as shields against both insurgents and rebels. As far as he could tell, there had been no link between Jackson's Folly and the mutineers, but now one was definitely forming. Besides, public information had to get some things right, if only by accident. "Order them to open fire as soon as the enemy enters range," he ordered coldly. The enemy commander had to be Marine. No one else would be insane enough to flicker into the atmosphere just to mount a raid. It had to be a raid. If the rebels had the firepower to defeat the Imperial Navy, they'd be off trashing Camelot or even Earth, rather than liberating Jackson's Folly. No, it was a raid. And then order the forces on the ground to disperse. He clenched his fist in outrage. As a loyal servant of the Empire, he knew his duty. He had to bring Jackson's Folly into the Empire, whatever it took. It hadn't been a peaceful deployment. The locals were armed to the teeth and reluctant to bend the knee to the Empire, forcing him to deploy his forces and strike back at rebels and insurgents. The bastards wore no uniforms and fought without honor. They were to blame for the massive death toll. Branford took no pleasure in slaughtering hostages or in exterminating traitors, yet there was no choice. The insurgents had made it so. "The enemy shuttles are entering range," the operator said. Branford nodded. Some of his encampments had been struck from orbit, but others had been spared because of the human shields gathered around them. "The defenses are opening fire, now." "They're opening fire," the pilot said. "Prepare for ejection." Neil braced himself as his suit was picked up and thrown down through the hatch, out into the open air. The sky was filling with green flashes of light as plasma cannons attempted to smash the shuttles out of the sky. Yet they were already too late. The men and women of his Marine regiment were already deploying. The enemy were clearly reacting too late to prevent it. A handful of shuttles vanished in fireballs. Others launched missiles back towards their tormentors, hoping to knock them out before more shuttles died. But the remainder kept going, turning away from the enemy base. Neil barely had a second to see the ground coming up towards him before he landed, feeling the jerk even through the compensator field enveloping his armored combat suit. He fell into the Marine Command network at once, deploying his suit's weapons and looking for targets. A group of blackshirts were already running towards them, trying to deploy, when they were scythed down by the Marines. Moving as one, their training coming to the fore, the Marines attacked savagely, heading directly towards the blackshirt base. The blackshirts, instead of using armored suits, preferred to use armored vehicles. It was a mistake, Neil knew, one he intended to exploit. The plasma cannons his Marines carried could punch through anything the blackshirts had on hand. The fighting grew more savage as they raced through the city, as if they were all of one mind. The locals at least had the sense to stay out of the way, although fragments of chatter his suit picked up suggested that some of them were taking the opportunity to attack the blackshirts and score a little payback for the suffering and torment they'd undergone. Neil was right in the heart of it, fighting alongside his men and feeling a little bit of himself die when a Marine fell. The blackshirts had broken out their heavy plasma cannons, powerful enough to burn through a Marine armored suit, firing almost at random. The cannons didn't survive long when the Marines saw them, hitting them with their own weapons and causing them to explode with colossal force, but it hardly mattered. A handful of Marines were killed before they could react. Neil saw a running blackshirt, his body ablaze with white fire, and felt sick. The blackshirt had been too close to one of the plasma cannons when the containment field had exploded. He snapped off a mercy shot and put the poor bastard out of his misery. "Onwards," he snapped. The fighting had become kinetic, with the Marines responding to threats as they appeared, but they kept pushing toward the main base. The blackshirts had taken over the city's governmental buildings and converted them into their headquarters. The level of defenses around them looked oddly paranoid, but then the locals had been very good at slipping explosive devices and even armed men through the gaps. He wondered absently why the blackshirts had bothered to place their headquarters there, yet it hardly mattered. Perhaps they'd seen it as a way to mark their claim on the local real estate. The fighting became a blurred series of impressions as they assaulted the main base. They tore through barriers intended to keep out vehicles, running right into the blackshirts in their final stand. Neil realized that they were using their drug injectors, rendering themselves largely immune to pain and fear. Marines didn't use the drugs, largely because they affected the brain as well, turning the blackshirts into soulless killing machines with little sense of right or wrong. He saw a blackshirt run right at them, firing madly, and cut him down. Others resisted the temptation to seek self-immolation and held out until the Marines cut through them, like a knife through butter. The final defenses were destroyed, and the Marines pushed onwards into the building. Neil checked the map he'd downloaded and installed in his HUD and smiled. If he knew the general's reputation, he would be in the main office. the one that had belonged to the planet's president. General Branford lifted a pistol as the Marines burst into the office, but he wasn't hopped up on battle drugs, and Neil knocked it from his hand before he could do anything. The general looked as if he didn't want to surrender, yet didn't want to go on fighting anyway. There was something cold and hard in his gaze, as if he thought he could get out of anything. Neil looked at him and felt sick. The ordinary black shirt was drugged to the point where he could never be justly held accountable for his actions. But the general had known all along what he was doing. When Neil had faced such a choice, he had refused. The general had carried out his orders. Neil reached out with one armored hand, ignoring the general's protests, and crushed his head like a grape. It felt as if he was cleansing the empire, crushing all that was rotten and unwholesome within it, and it was personal. Branford had carried out the orders Neil had refused to obey. "It's over," he said with a sigh. Without their leader, the remaining blackshirts would be unable to coordinate any resistance. The locals could deal with them, at least until reinforcements arrived from Camelot. By then, the rebels would have quit the system. "We've won." Chapter 32. "I wish I could say that this was rare," Hester said in her whispery voice. She had insisted on accompanying the fleet, despite Colin's objections. "I wish I could say that Jackson's folly was the only world to suffer in such a manner." Colin nodded, hiding his own shame. He hadn't understood until it had almost been too late. If Percival had given him the rewards and patronage he'd wanted, that he'd earned, he would never have allowed himself to see the festering corpse the Empire had become. His petulance, there was no other word to describe it, had opened his eyes to the truth, and yet, even then, he had never allowed himself to see the full horror of the Empire. Jackson's Folly had a population of 6 billion souls, scattered over the system. Its daughter colonies, between them, had another 10 billion. Under the Empire's iron heel, at least 1 billion had died, either through the bombardment, the fighting, hostage executions, starvation, or plain, outright sadism. The Blackshirts had crushed resistance as harshly as they could, yet it had continued, flaring up whenever they thought that an area was pacified and the forces there could be moved elsewhere, at which point they discovered that the region was not pacified at all. They had prescribed horrible punishments, for everything from owning a weapon to giving Blackshirts dirty glances, but still the insurgency had continued. Perhaps they would have won in the end, with the commander willing to permit the most barbaric acts against the insurgents and those who sheltered them, yet most of the planet would be shattered. The industries that Stacy Roosevelt had wanted so desperately would be destroyed in the crossfire. It added a certain kind of piquancy to Colin's dilemma. If he destroyed the industries before he withdrew from the system, he would also destroy the only thing standing between Jackson's Folly and a scorching. Yet if he left the industries in place, they would be used against him and the other rebels. He had wrestled with the issue for several hours before deciding that he couldn't countenance destroying the industries, not if the price was opening the way for a scorching. Jackson's Folly had suffered enough. "Yes," he said finally, "I understand." Hester gave him a sharp look but said nothing. Or perhaps she understood better than she cared to let on. Her own homeworld had been treated in a comparable fashion after she had founded and led a rebellion against the occupying troops. God alone knew what had happened to most of her friends and family. She'd survived when so many others had died, spared by the whim of fate. No wonder she was feeling guilt. Looking down at Jackson's Folly was like looking down into the past. Colin looked up as the hatch opened, allowing a pale-faced man to stumble into the starship's interior. Speaker Brenna Java was the last surviving member of Jackson's Folly's government, the only one to evade the Blackshirts as they swept for political leaders and men who might breed dissent. Jackson's Folly had hidden most of its leaders, but the Blackshirts were very good at extracting information from unwilling donors. Java had only survived because he'd been paranoid. Legally, he was the first speaker, at least until new elections could be held. "Welcome aboard," Colin said. Java stared at him, almost as if he didn't quite believe that Colin was real. "We need to chat." Java's eyes fixed on Hester. "You," he said, "why are you even here?" Colin concealed a smile as he led the way into the conference room. He'd ordered some food for the fugitive speaker and anyone he brought with him, although Java had insisted on coming alone. Colin guessed that he designated others to succeed him if he died, just to ensure some degree of continuity. The security scans had picked up some items of uncertain purpose on the man's body, suggesting that he had also come prepared to kill himself if necessary. "We came to win you some time to regroup," Hester said as they took their seats. "The black shirts can be removed from your world, but they will be back." "God damn you!" Java burst out. Colin reached for the weapon he wore on his belt before realizing that Java was confining his outburst to shouting. "Do you know what they will do to us when they come back?" "They won't scorch your world," Hester said calmly. Colin nodded but said nothing. He understood Java's point of view. They couldn't build a flicker drive powerful enough to move the entire planet away from the Empire. "We decided to attempt to win you time to regroup." Java glared at her but nodded reluctantly. "Very well," he said sharply. "What do you want?" "The Empire intends to make use of your trained manpower," Hester said. "We want to take them out of reach, into the beyond along with their families. I think that will make it easier for us in the long run to defeat the Empire." Colin listed as Hester outlined the Popular Front and what they hoped to achieve. He wasn't too surprised to learn that Java hadn't heard of the Popular Front. Jackson's Folly wasn't part of the ICN and wouldn't be until it was properly subdued, which would take years at this rate. Java sounded interested, but he was also unwilling to commit himself or his world. Colin couldn't blame him. The Empire would be furious when it learned about the rebellion, and any world with known coordinates that could be blamed for the crisis would be scorched. Even Jackson's Folly's immunity wouldn't last forever. "I see," Java said finally. "And you cannot uplift the entire population?" "I'm afraid not," Colin said. Earth, with its orbital towers and rulers determined to exile as much of the population as possible, was still a teeming mass of humanity. Even the entire Imperial Navy would have been unable to transport billions of humans from one star system to another. Evacuating an entire planet was well beyond the capabilities of the Popular Front. "We can take those who can help us liberate the Empire and eventually free your world." Java turned his gaze on Colin. Despite himself, Colin almost flinched, realizing that man had seen terrible things. Like Hester, he had been permanently scarred by his experiences, even if the scars were invisible. Colin felt a flash of guilt. Even during the exile Percival had forced on him, he had lived comfortably, if not well. "I do not believe that is possible," Java said finally. "We fight on because there is nothing to live for. No hope of freedom or even life under the Empire." "Then help us," Colin said, searching for the words that would touch the man. "Help us help you. We can work to liberate the entire Empire from their rule." "Perhaps you can," Java said. "We'll trade. You can take those who want to go and their families. In exchange, we want the remaining black shirts and their weapons." "We brought along the weapons to transfer to you," Hester said quietly. "And as for the remaining black shirts, you can do what you like with them. We need their transports for your people." Colin nodded, keeping his face under careful control. The locals hadn't waited for any permission to descend on the black shirts, who, trapped without orders from superior authority, had fought back savagely. Blood had run through the streets on Jackson's Folly, yet without support from high orbit, they had been doomed. There were only a handful of survivors, for the bases that had been isolated from the civilian population had simply been picked off from orbit. Colin's Marines had taken their transports with the intention of using them to add additional lift to take people off the planet. "And I wish your rebellion luck," Java added. "I do not feel that we should offer you any overt support. The reports on the planet will say that you kidnapped the workers and their families. I hope that you understand." "We do," Hester said. "And if you want a place with us—" "Maybe after my planet is free," Java said angrily. "I will not desert my post." Colin watched him leave, escorted back to the shuttle for transport down to the surface. "Poor bastard," he said finally. "I wish we could do more for him." Hester smiled, creating a striking effect on her scarred face. "There is nothing we can do until the Empire is defeated," she said. "His attitude is quite commendable." "Move along calmly," Neil ordered. "Don't push or run. There are enough spaces for everyone." The line of refugees didn't look calm, although they were at least resisting the temptation to run. The workers had known that their families were being held hostage for their good behavior, yet they hadn't known, or had chosen not to believe, just how badly their families were being treated. Neil had watched, through his armor, as husbands were reunited with wives and children, many of whom were scarred or worse. Not all of the families had been happy to leave either. Some were scared of the Empire. Others were scared of the unknown. The Blackshirts had told them often enough what the insurgents would do to them if they were captured. The fact that the insurgents were more likely to welcome the freed hostages than kill them seemed to have escaped their notice. Or perhaps it was deliberate, Neil thought, trying to distract himself from the sight of a man and woman holding each other tightly, crying their eyes out. They hadn't chosen to be separated. They'd missed each other dreadfully when they'd been apart. Their lives had been twisted and broken by the Empire. He looked away, towards a line of kids, and shuddered. The bastards who had casually hurt the children would suffer before they died. The Blackshirts didn't understand the concept of restraint either. Each of the Blackshirt transports carried nearly 20,000 stasis tubes, each one capable of holding a grown adult or perhaps 2 children in suspension. They would be transported to the beyond and decanted at one of the geek-run facilities. Once living quarters had been prepared for them. The other transports, the ones rounded up by the Freebooters League, had smaller compartments, but Neil was privately hopeful that they'd be able to lift out over 2 million workers and their families. It helped that the Blackshirts had done the hard work of rounding up most of their families and transporting them to orbit, saving time. Other families had declined the offer and scattered into the wilderness, hoping to remain undetected. Perhaps they'd make it if the rebellion succeeded, but if not, Neil felt a moment of pity. The Blackshirts would show no mercy if they caught up with the families. He watched a pair of lovers walk into the compartment, share a final kiss, and then climb into the tubes. A flickering curtain of blue light appeared, holding them suspended like flies in amber. They would be released. No time would have passed for them when they reached their new home, where they would be welcomed and encouraged to work against the Empire. Some of the children were scared, despite everything their parents could say, and medical staff moved in with sedatives. They'd wake up after the transport had reached its destination. "Quiet down," he snapped towards a pair of men who were pushing at others. One of them had been badly scarred by a neural whip, but that didn't make it acceptable, not when there were women and children ahead of them. Neil knew that cold logic ordained that the trained workers had to go first, yet he'd chosen to ignore those imperatives and ensure that the children were suspended first. He doubted that Admiral Walker would object. "There's room enough for everyone." It took several hours to load up the transport, but Neil welcomed it, not least because it didn't give many time to brood. By the time the last of the refugees was loaded on board, the Marines were tired, with their tempers beginning to fray. Neil sent some of them to their bunks, ordering them to get a good long rest before they went back on duty, yet he kept himself awake. There was just too much to do. He led the remaining Marines back on board the shuttle and detached from the transport, leaving the prize crew to start the task of taking it into the beyond. Neil was watching as it vanished in a flash of light, flickering away towards the first waypoint. He yawned despite himself as another transport started to move over towards the orbital station. Some of the transports hadn't come empty. Various rebel groups had been building armies and had insisted on deploying them to Jackson's Folly, intent on having a go at the Empire's finest. Neil had told them, as had Admiral Walker, that it was futile, but they had insisted. They'd wanted their own crack at the Empire, and eventually the rebel leadership had given in. Neil frowned as the shuttle docked with the new transport, allowing him to take command and supervise the loading. Could it be, he wondered, that Admiral Walker and his allies had decided that some of the rebel groups were expendable? There were certainly hundreds of groups that were effectively worthless, intent on throwing themselves into the Empire's gaping maw. Had Admiral Walker decided to allow them to seek a glorious death, knowing that they would be killed? It would be unusually cynical for Admiral Walker, but Neil could easily see Hester Hyman or Daria considering such an action necessary. And if the groups were willing, no begging, to go face death. He pushed the thought out of his mind as he strode into the transport. Time was ticking away, and no one knew how long it would be before the Empire returned to Jackson's Folly. They might well have less time than they thought. Colin paced the command deck as the final set of transports completed loading up. He had been surprised to discover, although perhaps he shouldn't have been, that several native-built freighters had been hidden within the system, their drives and anything else that might attract attention powered down. They'd been rapidly reactivated and put to work, allowing him to transport out more people than he'd believed possible. Even so, time was ticking away. They'd completed transferring supplies down to Jackson's Folly hours ago, although that had been a fairly simple task. Colin had watched as Java and his various subordinates had taken delivery of the supplies, before fading back into the underground to prepare for the next invasion. If there was a next invasion, in Admiral Percival's shoes, Colin would have refused to launch another invasion until he received reinforcements from the Empire. It was a shame that the rebels didn't have any source close to Percival himself. Colin knew what Percival had to deploy against his forces, but what did he intend to do? Gauging intentions was an important part of intelligence work, and Colin had no way of knowing what Percival was actually planning to do. Defeat the rebellion, obviously, before it got out of control. But how did he intend to do that? "Admiral," the communications officer said, "the transports are signaling that they're casting off now." Colin nodded. The orbital manufacturing complexes orbiting Jackson's Folly were now without the workforce that made them work. They were still intact. Colin hadn't even taken the opportunity to upload something nasty into their computers, but without their workforce, a whole new force would have to be trained up before the Empire could make use of them. They had the time, but did they have the patience? "Good," he said. He hated to cut and run, leaving the system completely defenseless, but there was no other choice. Besides, if they were really lucky, Percival would be diverting his super dreadnoughts towards Jackson's Folly, allowing Colin to wreak havoc elsewhere. Only a fool would seek to command an interstellar war as if he could micromanage it, so Colin knew better than to count on it, but it would be useful if the super dreadnoughts were distracted. Order them to flicker out now. The display updated rapidly as the transports flashed and vanished into flicker space, reappearing 7 light-years away at the first waypoint. There they would be escorted back to the beyond, where they would be unloaded, adding new strength to the rebellion. In the meantime, the rebel fleet had other plans Colin had drawn up before the Council had insisted on raiding Jackson's Folly. They had been delayed long enough. Colin smiled. Hester had, reluctantly, agreed to go back on the transport fleet, removing one worry from Colin's mind. Hester might be too old to lead the fight in person, but she was an inspiration. The rebellion needed her, perhaps more than it needed Colin, or perhaps that was just a kind of reverse vanity. It hadn't been Hester who had captured 9 super dreadnoughts and given the Empire its first serious fight in centuries. "Helm set coordinates to the reserved waypoint," he ordered calmly. Behind him, Jackson's Folly would wait for the Empire to return, like a woman awaiting her rapist with a hidden knife. The Empire wouldn't have any difficulty reassuming control over the high orbitals, but the ground would suddenly be much harder, if only because they would have to ship in a whole new army. "Take us out of here." His smile darkened as the super dreadnought flickered out of the system, heading deeper into the Empire, heading towards Greenland. The second major Roosevelt-owned system, and the perfect target, at least as far as Colin was concerned, for hitting it would drive the Roosevelt family to fury, and Percival, the failed admiral, would lose all hope of promotion. And then Colin would come for him, too. Chapter 33. "I assume," Percival said in a cold, hard tone, "that you have an explanation for this." Standing ramrod straight, her arms at her side, Captain Commodore Angelica MacDonald slowly counted up to 50 under her breath. She'd transmitted a report to Admiral Percival as soon as violence had flickered into the system, hoping to discourage him or one of his subordinates from bombarding her with requests for details. But it hadn't worked. Admiral Percival had ordered her to report to him as soon as possible, using words that clearly meant, "Right damned now." "Yes, sir," Angelica said. She knew what Percival meant, but she was damned if she was going to allow him to place the blame on her. "I retreated in the face of superior firepower." "You fled in the face of the enemy," Percival snapped. His piggy eyes glared at her, boring in on her face like twin laser beams, The Board of Inquiry will—" That did it. "With all due respect, Admiral," Angelica said, "perhaps you would care to explain how a handful of smaller ships are expected to defeat a squadron of 9 super dreadnoughts." His face purpled alarmingly, but she pressed her advantage. "If you hold a Board of Inquiry into the battle, the Board will discover that I fought as long as I could, and then withdrew from the system rather than getting my command destroyed for no reason," she added. "Once you ordered the super dreadnoughts withdrawn from the Jackson's Folly system, the rebels could come knocking on the door any time they liked. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Furthermore," she said, "I will not accept a tame Board of Inquiry. As is my right under Imperial Navy regulations, I demand that the supervising officer be drawn from the nearest sector and made fully appraised of all of the important facts before holding the inquiry." Percival stared at her, as if he were hoping that she would wilt under his gaze. Angelica felt oddly as if she was in a battle, one she would win as long as she held her nerve. She'd worked closely enough with Percival to know that he was both a coward and, despite his pretensions, alarmingly exposed. His patrons would shift away once they realized that they would be tarred with the same brush of failure. Percival's failure. He was the man on the spot when the rebels stole 9 super dreadnoughts and vanished. Never mind that Camelot was too far away from Jackson's Folly for him to exercise any real control. She found herself silently hoping that her patrons wouldn't let her down, for the regulations she'd cited could be put aside by a senior officer with sufficient patronage or political clout. Or, for that matter, Percival could try to appoint one of his cronies to run it, just to ensure that it voted the right way. Her career had either been boosted beyond measure or destroyed. But then even a tame court-martial would expose Percival's own failings, and his enemies would have a chance to destroy him. "I realize that you retreated in the face of superior firepower," Percival said finally. Angelica grinned inwardly. He'd surrendered, no matter what face he chose to put on defeat. "Even so, there is the issue of the loss of Jackson's Folly, or the deaths of hundreds of thousands of black shirts, all of which need to be discussed." "There's very little to discuss," Angelica said calmly. "The black shirts were on a hostile planet when their covering forces had to leave the system." She thought about pointing out that if she'd stood and fought, the monitors would have been destroyed along with her force, but pushed the thought aside. The locals will have taken their revenge by now. Imperial law allows for only one response. "There's nothing we can do until we make contact with one of the super dreadnought squadrons," Percival said weakly. "The rebels will have retreated from the Jackson's Folly system, leaving us nothing but a rebellious planet and probably a few unpleasant surprises in orbit," Angelica said, interrupting. Who knew? Perhaps Percival could be driven into having a heart attack. His death would strengthen the Empire. If you send back a squadron of destroyers, you would be able to recover the system without serious losses. Percival stared down at his priceless wooden table, muttering under his breath. Angelica took the moment to look over at the Admiral's aide and wink at her. The aide, a tall blonde woman with a jacket tighter than regulations allowed, looked back at her expressionlessly. Angelica would have bet half her salary that the aide was smarter than Percival and resented being placed in a position where she had to turn his half-baked ideas into reality. If she could be turned, she would make a powerful ally, but Angelica lacked the patronage or clout to reach out and make an offer. "And are you prepared to escort that force?" Percival demanded finally, "or will you remain here until your squadron is reformed?" Angelica felt her lips thin angrily, but resisted the temptation to make sarcastic remarks. Camelot, as an Imperial Navy sector headquarters, was heavily defended at all times, but as she'd returned to the system, she'd seen new weapons emplacements and hundreds of new orbital weapons platforms. There were so many of them that she suspected that System Command would have some problems controlling them all as a unit. If she'd been in command of the system, she would have decentralized it, but Percival was too much of a control freak to allow it. Besides, he had plenty of enemies, and one of them might take advantage of a decentralized network to attack him. "Yes, sir," she said, refusing to rise to the bait. An accusation of personal cowardliness wouldn't look good on her record, although, coming to think of it, she couldn't remember any time in which Percival had been in serious danger. The man was a coward as well as a sadist. "My ships are already being restocked by the facilities at this system. Once the loading is complete, We will return to Jackson's Folly and reclaim the system. Carefully, of course, she added privately. Whatever she had said to Percival, it seemed to her that the rebels might reason it out the same way, and deliberately lurk in the system to ambush her when she returned. Or perhaps they would be off wreaking havoc on the other side of the sector, and wouldn't know that Jackson's Folly had been reclaimed for the second time. There was no way to know until she returned and investigated the system. She smiled as if she'd just had a bright idea. "Perhaps you would like to accompany us?" she added. The crew would consider it a boost to their morale if their commanding officer was to be flying with them towards certain victory. Percival hesitated. "I fear I cannot leave this base," he said stiffly. Angelica snickered inwardly, knowing what he truly meant. He could have left Camelot in the hands of his XO and accompanied the fleet to Jackson's Folly if he had wished to do so. "I will embark on a grand tour of the sector once the rebellion has been destroyed." "Of course, sir," Angelica said. She stood to attention and saluted. "And with your permission, I will return to my ship and wait for the loading to be completed." "Go," Percival growled. "And Captain, if you fail to reclaim the world for the Empire, just don't bother coming back." Penny made sure to stay out of Percival's way as he stalked the compartment, clenching his fists and muttering under his breath as he railed against both Captain Commodore MacDonald and many of his own well-born or well-connected subordinates. Penny had known that Percival had a tendency towards paranoia. It wasn't a bad trait to have if they really were out to get you. Yet she was surprised at just how deeply it had worked its way into his mind. He hadn't been blind to Brent Cochrane's maneuverings, or his rather less than subtle dig at his commanding officer. And now there was a second officer seemingly intent on pushing him over the brink. She smiled inwardly as he bent over the terminal and tapped it rapidly, scrolling through sheets of reports provided by various star systems. He had ordered, against Penny's advice, that every star system and 2D station was to report its status as often as possible, and fired off demerits and demotions for officers who failed to produce comprehensive reports. In theory, it should have allowed him a perfect image of the sector and how it was functioning. In practice, it was just another waste of time, a substitute for real action. She couldn't imagine Brent Cochrane or another competent officer wasting his time with such garbage. Angelica's position, Penny suspected, was stronger than she had known. If Percival had ordered a board of inquiry to convene, that board of inquiry would have had to look into everything, up to and including the original mutinies that had overwhelmed the observation squadron. And even with a tame board of inquiry, there would be no way to hide the sheer scale of Percival's failures. By law, the details would have to be communicated to Imperial Navy HQ on Luna, alerting them to the problems in Sector 117. Thanks to the rebels, they were going to know soon enough anyway. A Percival's board of inquiry would sharpen a few minds. He might as well have signed his own death warrant. "Bitch," Percival said finally. He brought his hand down hard on the wooden table, shaking it badly. It was real earthborn wood, a rarity so far from humanity's home world, and it was worth more than Penny would ever see in her life. And yet Percival was prepared to damage it, even to destroy it, just because he was angry. "That bitch presumes that she can dictate to me." Penny thought it was safest to say nothing and let him work it out of his system, so she pretended to pay attention as Percival raged, blaming each and everyone, apart from himself, for the disasters that had swept through Sector 117. He stormed backwards and forwards, banging his hand against the bulkheads in the desk, but he didn't lay a hand on her. Penny was relieved but also puzzled. Had he sensed something about her? Perhaps the hope she'd felt after Brent Cochrane had welcomed her into his circle. Or had he just decided not to take his anger out on her? "And so we have to find more black shirts and send them to Jackson's Folly, where they too will be killed," Percival finished. "How many black shirts can we scrape up if we cut all of the garrisons in the sector down to the bare minimum?" Penny, who had worked the numbers out weeks ago, was ready. "Around 700,000, sir," she said briskly. There just weren't that many black shirts left in the sector, not after the rebels had captured the first invasion force intact and devastated the second force months later. She would be very surprised to discover that a single black shirt was left alive on Jackson's Folly. Percival had stripped out a sizable force for the first invasion and had to do the same for the second invasion. There might be an unlimited supply of black shirts. There was no shortage of people willing to join, be injected with tailored drugs, and sent out to kill on behalf of the Empire. Yet it took time to train up new ones. I'm afraid that transport is also going to be a bottleneck." "Those goddamned raiders!" Percival exploded. Penny could only nod. She didn't know how they'd done it, but the rebels had managed to get most of the rebel groups working together, specifically targeting Imperial shipping. Their targeted raids, they were so well targeted that she was sure that they had a source somewhere within Camelot, were having a dangerous effect on local shipping. "God damn those bastards to hell!" Penny carefully didn't mention a second problem. No matter how she looked at it, it was alarmingly clear that too much tonnage was disappearing for it to be raiders, unless the raiders possessed a fleet large enough to stand up to several battle squadrons. She hadn't brought it to Percival's attention, but she suspected that the true explanation was much simpler than they had realized. The ships were vanishing because their crews were mutinying against their superiors, or the shipping lines that held them in bondage and setting out to find the rebels. It seemed impossible until she looked at the freighter designs. There was no way they could all be secured without placing a company of blackshirts on each and every freighter, and that, judging from some of the incidents on Imperial Navy starships, would do nothing for morale. By her offhand calculations, the shipping in Sector 117 was disappearing at an alarming rate, damaging the ties that held the sector together. What would happen then? There was no way to know for sure, but some of the planets simply couldn't feed themselves, which would result in mass starvation. At least the rebels hadn't been targeting cloud scoops, although that might change in a hurry. A shortage of HE3 would ensure that interstellar shipping ground to a halt. And what would Percival do then? She looked up as the door chime rang insistently. Percival strode over to his desk and slapped his hand hard down on the release, opening the hatch. William Derbyshire entered and blinked owlishly at Percival, as if he were a mild-mannered professor, rather than Imperial Intelligence's head of station. Percival seemed to calm down instantly. He might have been the sector commander, but a complaint from Imperial Intelligence would result in his demotion and transfer to the other side of the Empire. "Admiral," Derbyshire said. He took a seat without being invited and pulled a sealed data chip out of his pocket, opening it with his thumbprint and inserting it into the desktop processor. "There has been something of a development." He looked up as the symbol of Imperial Intelligence appeared on the display. "We have been tapping all of our assets in the Beyond to attempt to locate the rebels," he said. "It was not an easy task. The Beyond is a very paranoid place, and even those who are well known in the community don't know everything. Indeed, those who are well known may know the least, because they're easy for everyone to find. The people maintain their privacy and mind their own business." "Sounds like paradise," Percival growled impatiently. Derbyshire smiled indulgently. "What did one of your tame mouthpieces find?" "It would have to be a tame ear," Derbyshire said, absently. Penny realized that he was enjoying mocking Percival, or making him wait before he uncovered his secret. "We only use mouthpieces to spread lies and propaganda throughout the Beyond. We have been spreading propaganda about the rebels, but alas, the Beyond doesn't seem to believe us. I fear that we may have lost several mouthpieces to their counterintelligence teams." "Never mind that," Percival ordered. "What did you learn?" Derbyshire looked up at him. "Oh, nothing too much," he said. "Just the location of the rebel base." Percival's mouth opened. No sound came out. "One of our deep cover agents was invited to the meeting where they announced their popular front," Derbyshire explained, grinning. "It took the agent some time to get a more open asteroid, but once she made it, why, the message was passed on to a covert team and sent back here. The commander made the call to come here directly, rather than continue with his program, and I'm sure that you will agree that he deserves a reward. I have taken the liberty of writing him a commendation in your name, as well as urging that he be promoted as soon as possible. The Empire needs minds that can react and adapt plans, or abandon them at short notice." Any other time, Percival would have exploded at the thought of someone else daring to use, even by proxy, his authority. Instead, he just stared at the desktop processor, as if it contained the key to eternal life, or perhaps to eternal patronage. Penny could almost read his thoughts. If he destroyed or crippled the rebellion, perhaps he wouldn't lose his power and position after all. "Good," Percival said savagely. "Do the rebels know that we know?" "I do not believe so," Derbyshire said thoughtfully. "They may not, however, keep using the same base forever." "So we move now," Percival said sharply. He looked over at Penny. What ships do we have on station?" "Commodore MacDonald's squadron is the most powerful one on hand," Penny said. Percival scowled. It would mean putting the chance for glory in the hands of a junior officer he hated, but he would still be able to claim some of the credit. "If you waited 2 weeks, we could send one of the super dreadnought squadrons, or—" "No," Percival said. His mood had completely changed. "I want you to write the orders for the good Commodore. She's to go capture the rebel base. I want the rebels here in chains for trial and execution. If the base cannot be captured, they are to blow it and withdraw." "Yes, sir," Penny said. Watching Percival act decisively was odd. "I'll send the orders at once." "And then report back here," Percival added. "I think we need to celebrate." Penny nodded, keeping the disgust off her face. Angelica received her new orders philosophically, although she noted that if her squadron happened to run into the rebel super dreadnoughts again, the results were unlikely to be any better than the last time. She uploaded the coordinates into the squadron's navigational database, checked that all weapons and supplies were loaded into her ships, and then ordered her squadron to move away from the planet and the ring or orbital defenses. 7,000 kilometers from Camelot, her ships flickered out and vanished. Chapter 34. "There's nothing new in the passive scans, Captain," the tactical officer said. "The only shipping in the system are the asteroid miners and the local defense ships." Captain Daniel Hawthorne nodded, forcing himself to walk back to the command chair and sit down. Peering over his officer's shoulder was accomplishing nothing, even though he was tenser than he wanted to admit. He wanted to see some action, and, so far, they'd hung in the Greenland system for over 2 weeks without anything happening. They couldn't even rotate their crew through the system's shore leave facilities. The orders from Commodore Brent Cochrane had been simple. They were to remain in the system, unknown even to the local system command, and wait. When the rebels arrived, they were to power up their drive and jump out of the system to where the Commodore and his fleet were waiting. It was a mission suited to a destroyer, the smallest true warship in service, yet it wasn't one that suited Daniel, nor was it one fitting for a man of his seniority. He should have been commanding a heavy cruiser, or maybe even a battle cruiser. But an evening of drunken rudeness to a senior officer had put an end to that. He'd been ordered to take command of Snow White, a destroyer, and all that his seniority could do was keep him from being summarily dismissed. Was it any surprise that he'd climbed into a bottle? It was far more surprising that Commodore Brent Cochrane, having taken command of the squadron, had helped him to climb out of it and assigned him to new responsibilities. It went against the grain to admit that he needed help from such a young man. Regeneration treatments or not, he would have been astonished if the Commodore was any older than 40. But perhaps it was working. Or perhaps not. He had been floating in orbit, all systems powered down as far as they could go without depowering his ship for 2 weeks, and he was bored. He glanced around the bridge, scowling as he studied the displays. The bridge was cramped. The 7 officers on duty rubbed shoulders far more than they should, and cold despite his uniform. The destroyer's 60 crewmen were good sorts, at least, but he'd heard the grumbles and knew that they didn't want to stay under blackout conditions much longer. Neither did their captain, of course, yet he understood the importance of their mission. It wasn't something he could share with the crew. "The rebels are very likely to target your assigned worlds," Commodore Brent Cochrane had said. He'd positioned his ships in interstellar space, which was against doctrine, but would give them an excellent chance of being able to respond to a crisis as soon as it appeared. "If they target your world, I want you to jump out and whistle up the troops without being detected. The rebels won't have time to bring up their own senses before you're out of there." "Continue tracking the freighters," he ordered. Like Piccadilly, Greenland was owned and operated solely by the Roosevelt family. The Imperial Navy had been asked to stand guard in the system, reinforcing the 2 orbital fortresses and the hundreds of automated weapons platforms. But Brent Cochrane had chosen to creatively interpret his orders. If the rebels did attack the system, he'd calculated, his force would have time to intercept before serious harm was done. It wasn't an attitude calculated to please the Roosevelt representative at Camelot, and Daniel was sure that angry messages were already burning up the light years towards Earth. "Perhaps we can run a few tracking exercises or maybe just tighten up the scans." He settled back into his chair and tried to relax. Stacy Roosevelt had actually tried to issue orders directly to Brent Cochrane's squadron, a serious breach of military etiquette. Daniel rather hoped that she would be summarily dismissed from the Imperial Navy for gross incompetence. The Imperial Navy had lost ships before, but no one had ever managed to lose 9 super dreadnoughts to a set of boarding parties. But he doubted that it would come to that. Her family would manage to save her career. Yet the Imperial Navy would probably try to send her somewhere harmless. There was no shortage of places to send young officers who couldn't be trusted not to screw up on a more serious posting. 2 more ships, Captain, the censor officer reported. 2 new green icons flickered into life. New freighters, heading down towards the planet. Interstellar trade within the sector was starting to die away now, even though the interplanetary trade was as strong as ever. Perhaps the rebel raiders were being careful about coming deep into an unfriendly star system, or perhaps they were just concentrating on exterminating the interstellar shipping first. Daniel scowled. That was where he should be, watching over helpless freighters as they moved from system to system, not wasting his time on a system that was perfectly capable of looking after itself. One of the freighters has an unusual drive signature. Daniel looked up, interested. Any relief from boredom was welcome. Is it a rebel ship trying to be cute? Uncertain, sir, the censor officer said. It could be the result of normal wear and tear, or it could be a captain trying to pretend to be a merchant ship and not succeeding very well. We could try to slip closer and take a look at it, perhaps test the cloaking device against active sensors. No, Daniel said reluctantly. Sneaking up on a freighter was easy, as thousands of pirates and millions of dead spacers could testify, even without a cloaking device. Snow White could probably do it without losing her cover, yet he knew better than to try. The Commodore had been most specific. They were to remain undercover until, if, the rebels attacked, and only then were they to break cover. We stay here and remain hidden. The censor officer scowled but nodded. Under cloak, they could remain hidden indefinitely, at least until they came close to the defenses surrounding the planet. After what had happened at Piccadilly, the Roosevelt family knew exactly what could happen to their other planets and had issued new orders. No starship was to be allowed to approach the defenses without proving its identity several times over, using new identification codes that were being hand-carried from star to star. If Snow White ventured too close, the chances were good that the turbulence she would leave in her wake would be detected and she would be fired upon before she could identify herself. The last thing he wanted to do was die at the hands of friendly forces. Daniel shared his frustration, but there was nothing he could do, apart from endless drills and repair work. He was proud of his crew, for all that they were fewer in number than he deserved, than he had earned through his years of service to the Empire. Snow White was a tight little ship, even if her previous captain had insisted on decorating her with images of a dark-haired woman with extraordinarily pale skin. Some of the images were nude, yet still demure, as if the girl was imbued with inner dignity. Daniel had found the images haunting at first, but he had grown to love them over the years. He had no idea what the crew thought about it. "Hold us here," he ordered. The 2 newcomers were heading down towards the planet, exchanging signs and countersigns with the defenses. A marine assault shuttle was already flying towards them, intent on searching the ships before they were allowed to come any closer. "I think it's time for a drill." Without further delay, he hit a pre-programmed set of commands, and the alert sirens began to blare through the hull. "And so all of the repairs have been completed," Flag Captain Jeremy Damiani said. His statement was echoed by the other captains, whose ghostly images floated in the middle of Colin's stateroom like specters at a feast. The Imperial Navy might insist on all such discussions being done in person, but Colin saw no reason to maintain an outdated tradition. Besides, he suspected that it was done so that the various commanders could show off their cooks, and the Popular Front had no time for such nonsense. "We are fully combat-capable and raring to go." Colin smiled, knowing that Percival, assuming that he had an accurate report on the Battle of Jackson's Folly, would be astonished and horrified to discover how quickly his ships had been repaired. Thanks to Daria, and, to a lesser extent, Hester, he had tapped into a rich vein of talent in the Beyond. Engineers and repair crews who actually knew what they were doing. The Imperial Navy might prefer not to educate its crews too much, but the Beyond had no time for such luxuries, and Colin hadn't hesitated to take advantage of it. The super dreadnoughts had swapped out all the damaged components and replaced them within days. "Excellent," he said. He glanced up at the commanding officer of the General Grant, which had been the main target during the Battle of Jackson's Folly. "Are you sure that your ship is in fighting trim?" "I am certain of it, sir," the young commander said. Like Colin, he'd been an XO on the observation squadron before the mutiny, and an enthusiastic participant from day one. It was ironic, but if there was one thing that the Empire and the Popular Front had in common, it was that neither of them would willingly give a super dreadnought to a man they didn't trust. Colin had decided, not without regret, to move the super dreadnought officers elsewhere, just in case. "We had to go to EVA to swap out some of the armor plates, but we're back in order now, and," he grinned at Damiani, "raring to go." Colin smiled. "Excellent," he said again. The recon missions had already been dispatched to Greenland, although he had been reluctant to use the same tactic more often than necessary. By now, the Imperial Navy would know to look for a freighter that appeared to have been abandoned by its crew. Or perhaps they would be paranoid about everything that entered their system, with very good reason. The reports from his agents at Camelot had reported that Admiral Percival had started updating the IFF signals again, this time making it impossible for a ship to enter the inner system without being searched. "If there are no other concerns—" He waited, but no one spoke. "This may be our most challenging encounter yet," he added. The preliminary recon missions had suggested that there was nothing unexpected within the system, yet 2 armored fortresses in orbit and thousands of automated platforms were nothing to laugh at, particularly when they couldn't sneak up on the bastards and blow them away before they could react. "Once we get the recon data back from the gunboats, we jump in hard and fast, concentrating on wrecking as much of the Roosevelt family's investment as possible before we vanish again." Colin smiled ruefully at the thought. Standard Imperial Navy doctrine held that super dreadnoughts were only to be used for decisive attacks, and of course for intimidating anyone who might be questioning their loyalty to the Empire. The idea of using them for hit-and-run raids would have horrified his instructors. But Colin had discovered that the tactic worked very well. Certainly, battle cruisers had their advantages when it came to raiding. They could outgun anything that could actually catch them. Yet there was something to be said for using ships so powerful that very little else could stand up to them. And besides, it wasn't as if the planets could run away. No one had yet succeeded in building a flicker drive powerful enough to transport a whole planet somewhere else. "There's no point in pushing to actually take the planet," he concluded. He'd thought as much, but he'd resolved to remain flexible until he saw what they were actually facing. "We get in, wreak havoc, and get out again. No heroics." He smiled at their expressions, and then made a show of checking his watch. "You have your orders," he said. "Good luck to us all." Colin sat back as the holograms vanished one by one. The Empire's standard etiquette was that sending a hologram was rude, unless the sender was bedridden or otherwise unable to attend. Personally, Colin had never understood it. But then he had never really understood the point of many traditions. Percival, who had been a past master of political backstabbing, had once commented, in a moment of candor, that failing to maintain what society regarded as good manners was often seen as a sign of weakness. Among the 1,000 families, showing weakness was very likely to lead to disaster. Even so, Colin saw no reason to maintain the tradition and had no intention of allowing his fleet to adopt it. "No heroics," Anderson said, from where he had been sitting on the other side of the cabin. "Do you think that is going to make them cautious?" Colin shrugged. There were some wilder souls in the rebellion who deserved their own independent commands, where they could indulge their taste for fighting without risking the overall plan. Once the newer starships started coming out of the shipyards the geeks were constructing, he would be able to start assigning more officers to command slots, while ensuring that the super dreadnoughts remained firmly in the hands of his loyalists. "I see no reason to risk ourselves here," he said finally. "It isn't as if we can take the world, and it isn't as if we'd be allowed to keep it, even if we did take the world." He changed the subject before Anderson could return to the issue. "Did you learn anything from the secret files?" "Nothing," Anderson admitted. "There was a great deal of data, some of which we can use for blackmail, or simply release it into the public sphere to cause confusion, but nothing relating to any long-term Roosevelt-led plans for this sector. I suspect that if Commodore Roosevelt knows anything about them, and I don't think she does, the details would be locked up in her pretty head. You should have let me brain-suck her." Colin shook his head in disgust, although, if the truth were told, he wasn't sure what he was disgusted at. Stacy's secret files had included a great deal of blackmail material, including at least one admiral and several civilian contractors, who were into the most disgusting perversions, even by the standards of the Empire. No amount of protection, influence, or wealth would save them if the information got out, which might have helped explain why Stacy had been allowed to maintain her command. Colin found himself caught between two possibilities. He could expose them or blackmail them. His practical side suggested that blackmail would help the rebellion, but his vindictive streak suggested that releasing the information would ensure that the perpetrators got what they deserved. It had, quite simply, never occurred to him that anyone could be, a greater pervert than Percival. "No," he said. "Do you have any theories?" The security officer frowned, stroking his chin. "None," he said finally. "It could be a display of wealth intended to impress their fellows. They're always boasting about how fabulously rich they are. But anyone they thought was worth the effort of impressing would already know how much money they have. Or perhaps they wanted to create their own workforce and eventually dominate the sector." "They already dominate the sector," Colin said. He was thinking of Lady Ellicott Chatham. She didn't have any connections to the Roosevelt family as far as he knew, but perhaps she would know something. Jason Cordova could ask. Colin was no expert in the arts of love, yet he was sure that Cordova was attracted to the girl. Or maybe, the GQ alert sounded, interrupting him. "All hands to battle stations," Damiani's voice said. "Set condition 1 throughout the ship. Admiral Walker to the CIC. This is not a drill, I say again. This is not a drill." Colin stood up, reaching for his jacket. "We'll discuss it later," he said. "Once the battle is over, we'll go through the data again." The CIC was buzzing with activity when Colin stepped into the compartment. "Report," he ordered. "The gunboats have returned, sir," the tactical officer reported. "We're getting the data download from them now." Colin nodded, pushing the other concerns out of his mind. It was time to make war. "Show me," he ordered. The display lit up with the latest data. There were no unexpected surprises within the system, although the weapons platforms in orbit seemed to be stronger and more numerous than the early reports had suggested. "Bring up the flicker drive and prepare to jump." He settled down in his command chair and waited for the other ships to report in, linking into the data net binding the fleet together. "All ships report ready, sir," the tactical officer said. "They await your command." Colin nodded. "Jump," he ordered. The sound of alarms echoing through the ship brought Daniel out of a fitful sleep. "Captain, this is Lieutenant Ellsworth," a voice said. "Sir, multiple hostile warships have just flickered into the system." Daniel pulled himself out of his bunk, grabbed his jacket, and raced for the bridge. "Begin powering up the drive," he ordered, as he plowed through the door. "Give me a report right bloody now." "We have 9 super dreadnoughts and assorted smaller ships," the lieutenant said, as he gratefully vacated the captain's chair. "IFF signals do not match anything in the updated database." "Prepare to take us out of here," Daniel ordered. The sound of the drive powering up echoed through the ship. A destroyer's great advantage was that it could flash-wake the flicker drive and be reasonably certain of arriving at the endpoint in one piece. The rebels didn't know it, Daniel knew, but they had flown right into a trap, and the trap was about to be sprung. "Jump!" A moment later, Snow White vanished from the Greenland system. Chapter 35. "Jump completed, Admiral," the helmsman said. The display flickered to life, revealing the Greenland system ahead of them. There was no point in trying to hide their presence, so the sensor departments were using their active sensors at full power. The freighters and a handful of warships within the system weren't responding yet, but they would. Even a blind starship captain would recognize the 9 super dreadnoughts bearing down on the planet. "All ships are reporting in," the tactical officer said. "All weapons systems are online and ready for activation." Colin nodded, leaning back in his command chair and trying to project an impression of unconcern. "Launch probes full spread," he ordered. It was possible that Percival had tried to hide a surprise within the system, perhaps another squadron of super dreadnoughts. Colin hadn't been able to decide if Percival would have the nerve to ask for help from Sector 99 or not. "I want every dust mote within this system tracked and logged." "Aye, sir," the tactical officer said. "I'm launching probes now." The probes sped away from the super dreadnoughts, transmitting their findings back to the ships through tight-beam lasers. Colin watched as they updated their results, confirming that there were no starships within the limits of detectable range. With cloaking devices, or Starship simply shutting down all of its systems and pretending to be a harmless asteroid that wasn't as large as he would have preferred, yet even the geeks hadn't been able to improve the sensor systems to the point where they could detect a powered-down starship drifting in empty space. They were still promising breakthroughs, but Colin would believe it when he saw it. He'd also like an FTL communicator, while he was wishing, or a superweapon that could take out a super dreadnought in a single shot. And while I'm wishing, I'd like a pony, he thought with sudden amusement. He smiled, studying the display. Judging from the sensor probes that were sweeping up towards his fleet, the defenders of the planet had noticed their arrival and were preparing to put up a fight. Collectively, his fleet had more firepower than the two massive orbital fortresses covering Greenland, but individually, it was going to be close, or at least it would have been if Colin had intended to take the planet. The yellow icons representing orbital installations appeared below the orbital fortresses, their crews already abandoning ship and life pods and shuttles, saving their lives. Colin had known, even though he had taken no pleasure in it, that they wouldn't have any time to issue warnings this time. They had to take out the facilities and retreat before Percival sent in reinforcements. Good work, he said. The geeks had managed to improve the control systems for the probes. While the Imperial Navy might be only able to launch 6 probes at once or risk losing control of the additional probes, his ships could launch up to 15 each. It gave him an unprecedented level of tactical awareness, yet he had to keep reminding himself that merely having the probes didn't make him aware of everything within range. It was still possible for a bold or cunning ship's captain to slip close to his ships. Helm, take us on the planned trajectory. The super dreadnought seemed to strain at the leash as she moved towards the planet, her weapons systems coming awake one by one and locking onto their targets. Colin smiled darkly as he took in the sensors emanating from the orbital fortress, wondering when her commander would choose to open fire. If Colin had been in his shoes, with as much firepower as he had at his disposal, he would have opened fire as soon as the starships came into range, even though it would have given Colin's point defense longer to lock onto and destroy the incoming missiles. It would have distracted the attackers, and their tactical sensors, from returning fire, and it might, if the defenders were very lucky, knock out an external rack and damage a super dreadnought's ability to fire. Greenland was another world that had been given an unusual level of development thanks to the Roosevelt family. Colin would have been delighted to have the small complex of shipyards and industrial nodes in orbit around the planet under his control. Indeed, given a few more years, Greenland would probably become the production capital of the sector, particularly after the pasting the rebels had given Piccadilly. Colin turned it over and over in his mind, but no explanation seemed plausible. The Roosevelt family was either led by fools, which might have explained why they trusted the system to Stacy Roosevelt, or they had some deeper motivation for their actions. Whatever it was, Colin hoped, his war had put an end to it. And who knew what would happen to the Roosevelt family and the Empire if they were unable to complete their plans? He pushed the thought out of his mind as the small fleet crossed the invisible line in space, marking weapons range. He'd planned to hold fire until they reached a closer range. The fortress had a powerful point defense system, and it was surrounded by automated weapons platforms. But if the fortress had opened fire, he would have had to return it and use the external racks. The fortress seemed inclined to wait for him to get closer, which was odd, even though it was what he wanted. A chill ran down his spine as he contemplated the words of one of his old instructors at the academy. "If your battle is going according to plan," the old man had said, 2 years before he'd been taken away for some political offense against the Empire, "you are about to lose. No battle plan has ever survived contact with the enemy, and no battle plan ever will." Colin scowled, unable to suppress the feeling of imminent disaster. "Launch a second set of probes," he ordered. The tactical officer gave him a surprised glance, but he didn't argue, even though there was no overt reason to launch additional probes. "Prepare to engage the enemy." The fortress was finally coming alive, almost exactly when Colin had predicted, a compromise between range and speed. The shorter the range between shooter and target, the faster the missiles could travel, and the shorter time in which they could be intercepted. Colin watched the updating display for a long moment, checking that the fortress's impressive salvo of missiles hadn't been augmented somehow, before looking up at the tactical officer. "Lock missiles on target," he ordered. It was an unnecessary order, but Imperial Navy protocol demanded that it be issued. "Prepare to fire." "Missiles locked on target, sir," the tactical officer said. His hands danced over the control systems, targeting the missiles on the massive fortress. Unlike the last fortress they destroyed, this one was fully aware of the danger and was prepared to meet it. Its point defense would take a heavy toll of Colin's missiles, hence his willingness to spend lavishly in order to take out the fortress. "We're ready to attack." "Fire," Colin ordered calmly. The super dreadnought rocked sharply as she unleashed the first barrage from its external racks, just before tiny destruct charges separated the remains of the racks from the starship and pushed them into space. A moment later, the ship rumbled again as she unleashed the firepower of her internal tubes, the updated missile control systems taking control of both salvos and melding them together. The spread of ECM missiles, armed with jammers and decoys rather than standard nuclear warheads, followed afterwards, adding to the confusion. Depending on the skill of the enemy sensor techs on the receiving end, and the Roosevelt family could hire the best if they were so inclined, they might have problems separating out the real missiles from the decoys. Their screens would be showing over 1 million missiles bearing down on them. Colin's lips twitched without humor. If he could have fired 1 million missiles on a single salvo, he wouldn't have had to worry about Admiral Percival or the defenses of Camelot. He could have waltzed into orbit, destroyed the defenses with a single overpowering salvo, and accepted surrender from the remains of the facilities on the planet below. Once the arsenal ships were finished, the rebels would have a throw weight far greater than anything the Imperial Navy could fire back at them, at least for the opening salvo. The real question was how long it would take the Imperial Navy to come up with a countermeasure. "Enemy are deploying point defense units," the tactical officer said. Colin nodded, unsurprised. The chances were good that quite a few missiles would expend themselves uselessly, but that was a given in any battle. "They're powering up." His voice broke off as new red icons flickered into existence. "Admiral," he said, his voice filled with sudden, unprofessional horror. "Multiple contacts, multiple hostile contacts." Commodore Brent Cochran couldn't resist the thrill that seemed to dance through his entire body as his small squadron powered up its drives and prepared to flicker into the Greenland system. He'd taken the risk of keeping the flicker drives on standby, even if it did shorten the lifespan of the drives by several years, knowing that success would lead to forgiveness. The angry memos from the Imperial Navy's engineering department, which seemed to spend most of its time inventing reasons why vital and costly repairs should not be carried out, would wash off his back like water. If he succeeded. His own engineers, who were on the ships and therefore deserved to be heard, had been more tolerant, but even they had warned that he couldn't do it for long. If the rebels didn't take the bait, he would have some explaining to do to the penny pinchers back on Earth. But the rebels had taken the bait. He raised a mental glass in a toast to Captain Quick, Percival's aide, knowing that her calculations had saved his position and boosted it beyond measure. If he managed to bring Admiral Percival, the head of the chief mutineer, or even destroyed the rebel super dreadnoughts, no one would be able to stand in his way. Admiral Percival would be disgraced, and Brent Cochran would be in a good position to step into his shoes. His patrons back on Earth, the two families who had hoped that his parents would bring them together, would see to that. He rubbed his hands together with glee as he settled back into the throne-like command chair. It was time to wreak havoc on the rebels and save the Roosevelt planet, guaranteeing him the support and patronage of the most powerful family in the sector. They'd drop Admiral Percival like a hot rock. "Commodore," the tactical officer said flatly, "all ships are ready to power up." Brent Cochran grinned unpleasantly. "Then by all means," he said, "take us into the fire." His ships were already moving through space at a considerable speed when the flicker drive engaged, sending a wave of nausea through the ship. Brent Cochran felt, for a second, as if he'd been punched in the belly, but he swallowed hard and stood up, studying the display that had appeared in front of him. They hadn't got it quite right, he noted thoughtfully, but they'd certainly got close enough to shock the rebels. "Transmit a demand for surrender," Brent Cochran ordered. He didn't expect the rebels to comply, but Percival had insisted, claiming that the rebels were too cowardly to put up a fight if they found themselves staring down the missile tubes of 9 super dreadnoughts. He'd enlisted the aid of a staff psychologist to prove his case, yet as the psychologist wasn't traveling with the squadron, Brent Cochran tended to disregard his opinion. It sounded a lot more like Percival was trying to cover his ass. Besides, a person who could lead a mutiny and then overwhelm and capture 9 super dreadnoughts was clearly not a coward, whatever else he was, and then prepared to fire. He settled back in his command chair, watching as his crew moved smoothly about their work. It had been painful and unpleasant. He could smell the stench of vomit from somewhere behind him, but they'd come out of the flicker on a direct course for the enemy super dreadnoughts. Whatever they did, there was no way in which they would be able to avoid engagement, which left one final question. How long did the rebels have before they could flicker out and escape? Colin fought hard to maintain his composure, although part of him was relieved that the shoe had finally fallen. He'd sensed something was wrong, and yet he'd done nothing. Silently, he cursed his own error in not ordering them to fall back from the planet while they had the chance. The enemy commander had trapped them almost perfectly. Whoever was commanding the enemy fleet was on the wrong side. He pushed that thought aside as he contemplated the tactical situation, tossing options around in his head. His crew could handle the incoming missiles from Greenland. Luckily, the orbital fortress seemed to be holding its fire, while the enemy fleet waited for Colin's surrender, although that wouldn't last. Colin had heard rumors about household troops firing on targets just to ensure that the Imperial Navy didn't have a chance to capture them. All of a sudden, those reports seemed alarmingly creditable. The enemy commander, unless he had another trick up his sleeve, hadn't timed it just right, although given the problems with coordinating operations across light years, he'd done better than anyone could reasonably have expected. If Colin chose to continue towards the planet, even accelerating, he would be forced into a close-range action against the orbital fortresses, one where his ships wouldn't have the advantage. If he broke away from the planet, they would certainly be committed to a missile duel with the enemy super-dreadnoughts, which, if they managed to run them down because of their higher velocity, would have a chance to bring them into energy range. And if that happened, the rebellion was finished, along with the super-dreadnoughts. The enemy commander, intentionally or otherwise, had caught Colin between two fires. Just for a second, Colin felt indecision creeping up on him, but remaining where they were would be the worst choice of all. "Signal the enemy ships," he ordered. "Tell them," his lips twitched in delight. "Hell no." "Aye, sir," the communications officer said. Whatever the Empire might say about fair treatment or even forgiveness, they all knew better. The Empire would either execute them on the spot or dump them all in a penal world with no hope of escape. "They're not responding." The display sparkled with bright red icons. "I think they have responded," Colin said. Absurdly, a stray thought ran through his mind, reminding him of the lessons on human-alien interaction back at the Academy. Most of them had been about how important it was to teach the aliens that humanity was the superior race, and any resistance would bring death. But some had been genuinely interesting. Aliens often had different ways of communicating than humanity, yet some ways of communication had been universal. Opening fire, for one, was a pretty good way of conveying threatening intent. "Helm," he tapped his console for a moment, designating a new course. "Alter course as specified." "Aye, sir," the helmsman said. If he had doubts about the wisdom of the course, he didn't show them. Colin wouldn't have been surprised if he had. In order to avoid fire from the super-dreadnoughts, he was flying alarmingly close to the orbital stations. The wave of incoming missiles the fortress had launched might have been battered down, evaded, or survived, but there would be more coming at them soon. "We are altering course now." Colin nodded. Whoever was in command of the enemy ships would know now that he intended to fight. The only question remaining, therefore, was brutally simple. Could his ships survive long enough for them to power up their drives and escape? "They'd rejected the offer," Captain Faulding said, in tones that suggested that it was a personal insult. "They refused even to discuss it with us." "They would have been stalling," Brent Cochran pointed out. He had half expected the rebels to try just that, but he would have demanded that they power down all their systems before entering any discussions. They would doubtless have refused. "You may fire at will." His super-dreadnought shuddered as another salvo was unleashed toward the enemy ships, which were rapidly reconfiguring themselves into a new formation. In theory, they possessed equal firepower to Brent Cochran's ships, which at least raised the possibility of the enemy commander electing to fight a duel with energy weapons. In practice, it wasn't too likely that Commander Walker would dare. Both sides would suffer horrendous damage, but Brent Cochran was in a friendly system, and Commander Walker was not. He watched as the rebel point defense started to engage his missiles and scowled. Their point defense was more effective than he had expected, and he suspected that their damage control was even better. The ships were over-engineered. The Imperial Navy Design Board was composed of professional paranoids, yet that didn't explain the improved performance that the rebels were getting from some of their systems. For the first time, Brent Cochran had doubts about his chosen course of action. Would it not be wiser to put the plot to dislodge Percival to one side and unite against the rebels? "Send a signal to Greenland," he ordered softly. "Tell them that I want their household troops out here supporting us." "Aye, sir," the communications officer said. There was a long pause as the rebels continued to move away from the planet, and then opened fire in unison. Brent Cochran let out a breath he hadn't known that he had been holding. There were no unexpected additions to their firepower. "Commodore, they're refusing, citing safety concerns." "Fuck them," Brent Cochran scowled. He smiled darkly. If the household troops refused to come and join the fight, they were damn well not getting any of the credit. Continue firing. Chapter 36. Colin watched as dispassionately as he could as the first salvo of missiles from the super dreadnoughts roared into the teeth of his point defense. Missile after missile vanished as the datanet designated them as targets and picked them off, but there were always other missiles to take their place. The enemy commander had been canny enough to load his external racks before arriving at Greenland, and it had given him the throw weight to take a massive toll on Colin's systems. A handful of missiles slipped through the defense network and slammed against the shields, shaking the massive super dreadnought as they struggled to remain on an even keel. "No damage, but shields were nearly overloaded," the tactical officer warned. Colin nodded sourly. The tactical instructors at the academy had warned them time and time again that the opening barrage was the most important, and he'd wasted his opening barrage on the orbital fortress. It was damaged. The super dreadnoughts had hit it quite badly, but it couldn't actually give chase. Moving with ponderous inevitability, the enemy super dreadnoughts were converging on his fleet, tightening the range. The only advantage the rebels had was that their missiles didn't have to fly so far to hit their targets. Colin wasn't unaware of the irony. He was in the same position as the enemy ships at Jackson's Folly. The damage control parties are moving up replacement shield generators now. The super dreadnought rocked alarmingly as another missile slipped through the defenses and struck the shields. It shouldn't have been so dangerous, but with so many impacts in so short a space of time, there was a good chance that one or more of them would overload and burn out a shield generator, rendering the hull vulnerable. Super dreadnoughts were the most heavily armored ships in space, easily able to take one or more hits, but even they had their limits. When missiles started exploding inside the hull, the ship was very close to being destroyed or crippled. It wouldn't make much difference, Colin knew. They were nowhere near friendly territory. He looked up at the timer, counting down the seconds. He'd never intended to stay longer than an hour in the system, but he'd started recycling the flicker drives at once, just in case the defenders proved unusually robust. The enemy ships had 10 minutes to cripple or destroy them before Colin could run. 10 minutes. It might just be long enough. Their closing speed was slowing, as Colin's own ships fought to increase speed, but it wouldn't be enough to save them from an energy duel. Two converging lines formed on the display as he ran through the tactical problem. The enemy ships would be within energy range for at least a minute before he could run, which meant the rebellion was on the verge of failing. "I will not allow it," he thought, thinking hard. The smaller ships could escape, of course, but that would just leave the super dreadnoughts vulnerable to the enemy ships. The Imperial Navy was ignoring the smaller ships, choosing to concentrate on his super dreadnoughts, even though the smaller ships added a great deal of point defense to the formation. It wasn't a poor tactic either. There were hundreds of rebel starships out there, but only 9 of them were super dreadnoughts, and, without the super dreadnoughts, none of the smaller ships posed a major threat. "I will not." He glared at the display, as if staring at it would somehow change reality. The basic, fundamental tactics of space warfare hadn't changed in centuries, even though the technology had been improved until there was little room left for improvement. He'd been trained in the traditional school, and all of his training was telling him that it would come down to a brute force encounter between 2 squadrons that were, at least on paper, equally matched. If the enemy had brought both of their super dreadnought squadrons to the party, Colin knew, they would have had to surrender, or they would have been certainly destroyed. Or perhaps we don't have to destroy them, he thought suddenly. The tactical instructors had talked about the decisive victory, the victory that would destroy the enemy space navy and crush his systems in one blow. Small wonder, really, when the last war the Empire had fought against an alien race had been against one that possessed only 9 star systems when they'd been discovered. The Empire had no concept of a long war, which meant, "I want you to shift our targeting priorities," he ordered. Both sides had been shooting at each other, merely concentrating on getting in a few hits per salvo. The damage, such as it was, would be largely random. "I want you to concentrate on disrupting their drive fields." The tactical officer looked up, new hope apparent in his eyes. Each of the enemy super dreadnoughts were surrounded by a drive field. Knock out the drive field and the super dreadnought speed would be instantly cancelled as the laws of physics reasserted themselves. It would take the super dreadnought's crew time to replace the damaged drive nodes and regenerate the drive field. The only risk was that the enemy ships would start doing the same to his ships. It couldn't be helped. Given enough time, he was sure that the enemy commander would start thinking in the same terms. "Yes, sir," the tactical officer said. His hands danced over his console. "Do you have any targeting preferences, sir?" Colin hesitated. If they had been able to identify the enemy command ship, he would have targeted it on general principles, hoping that the enemy commander — it bothered him absurdly that he didn't know who he was facing — would either relocate his ships to cover his ass or would be killed. He checked the IFFs against the Imperial Navy registry, but the enemy commander, for whatever reason, had chosen to scramble his IFF signals, probably to prevent Colin from doing exactly that. It was against regulations, yet if he succeeded in killing Colin and breaking the rebellion, all sins would be forgiven. "The closest enemy super dreadnought," he said finally. "He may fire at will." "The enemy ships are altering their targeting priorities," the tactical officer said. "They're targeting General Napoleon specifically." "Interesting," Brent Cochran mused. The two formations were still converging, and there was nothing the rebels could do to prevent that. So had they decided to try and knock out one of his ships before they entered energy range? Or had they just decided to be annoying? The rebel ECM was better than anything he could deploy, and it wasn't easy to be absolutely certain of their actions. The disruption caused by the missile explosions were screwing up the sensors. Even hardened systems were having problems. He watched as the rebel attack developed. Standard doctrine, at least when the two sides were evenly matched, insisted that each ship should pair up with an enemy ship and exchange fire. The rebels had clearly decided to throw standard doctrine out of the airlock, and he had to admit that it made sense. If they knocked out one of his ships, or even discouraged her from taking part in the general pursuit, they would find it easier to escape. He glanced up at the timer and swore. How long would it take for the rebels to power up their drives and escape? His ship shuddered as she launched another spread of missiles, adding to the chaos, yet the rebels were proving alarmingly effective at knocking them down. As far as their sensors could tell, the rebels had only lost a handful of shield generators and had managed to replace them before the Imperials could take advantage of it. "Adjust our point defense to cover the Napoleon," he ordered slowly. The rebels might have just given the crews of the remaining ships a break, allowing the full point defense of his ships to be focused on covering a single ship. The rebels had launched full spreads from each of their ships towards her, yet it would be an interesting struggle. "Continue firing on the rebel ships." On the display, General Napoleon started to fall back as the rebel attack roared towards her. Brent Cochran considered it absently, knowing that when a missile plunged past its target, it was almost certainly not going to have the chance to alter course and engage. A smart missile would probably find itself another target towards the rear of the formation, or maybe just detonate and hope to confuse the sensors. The super dreadnought staggered under the weight of so much fire, despite everything her sisters could do to defend her, and then fell out of line. For a moment, Brent Cochran allowed himself the hope that that would be the end of it, just before the super dreadnought disintegrated into an expanding sphere of overheated plasma. There was silence in the CIC. The Imperial Navy hadn't lost a super dreadnought in combat since the First Interstellar War. Technically, that hadn't even been the Imperial Navy. Ships had been damaged, mothballed, repaired, and replaced, yet no super dreadnought had been lost in a battle. Brent Cochran felt cold ice congealing in his chest. The Empire was dependent upon the super dreadnoughts to maintain order, using the ships to intimidate everyone else into behaving themselves. Time and time again, the Empire had displayed its will to crush dissent and punish rebellion 1,000 times over, using the super dreadnoughts as the blunt instruments of its will. The super dreadnoughts were invincible. Even the mere threat of a super dreadnought was enough to compel submission. And now the magic was gone. Whatever happened, Brent Cochran knew that the entire galaxy would soon hear of the day a super dreadnought, perhaps more than one, was destroyed by rebels. Word would spread from planet to planet, from ship to ship, and others would start wondering if it might be possible to beat a super dreadnought after all. The loss of a single ship would ignite a fire that would burn the galaxy. Even if the rebellions were smashed without further ado, his superiors would not be pleased. "Continue firing," he ordered harshly. The rebels might not have lost a ship, but their ships were clearly taking damage. "Do not let up on the bastards." "Aye, sir," the tactical officer said. The super dreadnought rocked as another missile slammed home. Brent Cochran saw another red light flare up on the internal systems display, before fading to yellow as the computers decided that it wasn't so dangerous after all. He clenched the handles of his command chair and ran through the tactical equations in his mind again, checking his first thoughts and concepts. No matter what the rebels did, they were going to enter energy weapons range in 3 minutes, and then they would see. Even if they wrecked his squadron in the crossfire, they would never survive being trapped in the unfriendly system. Colin gritted his teeth as another wave of enemy missiles came slashing in towards his ships, a handful making it through the point defense and slamming into the shields. This time they were unlucky, as energy leaked through the shields and gorged into the hull, knocking out both missile tubes and point defense weapons. He tapped his console, bringing up a status display, and scowled. The battering his ships were taking was reducing their ability to defend themselves, which ensured that the battering would only get worse. His crew worked hard to defend themselves, but the odds were slowly turning against them. "Admiral, we have lost 3 more shield generators," the damage control officer reported. Colin cursed under his breath. The work of a few hours in a shipyard, or even a day or two if they had to fall back on their own resources, was impossible when under fire. Even if the generators were recoverable, they had to be powered down and checked carefully before they risked reinstalling them. "If we lose one more—" "Understood," Colin said tartly. There was no need to spell out the consequences. One more shield generator being destroyed or knocked out would mean that part of their hull would be permanently exposed to enemy fire, rather than small gaps appearing in the shields from time to time. The enemy would detect the sudden weakness and move to exploit it, aiming their missiles to go through the gap and slam directly into the shields. "Rotate the remaining generators to cover our rear." He leaned back in his command chair, watching the bloody inventory of damage flowing up in front of him. The enemy ships had to be taking the same battering. He knew that his ships were handing it out as well as taking it, even though the enemy had refrained from trying to target one of his ships specifically. He wasn't sure why the enemy had refused that, until it suddenly clicked in his head. If the enemy managed to knock out their flicker drives, they'd won. They'd just fall back and wait for reinforcements before closing in on Colin's trapped ships. It was clever. Too clever. He studied the enemy formation again, trying to pick out the command ship, but there was no way he could identify it. The enemy commander was too smart for that. The timer was ticking down, showing 3 minutes to escape, if they lasted that long. The other timer was far less encouraging. In 2 minutes, the enemy ships would be within energy weapons range, and then all hell would break loose. At such short range, the battle would become one of mutual slaughter. But then, the Empire could afford to lose a super dreadnought squadron or two if it stopped the rebellion. Captain Travis Ward cursed as the enemy super dreadnoughts grew closer, although he wasn't sure who or what he was cursing. The enemy for being clever enough to ambush the rebel fleet, Admiral Walker for flying right into an ambush, or himself for being stupid enough to believe in a scarred woman called Hester Hyman. He'd fled one world as the Imperial Navy overran it, only to discover that the Empire just kept moving outwards, like a tidal wave of destruction that smashed everything it touched. Valiant, his cruiser, was the last remaining starship from the Kingdom of Thane. The Empire had overrun the system with its normal, calm efficiency, and all Travis had been able to do was take his cruiser and go on the run. The Beyond had taken him and his crew in, given them a home, but there had been no hope for his world, or for his family, trapped under the Imperial Navy's blockade. Travis had no way of knowing if they were alive or dead. He could have jumped out and fled, yet something kept him in his place, something more than the fact that the Imperial Navy seemed to be ignoring the smaller ships. The Popular Front had given him hope, and even if he was more than a little cynical about their prospects, it had meant the world to his crew. Like Jason Cordova, they could never go home again, unless the Empire was beaten, and the best hope for defeating the Empire seemed about to die. "Prepare to flicker," he ordered, keying his console. If Admiral Walker needed time, Travis and his crew would buy it for him. Running was simple, but he had a far more dangerous stunt in mind. And then remove all the governors from the flicker drive. His crew didn't argue, even though they understood what he was proposing. "Yes, sir," the helmsman said. Turning and charging towards the enemy ships would be a quick way of committing suicide without harming the enemy. But he had another idea. "I have laid in the course, sir." "It's been an honor, gentlemen," Travis said. He keyed his console again, accessing files that he had never even looked at since he and his crew had gone into exile. His wife and children, permanently young and unscarred. Photographs taken before the Empire had arrived. Jump. Scientists had long known that it was possible to use a flicker drive to add additional velocity to a starship. Yet it wasn't a practical tactic because the effects overwhelmed the compensators and killed the crew outright. Valiant, her course already laid in, flickered through space and rematerialized right in front of one of the super dreadnoughts. Before the enemy ship could react, the cruiser rammed the super dreadnought and exploded. "What the hell?" "Unknown," the tactical officer said, sounding equally puzzled. The explosion had been extremely powerful enough to burn out the super dreadnought shields and drives, leaving it floating helplessly in space. "I don't know." Colin looked up at the timer. The Imperial Navy ships seemed to have slowed, if only so their commander could figure out what had just hit him. Colin had no intention of giving him time to figure it out. If they kept slowing, they might just manage to escape. Brent Cochrane's first thought was that the rebels had invented a new weapon system after all, but that didn't seem likely, or his entire squadron would have been destroyed by now. The waves of distortion coming from the explosion was making it harder for his sensors to work out what had happened or why. Doubtless, one of the analysts would figure it out eventually, but until then, his ships had actually lost speed in the confusion. He cursed and ordered the ships to maintain course. Even though the rebels had 9 super dreadnoughts to his 7, his sensors were making it clear that the rebels no longer had their full battery of firepower at their disposal. He gritted his teeth. The battle wasn't over yet. "Flicker drive's ready, Admiral," the helmsman reported. Colin almost sagged with relief, but held himself together through sheer force of will. "We are good to go." "Get us out of here," Colin ordered. "Jump us out now." A moment later, the damaged super dreadnoughts and the remaining escorts vanished from the Greenland system. "They're gone, sir," the tactical officer said. Brent Cochrane shrugged. "So they are," he agreed. He looked bad, but then he damaged the rebel ships and prevented them from scoring another easy victory. And, if public information couldn't spin that into a great victory, they weren't worth the money the Empire lavished on them. "Signal to all ships stand down from Condition 1 and forward updated damage reports to me." His grin grew wider. "And add a further signal," he added. "Well done." Chapter 37. "Just how bad is it?" The chief engineer rubbed his forehead. The fleet had been holding position 9 light-years from Greenland while they conducted a preliminary assessment of the damage and planned repairs. Colin had also sent half of his crew to their bunks to rest, knowing that the stress of the battle would have tired them out, too much to risk allowing them to help with the repairs. The super dreadnought's chief engineer, a man who should have held a far higher rank in the Imperial Navy, had refused to be put to bed. His beautiful ship had been badly damaged. "Not as bad as it could have been," he admitted finally. Colin wanted to shout at him, to demand answers, but they were both on the verge of collapse. His flag captain had urged him to get some sleep himself, yet he had refused, knowing that he had to oversee at least the preliminary repair work. The main armor plating held up remarkably well. Colin nodded impatiently. If the battle had gone on for a few more minutes, even without the enemy ships slipping into energy range, it would have been disastrous. The shields had been on the verge of complete collapse, rendering the hull vulnerable to enemy fire. Even so, enough had leaked through the shields to leave parts of the hull scorched and blackened. The bombardment against the shields themselves had been almost as bad, leaving hundreds of components burned out or badly damaged, and 17 crewmen were dead, killed by the enemy. After the number of loyalists Colin had killed, it seemed painful, almost as if he had killed them personally. It was not a rational thought, but they'd followed him and now they were dead. "So the structure is intact," the chief engineer continued. We've already begun swapping out components from the storage bins and replacing the burned-out systems. Given a few days, we should be back at roughly 80%. Perhaps more, if we manage to fabricate some new components here. If not, we will have to go back to base and complete the repairs there. The main priority is replacing the shield generators, and we don't have enough spares to replace them all. And once they're burned out, they can't be repaired, Colin said, in understanding. He had never been trained as an engineer. The Imperial Navy preferred to separate the various departments, mainly through invisible lines of command, but he knew the basics, if only through making himself the master of shadow back before the mutiny. Shield generators were built to withstand and contain vast levels of energy, redirecting it away from the ship or even into storage power cells. Yet when they were overloaded, they vaporized. 4 of the deaths had occurred when shield generators had exploded and damaged the starship's interior. Can we fight? The chief engineer shrugged. Depend what you want us to fight, he said. If we run into another squadron of enemy super dreadnoughts, one that is in top condition, we're dead. The squadron we escaped might be able to kick our ass if they ran into us now, even though we did take out one of their ships and cripple another. Something smaller, the battlecruiser squadron, perhaps. I wouldn't want to fight if we could avoid it. We are not in a good state right now. Yeah, Colin said. He'd been running through the entire battle in his mind. They'd been committed to a missile duel the moment the enemy super dreadnoughts arrived, ensuring that damage would be roughly even. The suicide of the Valiant and her crew had saved the lives of his crew, and saved the rebellion from coming to an abrupt end. Yet he couldn't order anyone to do that again. Guilt threatened to leach up and overwhelm him, even though he knew that he hadn't ordered the suicidal tactic. What about our drives? The flicker drive is intact and usable, once we complete the first level of repairs, the chief engineer said. Colin sighed in relief. Being stranded in interstellar space would have been disastrous. By the time they limped back to the nearest inhabited star, which was controlled by the Empire, the rebellion would be over. We lost 5 drive nodes in the final moments of fighting, and we need to replace them before we can power up the drive field to its fullest extent. I suggest that we don't attempt any more high-speed chases until we complete repairs. Colin snorted. The chances were good that he wouldn't be the one making that decision. Or perhaps not. If they crawled back to Sanctuary, they could make repairs and return to the war as good as new, backed up by the Arsenal ships and the other new designs the geeks had produced. By now, the first squadron of Arsenal ships should be ready for deployment, and unless he missed his guess, some idiot was going to start second-guessing him and claiming that he should have waited for them to join his fleet before attacking Greenland. Get some sleep, he ordered finally. It was probably time to take his advice and get some rest himself. We'll stay here for 2 more days and then start flickering home. He'd considered the possibility of the enemy super dreadnoughts coming after them, but if they'd been able to track Colin through the jump, they'd probably have been on top of him by now. It was a gamble, but with an overstressed squadron of starships, Colin suspected that there was no other choice. If the drives and other systems were stressed much further, they might suffer a catastrophic failure, stranding the fleet. Or perhaps the enemy were just waiting for reinforcements. Colin hated being uncertain of what to do, or even second-guessing himself, and yet he couldn't avoid it now. They'd come within a whisper of losing the battle and the entire rebellion. The Popular Front would be meaningless without his fleet. The thought tormented him as he returned to his uncomfortably large cabin and settled down in the bed. Stacey Roosevelt hadn't been content with a standard Navy issue bed. No, she'd brought in a designer bed from some overpriced company on Earth and decorated it in her own frilly style. Colin had the bedding replaced, yet it was still too comfortable for his tastes, as keyed up as he was. He tossed and turned for nearly an hour before surrendering to the inevitable and injecting himself with a mild sedative. Even so, he was still tense when he awoke and climbed into the shower. The flow of hot water helped to calm his mood. I require an overall damage report, he said, once he called his 9 captains and their chief engineers to a conference. Their holograms had materialized in his quarters, apart from his own chief engineer, who was busy working on replacing the damaged drive nodes. How badly off are we? He kept his face expressionless as the damage reports rolled over him. 6 super dreadnoughts were in the same condition as General Montgomery, with minor damage that would take time and effort to repair. 2 more had suffered worse in the battle, including some structural damage that had been caused by warheads exploding against the hull. No smaller ship could have survived such an impact. Yet even so, Colin knew that repairing the super dreadnoughts was vital. They couldn't operate without the squadron. "We need to replace 2 of the main struts running through the ship," the chief engineer of General Grant admitted. Given that the General Grant had been badly damaged during the Battle of Jackson's Folly, Colin suspected that some of the damage was caused by the remains of earlier damage, including damage that had been supposed to be repaired. No matter how hard they worked at it, field repairs were not comparable to work done in a shipyard. Without those, Colin could imagine, the super dreadnought might, if it was lucky, survive, if it didn't have to fight or run. If one of the main struts broke, it wouldn't be a complete disaster, but 2 of them would require immediate repair before the ship started to shake itself apart. Colin had been a young midshipman when the light cruiser Candy had suffered a structural failure and disintegrated while in flight. Her captain had been lucky not to survive the incident, as his reports, studied by the Board of Inquiry, convened after the disaster, had clearly shown that he'd been aware of the danger and ignored it. "We can shore it up for the trip back home," Colin smiled, for the rim had become home for them now, "and then replace it, but I cannot recommend that we take the ship into battle," the ship's chief engineer concluded. "Any attempt to go to full military power will be disastrous." Colin nodded. "How long will it take to replace the struts once we get home?" The chief engineer considered. "Roughly 2 weeks, assuming that we have a strut on hand that we can modify and fit into the super dreadnought," he said. "If not, then Fabricator will have to manufacture a replacement strut. That might be the better option, as the rim probably won't have one that we can modify for a super dreadnought. And that will add an extra few days. Call it 20 days in all." "I hope you're not padding your estimate," Colin said tiredly. He didn't know who had started the engineering tradition of overestimating repair times, if only so the engineer could look like a miracle worker, but he had no patience for it at the best of times, and definitely none now. 20 days. It sounded reasonable, yet who knew what Percival could do with that time? "No, sir," the chief engineer assured him. "We may be able to cut it down to 18 if we work additional shifts, but I doubt that it will be possible to cut it down any further." "Right," Colin said. He looked up at his captains, all of whom had known him from before the first mutinies. "There's no point in hiding from the truth. We lost the battle, and we were lucky to be able to extract ourselves without losing a super dreadnought or 2. There were no arguments. If they'd been in the Imperial Navy, still in the Imperial Navy, they would have had to come up with elaborate justifications to prove, if only to their superiors, that it hadn't been a disaster. Colin remembered helping Commodore Percival come up with excuses to explain failure, all of which had been required to avoid giving his many enemies more ammunition to use against him. Now, Colin's new Navy didn't have a tradition of painting defeats as victories, and he had no intention of starting such a trend. It made it impossible to analyze what had actually happened. "We got jumped," he continued. "That leads us to 2 possibilities. First, we were simply unlucky. The Imperial Navy staked out likely targets, and we just flew into one of them. Second, we were betrayed, and they were there to meet us. I want you all to consider the possibilities, and we will discuss countermeasures once we are safely back at base." He dismissed them and settled back into the sinfully comfortable chair. If a single Imperial intelligence agent had managed to remain undetected, who was he, and why hadn't he tried something more overt? Come to think of it, how had he managed to deduce the target and warn the Empire? Colin had picked Greenland himself, and none of his crew had been told until they were underway. The only ones who had known were his captains, but if one of them intended to betray him, they could have betrayed him back at Jackson's Folly, and the mutiny would never have got off the ground. And yet, Imperial intelligence had a reputation for being subtle. Could they have decided to allow the mutiny and rebellion to go ahead purely for some reason of their own? Colin considered it for a moment before dismissing the thought as nonsense. No one in their right mind would allow a rebel fleet to run amok in a sector and wreck planets belonging to one of the most powerful families in the Empire, unless Imperial intelligence was secretly working against the Roosevelt family and— No, that had to be nonsense, too. Their position would never survive such operations. Colin looked down at his hands, scowling. The mind techs were good, with terrifying reputations. It was quite possible that one of his inner circle had a secret personality, one implanted by Imperial intelligence and programmed to serve as a spy. It was almost impossible to detect such a personality, if only because the victim thought that he was loyal and, if interrogated under truth drugs or lie detectors, would swear to his own loyalty. And yet, that theory fell down too, because the loyalist personality would never have allowed him to launch the mutinies. The simplest answer was that they'd simply gotten unlucky. The Empire had set a trap and Colin had flown right into it. Even so, he keyed his console and called Anderson, issuing some very specific orders. If there was a spy on board, witting or unwitting, they would find him before he could do any more harm. Penny had seen Percival in a temper before. Indeed, she had suffered at his hands when he'd been in a furious mood. He'd beaten her badly when he'd been told that he didn't have the level of patronage required to move closer to the core worlds, where the possibility for graft and personal enrichment were endless. And again, just after the first mutinies had been reported. Now he seemed torn between anger and delight, a dizzying combination. The first reports of the Battle of Greenland had just arrived, leaving Percival in the uncomfortable position of having to thank the man he suspected was plotting to unseat him. Brent Cochran was shown into his office, his face alight with a dark smile and darker mischief. Penny felt her heart leap at the brief look he gave her, just for an instant, before he stood to attention and gave Admiral Percival an Academy-perfect salute. The white beret he had perched on his head, an insolent jab at his superior officer, was swept off, followed by an aristocratic bow. The performance did not appear to delight Admiral Percival at all. But then Penny knew it wouldn't have. If the Battle of Greenland had been truly decisive, it would have been Brent Cochran who had won the battle, cleaning up Percival's mess. He would get all the credit, while Percival would be investigated for his failure to detect and prevent the mutinies before it was too late. Even with Commodore MacDonald on a flight into the beyond to destroy the rebel base, hopefully leaving Commander Walker without his supplies and logistic backing, Percival might never manage to save his reputation. "Admiral," Brent Cochran said, every inch the naval hero, "I beg leave to report that we have defeated the rebels in the Greenland system." Percival was controlling himself, but Penny, who had seen him at his most vulnerable, could tell that he was on the verge of an explosion. It was tempting to think that Percival would lose control completely and end his own career. Yet his instincts for political survival were too strong. Despite herself, she was curious. What would Percival do to get rid of the imprudent junior, her secret ally? She listened as Brent Cochran outlined the victory. It hadn't been a perfect victory, and it had been costly, but it was an unambiguous victory. Public information would ensure that the story was told everywhere, mocking the rebels who had dared to believe that they could bring down the Empire. The loss of a super dreadnought, and another one effectively out of service for some time, was worth it. If the rebels had a shipyard capable of building super dreadnoughts and replacing their losses, the Empire would have been destroyed a long time before Commander Walker had launched his mutiny. "Good work," Percival said finally. He sounded more normal, which meant that he'd thought of a plan. "Once the rebel bases are destroyed, we will be able to put an end to the rebels and the rebellion." He glanced over at Derbyshire, who had been listening with a patient smile. "I trust that the plans for Operation Purge are complete?" Derbyshire nodded. "Yes," he said flatly. Operation Purge, the Imperial Navy's move into the beyond, was predicated on destroying the rebel base, preventing them from mounting a new offensive. The squadrons of lighter craft would be reformed and then dispatched into the beyond, following a targeting list drawn up by Imperial intelligence. Every known colony in the beyond would be destroyed, along with their inhabitants. They wouldn't even be given a chance to surrender. "Once Commodore MacDonald returns victorious, we can begin." Penny noticed the flash of calculation that passed across Brent Cochran's face before it was masked behind his vague smile. "Commodore," Percival said, "you have done well. However, the loss of a super dreadnought requires a board of inquiry, one chaired by a sector commander. You will report to Admiral Quintana of Sector 99, and he will chair the board of inquiry. You will also report to him on the rebels and the need for reinforcements in this sector." Brent Cochran's face was expressionless, but Penny could see the anger smoldering behind his eyes. Percival was right, technically. Regulations did require a board of inquiry, particularly when a super dreadnought was involved. On the other hand, given that Brent Cochran had just delivered a real victory, the only victory of the war, Percival could have waived the requirement. It might not stop Brent Cochran's star from rising any higher, but with some luck, it would keep him out of the sector long enough for Percival to win the war. "Yes, sir," Brent Cochran said finally. "What else could he say? I shall report to him at once." Penny saw Percival smile and knew that he thought he had won. Somehow she was sure that it wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 38. "Only 2 more jumps, Captain," her XO said, "and then we will be there." Captain Commodore Angelica MacDonald smiled at the younger man's enthusiasm. Officially, flying beyond the rim, the line marking the edge of the Empire's territory, was forbidden without special permission. But it didn't take a tactical genius to realize that enforcing that law was completely impossible. The only legitimate reason to pass beyond the rim was to survey new planets for settlement, a task normally carried out by the Imperial Survey Service. Someone with as much wanderlust as her XO was probably in the wrong branch of the service. There was no real difference between the stars on one side of the rim and the other, but there was a sense of isolation, as if they were completely alone. It was illusionary, yet she could feel it herself. The ship's doctor had been prescribing additional sleeping draughts and pills for the crew, while the illicit stills operating below decks were churning out additional booze. Angelica knew that some captains would have cracked down hard on the stills, or insisted on taking a cut for themselves, but she didn't care, as long as the crew was sober when they reported for duty. She'd had a drunken crewman publicly lashed, to make the point clear, along with busting the crewmen operating the still down to the lowest possible grade and confiscating their funds. It had worked, or at least no crew member had turned up drunk while on duty. "Good enough," she said, studying the display. They'd barely had time to complete the repairs at Camelot, but she'd been determined to get out of the star system before another battlecruiser or even heavy cruiser squadron returned from patrol duties and got given a plum assignment instead. Destroying the rebel base and capturing the rebel leadership would go a long way towards making up for the Jackson's Folly disaster, at least in the eyes of any competent review board. Her connections would make sure of that, preventing Percival from burying his mistakes under a mountain of paperwork and false accusations. "Keep monitoring the surrounding area. You never know what we might find out here." She smiled ruefully. The ban on traveling beyond the rim had fueled all kinds of speculation and stories about what starships encountered when they broke the law and traveled deep beyond the rim. There were strange stories of mysterious bat-shaped starships, encounters with omnipotent entities, even discoveries of ancient super-technology amid the ruins of a dead civilization. The Empire officially ridiculed all such claims, but Angelica had heard rumors that Imperial intelligence had a secret department devoted to investigating them. She'd asked a few of her most trusted contacts, and they'd either professed to know nothing about it or had warned her not to ask any more questions. She'd taken the hint. Centuries ago, after the First Interstellar War, an alien race had somehow become aware of the advancing Empire and of how it treated non-humans. Possessing a formidable technological infrastructure of their own, the aliens had built a fleet of starships and fled, not before ensuring that their world held nothing the human race could use to find and locate them. The runaways, as they had been called by the humans who had finally discovered their homeworld, had not been seen since, although there were always rumors. One of them was that they had set up a base somewhere in the beyond and were preparing to wage war on humanity. That rumor had served as a justification for all kinds of emergency measures, which had somehow never been repealed. "Aye, Captain," her XO said. "And run through a set of combat drills," she added. She'd wanted to take Marines with her, but Admiral Percival had flatly refused, citing concerns about their loyalty. Instead, she had black shirts, who were supposed to have been trained in raiding asteroid settlements. She wasn't too encouraged, although the ones on her ships had been surprisingly civilized. They certainly hadn't been drugged up like the ones assigned to operations on the ground. "I want to be ready for anything." Her XO frowned. "Captain," he said reluctantly, "what do we do if we run into the rebel super-dreadnoughts again?" Angelica scowled. "We run," she said. There was no other answer. We cannot stand up to super dreadnoughts. And so production levels are estimated to continue to rise, the geek said in his strange mechanical voice. Hannelore barely heard him. She was too awed and horrified by how the three geeks had mutilated their own flesh with implanted systems. One of them was little more than a brain in a jar, mounted on top of a vaguely humanoid robot. The others had replaced parts of their flesh with weapons or tools. They clicked and whirred as they spoke. The new workers are very enthusiastic. Good, Hester said. Her whispery voice wasn't much better, a living reminder of the Empire's brutality. I trust that Captain Cordova will also be pleased when he awakens. Cordova looked up as Hannelore elbowed him. Unlike Admiral Walker, Cordova made no pretense of enjoying the meeting, although Hannelore was certain that he was listening and mentally recording everything in his mind. He looked half asleep, his eyelids closed and his elbows on the table. The geeks didn't seem concerned about the rudeness. They had no real social graces themselves, but some of the other rebels looked put out. Cordova was, after all, the designated military commander in the absence of Admiral Walker. I have no doubt that improving our stockpile of missiles and other weapons systems will be very useful, Cordova said. He didn't sound tired, which at least suggested that it had been an act, rather than a serious refusal to pay attention. I provisionally approve your plans, with a warning that Admiral Walker may have other ideas. The geeks didn't seem to mind. We have been studying warship design for centuries, their leader said. Hannelore had never been able to figure out how they'd chosen their leader, or even how they conducted themselves when away from more normal humans. It was possible, she supposed, that they were real party animals on their own, but she doubted it. They seemed to veer permanently between being loners and seeking the respect and admiration of their fellows. We can improve upon many of the Empire's current designs. Any chief engineer who actually earned his position could do that, Cordova said. He seemed fully alert now. I am reluctant to take untested designs into combat, and I suspect that Admiral Walker will feel the same way. A design more complex than the arsenal of ships may well have unsuspected flaws. Simulation is not reality, the lead geek said. The other two nodded in unison. The effect was almost hypnotic. We will test the designs thoroughly before we start mass production. Once mass production has begun, we will be producing new units at a speed considerably greater than the Imperial Navy's shipyards. Hannelore sat up sharply as the geek's words echoed in her mind. The Imperial Navy's construction process is deliberately inefficient, the geeks said flatly. Their senior officers accept bribes in order to source components. Workers are taught the minimum they need for their work and nothing else, nor are they encouraged to offer suggestions or thoughts, even ones that might boost profits. Our construction process will not suffer from those problems. With the addition of the supplies from the annual fleet, we will be able to expand production quite rapidly. One of the rebels Hannelore didn't know leaned forward. If that is true, he said, couldn't we just withdraw and wait to build up our attack fleet? How long would it take to put together a fleet that would be a significant challenge to the entire Imperial Navy? 27 years, a geek said. Hester shook her head. By then the Empire will have started its own construction program, she warned. They know now that their precautions are insufficient to prevent us from operating almost at will, and they will take corrective measures. How long would it take for us to build up a significant challenge if the Empire is aware of our threat and enters the race? Uncertain, another geek said. The Empire's very structure makes it difficult for them to expand or improve production on a massive scale. Assuming that they push their own rules and regulations aside and that they start educating commoners, which adds its own risks, they would be able to start a massive expansion program within 3 to 4 years. Once they were underway, they could just keep going. Bear in mind that their starting point is considerably in advance of our own. We might not be able to outproduce them at all. Hannelore sighed as the argument developed, with both sides waving facts and statistics at the other. She rather understood Cordova's desire to sleep during the meeting, even though it had been partly billed as a chance for her to meet the other rebels and start understanding her duties. It wasn't anything like a conventional position. The various production facilities scattered through the beyond were reluctant to disclose their location to anyone, particularly someone who hailed from the 1,000 families. Intellectually, she understood their concern, yet she found it irritating. How was she supposed to do her job if they didn't trust her to do her job? "I think it's time to call a recess," Hester said finally. "Jude, can I remind you that you agreed, along with the rest of us, to put political decisions aside until the war is won? This isn't the time or place for arguing about what is going to happen once we defeat the Empire, or what is going to be done to reform it." Jude, a short, dark man, whose face bore the signs of a botched regeneration, nodded angrily. "I speak for those of us who fled the remains of paradise," he said insistently. "We are not receiving our due. We have fought when you—" "Enough," Cordova said sharply. The entire room looked at him. "We have to win the war before we start arguing over the peace. If you don't want to take part in the Popular Front, I suggest that you withdraw now and save us some trouble. If you do, then cooperate instead of demanding rights and promises that we are in no position to give you." His gaze swept around the room. "Let's be honest with ourselves, shall we? We all came here because it was safe, because it was a place to hide. We lurked along the rim, and over the years we became timid. We told ourselves that we would build up our forces and one day retake our worlds. Did we do that? No, we didn't fucking do that." He slammed the table hard. "No, we found it preferable to sit and dream of the future than to actually do the hard work of overthrowing the Empire," he added. "If we stop now, we will still be kidding ourselves in 20 years' time that we're still not ready, and that we will never be ready. This is the best chance we are likely to have to reform the Empire and create a universe we can all accept, even if it isn't perfect. Now tell me, do you want to throw that chance away?" No one spoke. "I thought not," Cordova said. He looked over at Hester. "I suggest that we reconvene tomorrow and complete the planning then, once tempers have cooled." "Yes," said Hester flatly. She tapped the table. "I definitely think we should complete our discussions tomorrow." Hannelore followed Cordova as he strode out of the meeting room and back into the network of rocky corridors that made up the rear of the asteroid. He didn't seem surprised to see her following him, but he said nothing until they reached the airlock connecting the asteroid to the random numbers. "I'm going on board my ship for a break," he said. "The crew needs some drills and I intend to oversee them. And I need a drink and a nap. Perhaps not in that order. Politics always leaves me feeling dirty." "So do I," Hannelore said, too quickly. She hadn't realized what she was planning until the words came tripping out of her mind. "Perhaps we could take a nap together." She felt her face flush as Cordova looked back at her, as if he were half expecting her to change her mind. The boys in the Imperial City on Earth were very forward, particularly the ones who were born to the most powerful of the 1,000 families, and they had considered girls like Hannelore their rightful prey. She'd had to punch one of them out once for pushing his luck too far, not something that had pleased her family. Cordova, she was sure that he was attracted to her, yet he'd done nothing about it, and if she were wrong, she'd just destroyed their chances of developing a working relationship. "I would like that," Cordova said slowly. He reached out and pulled her into a hug. His lips touched hers, first softly and then with increasing force. Hannelore felt her body respond to his caress, even though his beard was tickling her lips. His tongue slipped out and into her mouth, drawing her close to him. It was suddenly very hard to breathe properly. "Coming?" He pulled her towards the airlock and through the hatch, both of them giggling like schoolchildren. The guard on the far end of the hatch saluted Cordova, but kept his expression carefully blank as Cordova escorted her through the corridors and up into officer country, where he opened his cabin and invited her inside. The cabin was warm, but his lips were warmer. From the urgency of his hands as he started unfastening her jacket, it had been a long time for him, perhaps longer than it had been for her. There had been no one she could risk taking to her bed at Tyler's Star. She gasped in delight as his lips roamed over her breasts, kissing, licking and sucking them, even giving them tiny bites. Cordova was a far more experienced lover than the callow boys back on Earth, and it showed. It was suddenly urgent to get out of her trousers and panties, even though her hands were occupied trying to get his own clothes off. He took his hands off her for a second, to pull off his jacket and she took the opportunity to start kissing her way down his body. His chest was covered in scars, as if someone had whipped him badly long ago, and the scars had never faded away. Gently he picked her up when they were both naked and carried her over to the bed, laying her down and kissing her before mounting her body. Hannelore felt his hand slide between her legs, stimulating her just before he slid deep inside her, his lips coming up to meet hers. She cried out, clutching him to her, and then all thought was forgotten, lost in the pleasure roaring through them both. Hannelore was at first unaware of where she was or what she had been doing. The lights in the room were dim, reminding her of too many adventures as a young girl, when she'd been experimenting with her peers and ending up in too many strange beds. The noise that had awoken her echoed again, and she sat up, memory coming back in a sudden flash. She was in Cordova's cabin, on the random numbers, and she'd just had sex with him. She giggled as Cordova turned over. His back, too, was covered with scars, and sat up, reaching for the communications terminal. He hoped he had the sense to use only the vocal function, although if the truth were told, she didn't much care if his crew got an eyeful. She felt sore but good. "Captain," a voice said, "we are holding position as per your orders. Do you wish to commence the drill now?" Cordova looked vaguely guilty, even though the speaker couldn't see him. Hannelore had to cover her mouth to stop another fit of the giggles. She had wondered how he would treat her in the morning afterwards, if it actually was morning, and now she would probably never find out. Her mother had told her that that was the true clue to a man's character. But for men like Cordova, duty always came first. Or perhaps not. He had delayed the drill for his own gratification, after all. "Not yet," Cordova ordered. "I want the gunnery crews to work on their deployments, and the engineering crews to work out what we need from Fabricator. We may as well try to upgrade the ship before Colin returns with the super dreadnoughts." The terminal clicked off, and Cordova turned to look at her. Hannelore didn't manage to prevent the giggles this time, and a moment later he joined her. He had a deep, throaty laugh. She reached out and ran her hand down one of the scars, feeling it against her fingertips. It didn't feel pleasant. "What happened?" she asked. Had someone tortured him in the past? "Why, I'll tell you one day," Cordova said. His hand came up and caught hers, bringing it to his lips. "It's a long and complicated story, and I wish to do it full justice." His other hand reached out for one of her breasts and stroked it gently. "And you're unmarked," he mused. "Do you have any idea how lucky you are?" Hannelore wasn't certain how to answer, but the howl of the alarm saved her. Cordova let go of her at once and dived for the terminal. "This is the captain," he said sharply. "Report." "Captain, we have a full squadron of battle cruisers dropping in on us," the XO snapped. Hannelore felt her blood run cold. "They're heading right toward Sanctuary. They found us, sir." Chapter 39. "Launch probes," Angelica ordered, as her stomach settled after the jump. "Get me a tactical analysis of the system." The rebel base, assuming that they'd been given the right coordinates, was located in orbit around a red dwarf, a star that the Empire would consider worthless. The system itself had been briefly surveyed by the Survey Service, catalogued and abandoned, having been rated as not suitable for exploitation. The rebels, having fewer needs to support, had moved into the system and set up home amid its asteroid fields. They would have to ship in fuel, as the system had no gas giant, but that wouldn't be a problem. There was no shortage of gas giants in the beyond. "I'm picking up low-level drive emissions from the target cluster," the tactical officer reported. The battlecruisers were heading right into the asteroid field, something that would only be alarming to a person with no knowledge of space. She could have flown the entire Imperial Navy through the asteroid field and never risked ramming an asteroid with one of her ships. It required real incompetence or deliberate malice to crash a ship into an asteroid. "I suspect the presence of at least 9 starships, perhaps more. They're trying to escape, Captain." "Anyone would think that they had something to hide," Angelica said wryly. She had suspected that they'd been sold a bundle of junk by Imperial intelligence. It wouldn't be the first time that the Imperial Navy had been sent on a wild goose chase, but it was clear that there was something in the system. Whatever it was big and unregistered, which made it illegal by definition. Even if they were attacking an asteroid base belonging to a group that had nothing to do with the rebellion, public information would turn it into a successful strike against a rebel base. Can you zero in on the target asteroid? The display tightened up as the probes zoomed closer, sending their readings back to their mothership. The asteroid was odd, shaped rather like a club, yet it was clear that there was something powerful inside, for it was radiating all kinds of emissions. An impact crater towards the rear of the asteroid was the most powerful source, suggesting that it held the spaceport and that the rebels were trying to flee before the might of the Imperial Navy. Angelica tightened her lips as the battlecruisers spread out. If they had wanted to destroy the asteroid, they could do it before anyone had a chance to escape. A single salvo of missiles would crack the asteroid like an egg and throw its inhabitants into the unforgiving vacuum. She would have preferred that solution. The longer she played with them, the more time the rebels would have to think of a way to defy her. But Admiral Percival's orders had been clear. The rebel leadership was to be dragged back to Camelot for a show trial and then execution. Angelica would have argued, but Percival's aide had pointed out another factor. If they merely blew up the asteroid, they would never know who they'd actually killed, if indeed they'd killed anyone. "Open a channel," she ordered. Even rebels, traitors, and pirates would keep a listening watch on the Universal Emergency Channel. "Attention, rebels, this is the Imperial Navy. We are advancing on your asteroid, and you do not have the firepower to repel us. I advise you to disarm your weapons and await the arrival of Imperial troops who will take you into custody. Any starship attempting to leave the asteroid will be fired on without further warning. You have 3 minutes to respond." She drew a finger across her throat, ordering the communications officer to cut the channel. "Bring up full active sensors and paint that asteroid with everything we have," she ordered, as she settled back into her chair. "I want to have everything on the surface pinned down before we enter weapons range." She looked over at the tactical officer. "If any starships disengage from the asteroid, you are authorized to fire at will." "Aye, Captain," the tactical officer said. His hands danced over his console, selecting ship-killer missiles and priming them for action. Angelica suspected that at least some of the rebels would be considering trying to flicker out from where they were docked, perhaps even from inside the asteroid itself. But only a complete lunatic, or someone with nothing to lose, would risk such a stunt. She smiled humorlessly. The rebels had nothing to lose. 9 more starships have started to power up their drives. "Continue broadcasting my demand for their surrender," Angelica ordered, as new icons flickered into existence on the display. The asteroid wasn't entirely toothless. Unless they were trying to bluff her into retreating, they had rock-mounted weapons and even a handful of remotely controlled automated weapons platforms. Given that she'd worried about the possibility of a repeat encounter with the rebel super-dreadnoughts, or perhaps even a stolen orbital fortress, it was something of a relief to see that the defenses were so puny. "Tighten up our sensor locks and prepare to take out all of their weapons. I do not want them to have even the slightest chance of being able to harm our troops." "Aye, Captain," the sensor officer said. "All sensors are operating at maximum capacity." Angelica smiled and leaned forward, counting down the seconds. If the enemy commanders refused to surrender in 2 minutes, her ships would commence with a precision bombardment that would strip them of anything that could take the fight to her. If they had stealth weapons platforms waiting to engage her, they would be forced to reveal themselves before they could be picked off and destroyed. She could afford to take her time. The rebels, quite literally, had nowhere to go. Hannelore had never dressed so quickly in all of her life. She had left some of her underwear lying on the deck, so great was her hurry. Yet Cordova still beat her to the bridge. Random Numbers was on full alert, with every station manned and the crew ready to fight or run. Hannelore had been impressed with Cordova's crew before. They acted more like professionals than anyone from a pirate band or even some of the other rebel ships, but now they were definitely showing their mettle. With 9 battle cruisers bearing down on their position, there was no sign of panic or even healthy fear. "Report," Cordova ordered as he took his command chair. He looked vaguely surprised to discover that Hannelore had followed him onto the bridge, yet he merely waved her to a spare chair and winked at her. "What is our status?" "Undercloak, full stealth protocols are in effect," the XO said. He sounded calm and focused. "They have not pinged us as far as we can tell. Our drives and shields are stepped down, minimizing our turbulence. We should be effectively undetectable." "Let's hope so," Cordova growled. On the main display, the battle cruisers swept past where the heavy cruiser was drifting and advanced towards the asteroid. They seemed both implacable and very confident, as if they knew that they had all the time in the universe. Hannelore had no idea what defenses had been put into place to defend the asteroid against the Imperial Navy, yet she doubted that the rebels could have installed enough to deter battle cruisers from advancing. "We have to hold our position here and record everything." Hannelore looked up, surprised. "You mean we're not going to do anything to help?" "There's nothing we can do," Cordova said sadly. He looked angry and helpless, his fists clenched against an unreachable enemy. It was the first time Hannelore realized that she had seen him without the mask he used to cover his thoughts and feelings. "If we attempt to draw the battle cruisers away, they will either ignore us or dispatch one of their ships to chase us, and neither risks besieging Sanctuary. All we can do is watch and wait." "But—" She broke off. She wanted to argue, to tell him that there had to be something they could do to save their cause. She hadn't even realized how much it had become her cause until it was in mortal danger, yet there was nothing they could do, apart from committing suicide on their behalf. The Imperial Navy had come to call and brought along enough firepower to render any defense irrelevant. "Don't worry," Cordova said, as if he had read her mind. "This isn't the only base. There are others, and the Imperial Navy will never find them all." "They weren't supposed to be able to find this one either," Hannelore thought sourly. "They have not responded," the communications officer said, as the timer ticked down to 0. "They didn't even attempt to discuss terms." "Only offered," Angelica said. The asteroid's population was either part of the rebel leadership or supporting the rebel leadership. The former would go in chains and be transported to Camelot. The latter would be sent to a penal world. It made perfect sense for the rebels to refuse to surrender, which opened up its own risks. They might believe that they could destroy their asteroid and take out hundreds of Imperial soldiers at the same time. "Prepare to close to engagement range." She smiled as the enemy defenses, the pitifully weak defenses they'd installed, came into range. "Target the enemy weapons platforms first," she ordered. "You may fire at will." A second later, Violence launched her first salvo against the rebel base. The command center was filled with panic, Neil was disgusted to discover. The rebels hadn't had a formal command structure for the base. It hadn't been designed for permanent occupancy, and most of the workers worked for one group or another, rather than pledging themselves to a single force. Sanctuary had no real government or defense force. His Marines, and the recruits they'd been running through combat training, were the only defense the asteroid had. "They've opened fire!" an operator shouted. Neil cursed his luck. In the Imperial Navy, an operator who started to panic while on duty would be summarily removed from duty and transferred to a posting where they couldn't do so much harm. Even the well-connected would tend to be removed from their positions. "They're firing on us!" "Get a grip, man," Neil snapped, using his best drill sergeant voice. It had an immediate effect. As he had thought and prayed, the staff wanted someone to tell them what to do. "They're not firing on the asteroid, they're firing on the defense platforms. Unlock them and get them firing back, now." Most of the operators got to work, but one of them folded his arms and looked defiant. "Who are you," he demanded, "to give us orders?" Neil could have explained, pointing out that he had more active combat experience than everyone in the room, but he didn't have the time. He settled for punching the speaker in the head and knocking him out, leaving his body to collapse on the floor. The remainder of the staff took one look and suddenly became a great deal more attentive, although Neil had to remind himself to watch his back. He wouldn't put it past some of them to draw their weapons and shoot him in the back when they had the chance. He keyed his personal communicator and linked into the private frequency used by high-ranking officers. "Mrs. Hyman, we have to defend the asteroid," he said. He had already considered all of the possible means of escape, only to conclude that there was no way out of the trap. The Imperial Navy could destroy any ship before it had a chance to power up the flicker drive and escape. Attacking into the teeth of such firepower would be suicide. Perhaps he could slip a handful of people out in a stealth ship with powered-down drives and weapon systems, yet even that was doubtful, with so many sensors operating at full power. The Imperial Navy certainly wasn't bothering to hide. "I need your permission to coordinate the defense." "Granted," Hester said. Whatever else she was, and Neil still harbored a trace of the old disdain for those the Imperial Navy called terrorists, she was decisive. She would have made a good Marine if she had ever gone through the training center. Do whatever you have to do to secure the asteroid and defeat the invaders. Neil relaxed slightly. With Hester's backing, the operators should do as they were told without any more backchat. He leaned over the main display. It had been designed by the geeks and operated on a different scale than the ones he was familiar with, and scowled to himself. The Imperial Navy was easily swatting down the weapons platforms while their probes swooped closer to the main asteroid, looking for future targets. It wouldn't take long for the starships to turn their attention to boarding the asteroid, and by then he had to be ready. "Put a general signal through the asteroid," he ordered, trying to deduce what the enemy intended to do. If he was facing fellow Marines, they would try to land on the rocky surface and burn through into the inhabitable sections of the asteroid, denying him any warning of where they intended to land. But if the reports were true, if the remaining Marines in the sector had been removed from duty, they were facing blackshirts instead. Where would blackshirts choose to land? "I want my Marines and trainees to assemble in full combat armor in Section 45-66-K. He leaned back, suddenly feeling a great deal more certain. The blackshirts weren't trained for raiding asteroids. The chances were good that they would try to come in through the spaceport facility, an isolated section towards the front of the asteroid. They wouldn't have any difficulty in locating it either, not with the crews of nearly 30 starships struggling to power them up and escape before the Imperial Navy got there and opened fire. They didn't know it or didn't want to believe it, but they had already lost. The battle cruisers were well within missile range. "Women and children are to go to the core of the asteroid and remain there," he added. "They are to wear their suits and prepare for explosive decompression. Armed men are to assemble in the inner circle and prepare to defend the women and children against the incoming threat." "There are a lot of arguments, sir," one of the operators said. He was casting nervous glances at the unconscious figure on the deck, wondering if he was going to be the next one hit and knocked out. "They want to get into the front lines and start fighting the enemy." "Tell them that they will get their chance," Neil said impatiently. He drummed his fingers on his knee as he considered the possibilities. What did the Imperial Navy want? If they had wanted to destroy Sanctuary, they could have done it by now, and nothing the rebels had could have stopped them. No, they had to want to take the leadership alive, as well as everyone else they could catch, locked up inside their brains, waiting for the mind techs to come along and investigate, were the names and coordinates of most of the other rebel bases. "I'm sure that they will get their chance." He looked up as the hatch opened and Hester entered, followed by two of her bodyguards. "Get that piece of shit out of here," she said, pointing one finger at the sleeping operator. The bodyguards nodded and obeyed. "How does it look, Major?" Neil blinked in surprise. Hester was wearing a suit of body armor and carrying a helmet in one hand. It wasn't cheap equipment either. It might not have been quite up to the standards of Marine combat armor, but it would be more than sufficient against most threats. A sniper could probably have taken off her head before she put the helmet on, yet somehow he was sure that no sniper would ever get so close to her. Her bodyguards didn't look incompetent. "It looks good," he said reluctantly. He'd always hated giving briefings to political leaders, yet Hester was something special. "We should be able to stall them long enough for Admiral Walker to get back." Hester nodded, her eyes elsewhere. "And if we can't?" "We die," Neil said flatly. If the Empire was prepared to expend enough troops, they could take the asteroid, even if the rebels retreated into the inner core and fought hard to hold on to the core regions. Sanctuary didn't even have a united data net or shared infrastructure. Given time and sufficient imagination, the Empire could make life very uncomfortable, and that was if they didn't decide to cut their losses and blow up the asteroid. "There are no other alternatives." Hester nodded, hefting her rifle. "I understand," she said. "It's time to fight or die." The asteroid shuddered suddenly. "They're opening fire with penetrator missiles," one of the techs said. "They're knocking out our weapons one by one." "As I expected," Neil said. He felt the old thrill rising up within him, even though he knew that they were all going to die soon, unless Admiral Walker got back. No, even if he did, the Empire would still be able to blow up the asteroid and run. And then will come the assault. Angelica watched dispassionately as the last of the rebel weapons platforms were blown into vapor, clearing the way for her assault troops. She had wondered if the rebels would blow up their asteroid or dare her to hit them with heavier weapons. But the assault plan was going perfectly. Without their weapons, there would be nothing to stop her troops from landing on the asteroid. "All ships, this is the Commodore," she said. "Dispatch the landing force." Chapter 40. "You are clear to launch," the voice said in his earpiece. It was a sultry female voice, promising much to the heroes when they returned, if they returned. Good luck. Captain Thomas Wilson took a breath as the launch tubes opened and the assault pods were blasted out towards the asteroid, accompanied by a hail of decoys and sensor jammers intended to prevent any surviving rebel weaponry from locking onto them and blowing them into the next world, even though the squadron claimed to have destroyed all such weapons. Thomas had enough experience with such claims to know that they were often over-optimistic, and as the commander of the assault, he wasn't going to take any chances with his men and their lives. He could hear the beating of his own heart and feel the sweat on the palm of his hands as the pods fell towards the asteroid. It grew in his vision, changing from just another rock to something that dominated the entire horizon. At some point, up twisted and became down, and he started to fall towards the rocky ground. Cursing as enemy weapons started to light up, their plasma bursts picking off a handful of pods. The starship crews hadn't got them all. The tiny automated missiles escorting them dived forwards and attempted to destroy the weapons, but not before 7 of his men and 10 decoys were picked off and killed. An 8th man was so badly injured that his suit had to put him into suspension and scream for immediate recovery. Thomas braced himself as the pod touched down and split open, allowing him to step out onto the surface of Sanctuary. They had landed below the massive crater that seemed to serve as a rebel spaceport. Yet, as his teams formed up, it became evident that the rebels had taken the precaution of hiding additional defenses in the ground. The blackshirts picked them off, advancing towards the lip of the crater and over it, staring down into the spaceport. The gravity was doing odd things as they passed through varying gravity fields. The rebels, instead of spinning the asteroid to produce gravity, had chosen to install a gravity generator instead, and he cursed under his breath. He had worked his men hard, rather than trusting the drugs and indoctrination most blackshirts units used. Yet they hadn't been trained to work in such an environment. It was a tribute to their training and their superior officers who had wanted a dedicated unit for operating in space that they were doing as well as they were. The rebels had divided the spaceport into 2 sections. One, dominated by starships clinging like limpets to the asteroid, was visible to his eyes. The other, with starships passing through a massive hatch to rest inside the asteroid, was clearly closed off. The hatch would require high explosives to blast it open, yet there was an easier way into the asteroid. He led his platoon towards the first freighter, ordering the other teams to spread out and target the other ships. Not entirely to his surprise, the first freighter rose up into space as his team approached, spinning around and preparing to flicker out. The missile that slammed into the ship and blew it cartwheeling away from the asteroid, launched by one of the battle cruisers, cast an eerie light over the scene. Thomas allowed himself a moment of relief. If the freighter had attempted to engage his team, the results would not have been pleasant. "Down here," he ordered, as he led his team towards where the freighter had been docked. There was a hatch there, set within the rock that resisted him when he tried to open it with an armored hand. He chuckled as his lips quirked in wry amusement. That was against imperial law, and carried a mandatory sentence of 20 years in prison. The rebels were guilty of yet another offense, one more serious than most. It hardly mattered. One of his team carried a set of explosive charges and used one of them to blow their way into the airlock. Somewhat to his surprise, no hail of fire greeted them as they forced their way into the asteroid. "Deploy sensor bugs," he ordered, as he followed the first 4 into the asteroid. It was rather disappointing to his eyes. For all that the security officer had talked about the asteroid, warning them of the many dangers and temptations they would face once they forced their way into the rebel stronghold, it was depressingly normal. The inner airlock had an emergency force field to prevent the air from leaking out, although no one dared take off their helmets. Selective depressurizing of compartments was a neat way to get rid of unwanted guests. "Contact the ships and tell them to send the second wave down to join us." He smiled as the images of the interior of the asteroid started to build up in his HUD. The sensor bugs could move far faster than any human and were completely invisible to the naked eye, although the rebels had access to marine-issue systems that could probably pick them up without trouble. Sanctuary, and that, he considered, was a rather inappropriate name, was starting to take shape and form, plotting out the various passageways and compartments. As his team expanded and started to advance into the unknown, he found himself waiting patiently for the hammer to fall. The rebels wouldn't tamely accept their violation of their base, not when they had had their chance to surrender and had refused it. "The remaining ships are secure, sir," his deputy said. The rebel ships had either tried to escape, whereupon they'd been picked off by the waiting battlecruisers, or had been bitterly defended. Their crews had finally been beaten and either killed or captured, with their boarders trying to get them away from the asteroid and into the waiting arms of the Imperial Navy. The technical staff could analyze their computers, do some number crunching, and hopefully find the location of more rebel bases. "We're on our way to join you." "Have one of the ships move to the main hatch and use to block it," Thomas ordered, calmly. The sensor bugs were finally picking up traces of real people, lying in wait. "Once that's done, have the other airlocks opened and start expanding the bridgehead. We need to press our advantage as quickly as possible." Neil had finally had the chance to get into his armor. One of his Marines had brought it to him before running back to join the defenders massing towards the spaceport, before the enemy troops had started to break their way into the asteroid. He'd been relieved the moment that he realized that the attackers, whoever they were, weren't Marines. It had lasted until he'd realized that whoever was in command was smarter than any black-shirt commander he'd ever met. He'd taken a number of Starship crewmen as prisoners, without any of the atrocities that commonly followed in their wake. "Move the 1st and 2nd platoons up to cover the entrance points," he ordered calmly. "I'm on 3rd platoon to get up to the surface and start moving in on the rear." 3rd reports that the enemy support is too close to the surface to risk contact, the CO of 3rd platoon said, through the Marine datanet. "We can risk it once the enemy craft have been drawn towards the spaceport." Neil scowled. "Understood," he ordered. A black-shirt commander would have ordered them to make the attack, and to hell with how many good men were killed attempting to do the impossible. "Stand by for—" "Sir," one of the operators said, "the Starship crews are ready to fight." Neil swore. He'd known from the start that there was no way to protect the starships concealed within the spaceport, and had ordered the crews to abandon their ships and make their way to safety. Instead, they'd ignored him and chosen to make their own stand, in the most fragile part of the asteroid. He opened his mouth to issue new orders, to tell them to get the hell out of there, but it was too late. They were already in position and couldn't fall back without being seen. "Damn them," he muttered. Could he help them? If he ordered the 2 platoons to advance, no, that would throw away his men and some of the trainees for nothing. They couldn't get into a pitched battle so close to the hull, or all hell would break loose when the battle cruisers started firing directly into the asteroid to support their people. "Order the 2 platoons to hold position." None of the operators objected, but he knew what they were thinking. He'd abandoned the Starship crews, leaving them to die. And the hell of it, he knew, was that part of him felt the same way. The cold logic of war was sometimes not enough to warm his heart. Jane Chaney braced herself as she crawled through the tube, holding her breath for as long as she could. The interior of the tube stank badly of oil and gas, as well as other stenches that entered the asteroid whenever a visiting starship opened its airlocks and started to air out its interior. For Jane, who had stowed away on a starship that had visited her very fundamentalist home asteroid back when she had been 9, it was a sweet smell of home. And her new home, after 4 years of working her passage on a dozen different starships, was under threat. There was no way she was going to allow the invaders to enter the asteroid unopposed. She swore under her breath, using words the chief engineer on her first starship had taught her, as her developing breasts caught on the side of the tube. Jane, like many other children born on asteroid habitats, had matured slowly, even as she had developed mentally at a far greater rate than many other kids her age. She had even traveled disguised as a boy for most of the time, after learning that many spacers developed a flexible attitude to planet-bound rules of morality and whole new standards of beauty. For once, she had been able to squirm through the tightest of tubes without problems. Her developing body was now betraying her, leaving her wondering if she was going to wind up caught in a tube she could once have traversed without a sound. After the fighting was done, she would have to give serious thought to her own future. The sound of hard footsteps echoed from below her as she reached the hatch. At some point, back when the rebels had been building their habitat, they'd installed small tubes and connecting tunnels for some reason best known to their leaders. Jane suspected that they'd designed them to move from place to place unseen. After all, it was what she used them for, even though most of them were too small for an adult. She rubbed her breast angrily as she peered down through the semi-transparent hatch. Most girls and all guys might speak in favor of breasts, but they were nothing apart from a pain to her. How the girls with really big breasts got along she didn't know. "Okay, you bastards," she muttered, as she saw the black suits of armor making their way down the corridor. It didn't seem to have occurred to them to look up, but then, in her experience, no one ever did. It was how she had hidden from a lecherous second officer on her 5th freighter, a second officer who had been surprised and horrified to discover her real sex. The idiot had thought that she was a boy. "I've got you now." She pulled back the hatch and dropped the bag she'd been carrying down on top of the armor suits, before running as fast as she could. The explosion still sent her sprawling to the deck, gasping in pain as she banged her exposed elbows against the metal. There was no way to tell how many she'd killed, or even if she'd killed any of them, but before she could react, a bolt of blue-white light punched its way through the deck, far too close to her for comfort. She was scurrying away when a second pulse slammed into the deck and it weakened, tilting madly as overstressed metal started to give way. Jane realized, as the stench of ionized air reached her nostrils, that the blackshirts had been firing madly into the overhead section. A final bolt of blue light struck her legs and she screamed in pain, all reserve gone, as she fell through the metal and down in front of them. The pain was overwhelming, worse than her father trying to beat some sense into her, worse than the pain and humiliation she'd felt when she'd shocked herself while rewiring a module on her second starship. Massive black figures gathered around her, staring down at her, their features invisible behind their black helmets. She wanted to pull herself to her feet and die, spitting defiance in their faces, yet she couldn't feel her legs. There was absolutely no feeling from the lower half of her body. She could barely move her head. It dawned on her, slowly, that she had to have been badly injured. Yet surely she could escape. One of the black figures lifted a rifle, pointed it at her head, and pulled the trigger. There was a flash of blue-white light, and then nothing. Thomas watched the girl's head disintegrate, fighting down an urge to be sick. It had been a mercy killing. Indeed, he had no idea how the girl had still been alive after a plasma blast had sheared off her legs and left the stumps cauterized. He'd seen many unpleasant sights in his career. One didn't reach high rank in the blackshirts without seeing thousands of horrific sights. Yet the poor girl had been among the worst. She would have died without the intervention of a proper medical team, and even then, it would have taken years for her to recover from the shock. "Pretty girl," one of his team said. He didn't sound disappointed or angry, despite losing his first chance at one of the perks of serving in the blackshirts. Thomas, who liked to think of himself as more civilized than most of the other blackshirts, would have relieved his feelings by bawling the younger man out. "What do we do now?" Thomas looked back at the blackened shells that were all that remained of 2 of his men. Both of them had been caught in the blast the girl had caused just before she'd been killed. It wasn't a good exchange rate, even if they were all expendable. "We keep moving," he said. He sent a series of commands to the sensor bugs. They would expand their probes into the tunnel network that had been exposed by the girl, allowing them some advance warning of any more solo attacks. The dead girl, he suspected, might have operated on her own, but she'd certainly shown the enemy how to delay them. If they could use the tunnels to outflank them, the rebels could whittle away at his force until nowhere was safe. "There are more enemy fighters waiting for us up ahead." He concentrated on splitting up his forces. If the spaceport could be taken relatively intact, his reinforcements could be flown right into the asteroid, allowing him to push out faster and further. He doubted that the rebels would be surprised. They'd have to expect that much, but they'd be unable to react quickly. "Onwards," he ordered and smiled. If he won, and if he survived, the sky would be the limit. Prepare to attack. The starship crews didn't go down easily. They'd built up a formidable position and backed it up with weapons mounted on their ships. Neil watched in numb fascination as they threw back 3 attacks before the 4th one broke through, leaving 3 ships as flaming wreckage and pushing the defenders back. One of the battle cruisers had moved closer and started to open fire, picking off several of the defenders even through the force field covering the entrance to the spaceport. The massive hatch hadn't stood up to its weapons for more than a few seconds. After that, the defenders were doomed. "They're pushing their way into the remaining starships," one of the operators reported. The Blackshirts had continued to advance despite their heavy losses. Sheer determination would make up for a lot of tactical flaws, and for that matter, they definitely seemed more civilized than the ordinary run of Blackshirts. "One of the ships is planning to jump out." Neil felt his eyes go wide with horror. "Tell them not to move," he ordered, knowing that the order would not be heeded. There was no other way for the crews to escape. "Tell them—" "Too late," the operator said. "They're already powering up." Thomas cursed as the light freighter rose into the air on an anti-gravity field, using the positions of the Blackshirts to shield itself from the Vengeance's fire. The battlecruiser couldn't shoot without bringing the remains of the freighter down on the Blackshirts. Even so, what else could the ship do? They were unable to bring their weapons to bear on the attackers, for they'd just be shot off without their shields, and they couldn't use their shields in such a confined place. Unless— He saw, too late, a shimmer forming around the prow of the freighter. Space itself seemed to warp and twist around it. The light from the fire suddenly refocused as mighty energy started to claw at the very fabric of space and time. He started to shout a warning as the flicker drive engaged. There was a brilliant flash of golden light and the starship vanished. An instant later, the shockwave hit, and the entire asteroid shook. Chapter 41. Thomas activated his suit's magnetic grapples as the gravity field twisted, sucking the assault force towards where the starship had been. Cries of horror and terror echoed over the assault band as some of the troopers, not so quick to react, were pulled towards the singularity, along with everything in the spaceport that wasn't secured to the floor. The gravity field snapped off a microsecond later, leaving armored troops and assorted debris flying through the air and down to the deck. Thomas winced as he saw a soldier crash to the ground and lie still. Even powered combat armor couldn't prevent its wearer from being stunned after such an impact. "Sound off," he ordered. Luckily, the enemy was in as much disarray as his own men, or they could have mounted a counterattack and destroyed his force while they were scattered and stunned. He listened as the numbers counted and allowed himself a moment of relief when he realized that only a handful of his men were either gone or injured. "Form up and—" The force field holding the air inside the asteroid collapsed and vanished, allowing the air in the spaceport to start streaming out into the vacuum. Thomas hadn't deactivated his grapples, thankfully, and he was able to withstand the sudden pull to the rear. A handful of soldiers were less lucky and were sucked out into space, although their suits would protect them long enough for them to be rescued by the battle cruisers and their shuttles. Thomas watched as a torrent of debris followed them into the vacuum, sweeping the bay clean. He'd once watched as a space habitat was carefully vented to exterminate a particularly nasty form of crawling insect that had somehow passed through the screening and made a home in the habitat, and he knew that nothing would survive in the remains of the spaceport unless it had a suit of its own. The sensor bug network had been disrupted by the starship and then by the sudden transition to vacuum, but it was already reporting that the Blackshirts were largely alone in the spaceport. A handful of rebel fighters had been in the tubes when the compartment depressurized and were apparently dead. He waited until the spaceport had finished venting and then led his men over to the connecting tube, linking the spaceport to the remainder of the asteroid. Unsurprisingly, it was locked and secured, or the entire asteroid would have vented into space. The early asteroid developers had been paranoid when it came to safety, building in hundreds of cutouts and automatic airlocks. The rebels, it seemed, had shared their paranoia. They would have to either cut through the hatch and walk right into the ambush he knew had to be there. The rebels would never have a better chance to inflict huge losses on his men, or try to go out onto the surface of the asteroid and burn through somewhere else. If there were Marines out there, he knew, that would be suicide. It could not be risked. "Start moving up the heavy weapons," he ordered. If he knew there were an ambush there, the sensor bugs couldn't seem to get through without disappearing, which was indicative in itself. He could at least spring it early. Prepare to cut through the hatch. He watched as two of his men maneuvered a heavy laser cannon into position and prepared to fire. The bulky weapon was starship grade, capable of cutting through even super dreadnought-class armor if it had enough time to work with, and, unlike plasma cannons, it didn't explode violently if the enemy hit it. Even so, they lacked the flexibility of plasma cannons and other more typical weapons, but it was just perfect for raiding an asteroid. "Fire," he ordered. "We're in position, boss," Corporal Joe Hughes informed him. "Don't worry about a thing." Neil snorted. The starship's disappearance had sent shockwaves through the entire asteroid. The status display, what little there was of it, for the rebels had never bothered to install a full internal sensor network, was covered with red lights, warning of damage to the internal systems and possible structural damage. It was a damn good thing, he told himself, that they hadn't been spinning the asteroid for gravity, or the entire habitat would have started to come apart. Even so, the cascade of systems failures and alert messages suggested that it might be a good time to start thinking about evacuating the asteroid, if there was anywhere to go. The looming presence of 9 Imperial Navy battlecruisers blocked all hope of escape. And the cameras in the spaceport, the one place where they'd had near-complete coverage, had been knocked out. He wasn't sure if the Blackshirts had been shooting them or if the shockwave had disabled them, but it didn't matter. There was no way to know, now, what was going on inside enemy-held territory. They might be planning to cut through into the main asteroid by now, or they might all be dead. There was little data on what happened to anyone unlucky enough to be caught near a starship flickering out, yet some of the data suggested that they would all be dead. A younger officer might have been tempted to open the hatch and find out, but Neil knew better. They couldn't be that lucky. "Good," he said, knowing that 10 Marines in powered combat armor were better than 100 Blackshirts, even if the Blackshirts were wearing armor too. It helped that the enemy had no choice but to come directly at his men. The asteroid's internal structure would see to that, unless they wanted to risk digging elsewhere with rock cutters. Truthfully, Neil was worried about that possibility, more worried than he cared to admit. The Blackshirts didn't have to care about the asteroid being depressurized and everyone on board suffocating to death. "You have tactical command. Make a mess." He checked the other sensor and nodded to himself. Almost all of the women and children in the asteroid had been moved to the inner core, wearing spacesuits to protect them against a sudden change in pressure. Part of him questioned the value of such precautions. The only people who could pluck them out of space were the Imperial Navy, but it wasn't in him to give up. Who knew? If they held out long enough, the super dreadnoughts might return. Or perhaps the Imperial Navy had its own super dreadnoughts lurking nearby, just hoping that Admiral Walker would stick his head into the noose. "Don't worry," Hester said in her whispery voice. Neil was privately impressed. Very few Marines could have gone through everything she'd endured and remained sane. "We will hold out long enough, and if we die, we will take them with us. We will die for our cause." "I'd much rather make them die for our cause," Neil said practically. Hester laughed. It was a vaguely unpleasant sound, through her damaged face. "I wonder if they have any idea what they're getting into." He scowled. Hester had taken him aside briefly and explained about the demolition charge they'd built into the asteroid. An extremely powerful nuclear warhead, normally used for cracking asteroids into smaller pieces, had been hidden within Sanctuary. If the asteroid fell, the weapon would be detonated, killing everyone on board and throwing tons of rocky debris towards the Imperial Navy starships. Neil doubted that it would cause any real damage. The battlecruisers had point defense weapons designed to handle missiles that moved far faster than the pieces of rock, but it would certainly cheat the Imperials in the moment of their victory. And yet it wouldn't be a real victory, not for him. He shook his head. It hardly mattered. Either they held out long enough or they didn't. The rest was in God's hands. The hatch was glowing red now, great streams of molten metal flowing off it and pooling on the deck. The laser cannon was being moved now, as the operators felt out the weak spots in the hatch, cutting through slowly but efficiently. The rebels had created a neat hatch, one that couldn't be simply blown open by explosives, yet it couldn't stand up to a laser cannon. Thomas made a silent bet with himself. Some of his men were making overt bets over the communications channel as to how long it could stand up to the laser. A hiss answered his question as air started to leak through from the other side. The hatch slowly folded over and started to collapse. He ducked sharply as a hail of fire blasted through from the other side. The defenders didn't seem to be bothered by the sudden loss of air pressure in their compartment, although the Blackshirts had rigged up another force field to prevent the air from flowing out into the vacuum. Even so, the air pressure was going to drop alarmingly until it equalized, a painful experience for anyone not in a suit. 2 of his men were struck by plasma bolts and killed outright. A third was badly injured and had to be pulled back to one of the shuttles. At least he, unlike the crippled rebel girl, would have a fair chance of survival. His suit had already sealed the wound and injected sedatives into his bloodstream. "Load grenades," he ordered. The sheer volume of fire suggested that the rebels had either placed an entire team of men just past the hatch, or that they'd set up a pair of plasma cannons and set them to fire automatically on everything that moved. Hit them. The armored combat units carried their own grenade launchers, allowing their users to select and fire one of 5 kinds of grenade. Thomas selected high explosive. There was no point in playing around with stun grenades when the enemy was certainly armored too, and fired them through the remains of the hatch. The enemy fire followed his grenades, shooting them before they could detonate, but his men were firing too. It only took one. He cursed as there was a brilliant flash of white light and the deck shook. There had been a single plasma cannon, or perhaps more there, and now that its containment had been broken, it had released all of its plasma in a single burst. The results had been unpleasant. Great rivers of white fire seemed to flow everywhere, melting great gashes into the deck and bulkheads, even the ones made of stone. Alerts flickered up in his HUD, warning him that the atmosphere was poisoned and to keep his helmet on at all times. If the enemy had actual men operating the plasma cannons, nothing, not even the most advanced combat armor in the entire Empire, could have saved their lives. "Team 1, he ordered, "you are cleared to advance." Molly McGee felt herself shivering as the billowing cloud of white fire started to fade away. She hadn't understood why their Marine instructors had insisted on setting up their positions some distance from the cannons, not until one of the cannons had exploded, setting off the other 2. If the Marines and their trainees had been any closer, they would have been caught and fried in the blast, allowing the enemy to advance without opposition. She took a firmer grip on her rifle and started to pray under her breath. It was the first time she'd been in a real fight, and despite herself she felt nothing but terror. The enemy was closing in. Years ago, back when she had been a girl of 7 years old, her parents had owned a starship and worked as independent traders. That had ended when the Empire-backed shipping lines had extended their reach into their home sector, using a mixture of legal and illegal tricks to force the independent shippers out of business. After a pirate attack had narrowly been averted by her father's quick thinking, the family had taken their ship and migrated into the beyond, hoping to find a safer life. It hadn't worked out as well as they had hoped, and after her parents were killed by the Imperial Navy, Molly had gravitated to one of the many rebel organizations within the beyond. They had fought the Empire, or claimed to have done. Molly had never been part of any offensive operation, and yet they had no real hope, not until Admiral Walker had arrived with a fleet of super dreadnoughts and started pulling the various rebel groups together. Molly admired Hester Hyman and her efforts, but she looked up to Admiral Walker. He'd given the rebellion real hope. She would have died for him. A black shape appeared through the smog, a man wearing powered combat armor. Her own armor informed her that he wasn't broadcasting a friendly IFF, which meant nothing when she wasn't broadcasting either. She had been surprised when their instructors had told them not to use them without permission, but she'd understood when he'd explained that they might as well draw a targeting circle on their suits and invite the enemy to open fire. The fact that the newcomer was transmitting an IFF signal was a sure sign that he was an enemy soldier. Molly felt hatred rising within her breast as she took aim. They had been told not to fire without specific orders, but there was no reason she couldn't prepare, as another black figure joined the first, followed by a third and a fourth. The Marines had assured her that they should be almost impossible to detect, even with the naked eye, hidden as they were, yet she knew better than to trust such assurances completely. "Stand by," her commander ordered quietly. The defenders had used light cables to link themselves together, a neat low-tech solution to the problem of avoiding calling in enemy fire on their position. The Marine-issued armor suits included transmitters that were effectively undetectable, but the same couldn't be said of the more basic suits issued to the new recruits. On my command, open fire. Molly found herself thinking suddenly of her parents. Her mother and father had never been anything less than loving, even when her older brother had nearly deactivated their life support and come far too close to killing them all. She missed them dreadfully. She missed her first boyfriend, who had gone out on a mission and never returned, and even her second boyfriend, who had cheated on her with another man. The bastard had been a good kisser, but he just couldn't keep it in his pants. Being cheated on with another man had put her off men for a few years, before she had picked up a third boyfriend from among the Marines. He was off with Admiral Walker, probably speeding back to the rescue right now. At least, she hoped he was. It would be just like him to come riding over the horizon when all hope was lost. She pinched herself and focused on the black shapes. The black shirts were advancing carefully, one group moving up the corridor, another heading down it. There seemed to be no limit to their numbers. They just kept flowing in, at least 20 by her count. They were deploying sensor bugs as well, according to her suit, that the Marine countermeasures were keeping them under control. It was just as well. If they spotted the ambush before it was too late, she noted suddenly that they were keeping an eye on the ceiling and wondered why. There were no hidden passages above them in the rock. The whole idea had been to limit the number of connections between the spaceport and the remainder of Sanctuary. "Take aim," her commander ordered. They had to aim manually. Any targeting aid, such as a ranging laser, would be detected when it touched the enemy suits. "Open fire." Molly pulled the trigger and a rifle spat a stream of plasma pulses down towards the blackshirts, who staggered under the sheer weight of fire. A handful fell, their suits burned through by the incoming fire, but others hit the deck under their own power, bringing up their own weapons and returning fire. Plasma bolts began to sizzle through the air towards them, striking the armor plating the defenders had put into place to give them some cover, a handful finding their targets and burning through their suits. Molly heard one of her oldest friends cry out seconds before her icon vanished from the HUD. A plasma bolt had struck her in the throat. "Fall back," her commander snapped. Molly took a final shot and then turned, keeping her head down as she had been ordered. Others were crawling rapidly towards the next strong point, briefly triggering their IFF signals to ensure that they weren't fired upon by the automated defenses. An explosion shook the deck behind her as the enemy resorted to more grenades and heavier weapons to clear their path, leaving her scurrying as fast as she could. Her commander kept ordering them to move faster, even though they were all moving quickly. The sound of firing was growing louder. "Get into the next position and prepare to continue firing." Molly nodded as she grasped her rifle and sat up, climbing back into firing position. There were only a limited number of strong points before the invaders broke through into the asteroid proper, allowing them to spread out and secure the vital infrastructure. They had to stop them before then, or the asteroid was doomed. There were plans to carry on fighting, even when the invaders got inside, yet somehow she was sure that they wouldn't work. "Come on, Bobby," she muttered, as she fired on a blackshirt and had the satisfaction of seeing him collapse under her fire. Her current boyfriend had to come to their rescue, right? It couldn't end like this. "We need you." The blackshirt advance continued, undeterred by the resistance. Molly fell back again and again, knowing that it was growing increasingly futile. Soon, far too soon, they would run out of places to fall back to, and then they would die. Chapter 42. "Keep monitoring them," Cordova ordered. The next flight of troop shuttles was already leaving the battlecruisers, heading into Sanctuary. "Send the update to the command team." Hannelore looked up from where she had been sitting, hugging herself. All of the post-sex bliss had faded away, leaving her numb with horror and dismay. Cordova had ordered the crew to establish an undetectable laser link with Sanctuary, yet there was nothing else that he could do but watch and record the transmissions coming out of the asteroid. He told her that they could be used for propaganda, as another example of the Empire's beastliness, but it was no consolation. She was watching the death of a dream. She wanted to cry. It was an effort to keep her voice level. "Is there nothing we can do?" "Nothing," Cordova said. He sounded calm, yet she could detect his own anger and frustration underlying his voice. "Unless the super dreadnoughts get back in time to intervene, we can do nothing but watch." Neil scowled at his display as another section vanished, as surely as if the invaders had somehow deleted it completely. The blackshirts were knocking out sensors as they advanced, flowing out into the innermost core of the asteroid. It was lucky that Sanctuary wasn't a typical asteroid, but in some ways it hardly mattered. There were fewer fixed defenses deeper within the asteroid. The blackshirts, he hoped, didn't know it, yet they'd broken through the main defenses. It was all down to improvised defenses and tactics now. "Keep updating Captain Cordova," he ordered. He'd come up with a plan to get Hester at least off the asteroid and over to the random numbers before it was too late, but she'd refused to abandon Sanctuary. Neil would have argued, yet she'd explained that if she ran and left the defenders fighting till the last, her reputation would be forever destroyed. The Rim ran more on personal prestige than proper chains of command, and no one would ever follow her again. Her second-in-command, who hadn't been anywhere near Sanctuary, would be undiminished by the disaster and would be able to take over the rebel group and carry on the war. "Pull the defenders back from Sector 45-67. They're about to be outflanked." He shook his head. The invaders were about to burst into the market, where a team of defenders waited for them. It was going to be a very unpleasant encounter. Thomas watched as another explosion shattered the rebel position, allowing the Blackshirts to move forward to their next target. He decided, after the second encounter with the rebel strongpoint, to bring up an HVM launcher and use it against the rebel positions. HVMs were supposed to be reserved for shooting down aircraft and armored vehicles. It was easy for a person in an armored combat suit to evade them, but they also made short work of the rebel positions. For the last 5 minutes, his team had been exchanging shots with a group of Marines who kept popping up, firing a few bursts, and then falling back before they could be engaged. The tactics were the tactics of delay, yet they were working alarmingly well. He smiled sourly as new data popped up inside his HUD. Standard asteroid design, and there was no sign that the rebels disagreed, was to limit the number of connections between the spaceport and the asteroid proper. The expanding map of the asteroid suggested that they definitely found their way into the core of the asteroid, where people lived and worked and plotted rebellion. The sensor bugs were still encountering jamming, yet they were starting to overcome it as they penetrated further into the asteroid. There were entire sections that had no jamming at all. The hatch ahead of them disintegrated, throwing chunks of metal towards his men, who ducked. This time, there was no hail of fire from pre-prepared positions, leaving him to wonder if they'd killed all of the defenders. No, he told himself, that wasn't likely. The population had to know that they'd be for the chop once the Empire captured them, something that would encourage them to keep fighting. The real question was why they had only faced such limited resistance. His lips quirked humorlessly as the first team advanced forward through the hatch. The Blackshirts had lost over 90 armored soldiers, with another 30 too badly injured to be allowed to remain in the assault. It hadn't been a light struggle at all, not even slightly, and he was considering it mild. "Stay alert," he ordered, as the team advanced into a massive chamber, the largest they had yet seen. The sensor bugs were unable to penetrate far into its vastness. "I want everyone to be very careful." Molly wanted to scratch as she crouched behind a clothes stall in the market, hoping that her armored form was invisible to anyone with bad intentions. A day ago, she would have allowed herself an hour or two to pick her way through the clothes in front of her, perhaps picking a handful to purchase and take back to her sleeping quarters. Now, all she cared about was how much cover they could give her against plasma bursts, and the honest answer was, not much. She giggled despite herself as she caught sight of her teammate. His armor was covered with ladies' underwear. The market had been evacuated along with most of the other public spaces, leaving the deserted chamber with an oddly sinister air. The stall holders had complained loudly about having to leave their wares in place, as if anyone was going to have the time to steal it with the Blackshirts bearing down on them, and had been reluctant to leave, but the Marines hadn't listened to arguments. The only sound in the chamber was the noise from the pet stall, where a dozen parrots and a handful of dogs were competing to see who could make the most noise. Molly wasn't sure if the Blackshirts would be frightened by the eerie sounds, but they sure as hell sent a shiver down her spine. She winced as the hatch exploded outwards, hopefully catching a few of the enemy in the blast. Their demolitions expert had rigged it to explode, noting that it might catch a few of the enemy, but that it would also lure the Blackshirts into entering the market the right way. He'd claimed that they wouldn't go looking for the other entrances if there was one right in front of them. Molly wasn't sure if she believed him, but her commander had clearly decided to gamble. He'd ordered him to rig the explosives and then fall back to where he could lay more traps in their path. Molly looked up as the first Blackshirt entered the chamber, weapon at the ready. A handful of others followed him, clearly nervous and twitchy. The dog started barking again, and the Blackshirts swung around, unleashing a hail of plasma bolts toward the pet stall. The stall exploded, killing most of the animals, although a handful of parrots flew up high and rained down verbal abuse on the Blackshirts. The Blackshirts started to fire on them before their commander, who clearly had a leveler head than most of his men, ordered them to hold fire. "Fire," Molly's commander ordered. If they'd planned the distraction, they could hardly have done better. "Hit the bastards!" She popped up and opened fire, along with the rest of her team. The Blackshirt positions seemed to disintegrate as 5 of them were gunned down instantly, followed rapidly by 2 more as they turned and started to run out of the chamber. An HVM was fired into the chamber, but without a solid target, it flew over their heads and detonated against the far wall, leaving an unpleasant scorch mark on a mural the asteroid's children had created, a week after the asteroid had been declared habitable. She flinched back as the first grenade was thrown into the chamber, only to land some distance from their position. The Blackshirts were clearly disoriented, but that wouldn't last. Molly flinched back as a hail of fire came back at them from outside the chamber. There were hardly any real defenses in the compartment, and the stalls either exploded or caught fire quickly. Her own stall caught fire, sending flaming clothes everywhere. She jumped back, firing as she moved, only to be struck by another burst of plasma in the leg. Pain flared through her as she collapsed to the ground, despite the best efforts of her suit. The position was falling apart, and no one had time to help her. "Go!" she shouted, at a young man who had started to drag her away. The Blackshirts would be on them before they got more than a few meters toward the hatch. "Get out of here!" He dropped her and ran. Molly felt dazed, the effect, she realized, of a sedative working its way through her body. Her suit was trying to save her, even though there was no hope of either safety or liberty. She heard the sound of running feet and realized dully that she was surrounded by Blackshirts. She pulled her hand out of the armored glove and flipped up a hidden compartment within her arm. They'd all been told that it was there, yet she had never dared even to consider touching it before. Arms pulled at her helmet, disconnecting it from the suit and exposing her bare head to their gaze. Molly saw 5 men in dark armor staring down at her. She knew what happened to women who were captured by the Blackshirts, even some men if they were unlucky. The Blackshirts were carefully conditioned to encourage them to commit the most awful acts on a whim. They would pull her out of her suit and— it might have been the drugs, but she had never felt so calm in her life. Her finger caressed the switch, the suicide button, and she wondered if there was enough explosive in the suit to take them all with her. "Fuck you," she said and pushed the button. Her world exploded around her. "The bitch committed suicide." Thomas smiled at the indignation in the corporal's voice. "Never mind," he said wryly. "There will be other women later." He grinned as he forwarded new orders to the assault party. Slowly but steadily, the entire asteroid was opening up in front of them. It wouldn't be long now. "It won't be long now," Neil said to Hester. His Marines were falling back as the Blackshirts advanced, using their numbers to make up for what they lacked in tactical flexibility. It was growing harder to command his forces as the Blackshirt jamming hacked away at his control systems. "They're nearly here." "We can hold this place long enough to detonate the bomb," Hester said in her hissing voice. The latest report from the random numbers showed yet another flight of assault shuttles landing at the spaceport, carrying another unit of Blackshirts into the fray. There had to be thousands on the asteroid now. There may still be hope. Neil looked at her and shook his head. "We can't hold out much longer," he said. Sanctuary wasn't designed like a typical asteroid, which meant that the Blackshirts would have to work at finding the command center. It wouldn't take them as long as Hester seemed to think. The process of elimination alone would cut entire swaths of the asteroid out of their calculations. "I think we'd better get ready." Hester smiled a strange smile. It looked odd when half of her face was badly scarred. "Maybe," she said. "If they come close to the command center, Neil, we will begin the detonation sequence." "The rebels are retreating to their inner core," the coordination officer said. He was currently linked into the Blackshirt command system, listening to the orders the Blackshirt commander was issuing to his men. "We're winning." Angelica smiled to herself. A few more hours and the asteroid would be hers. Once her people controlled it, the prisoners would be transported onto her ships and secured, while an elite team from Imperial Intelligence searched the remains of the asteroid thoroughly. The Blackshirts were already taking prisoners as the defenders collapsed, sending them back to the rear in chains. Her fingers keyed her console, and she brought up an image of 7 rebels, chained to their seats, being transported to her ships. They wouldn't be able to do anything, even kill themselves, before her interrogators had sucked their minds dry. "Good," she said. With the fighting having moved into the heart of the asteroid, she'd pulled her battlecruisers back, just in case the super dreadnoughts decided to return. She'd feared running into them, but the odds were that they were off causing havoc somewhere else. That was bad news for whoever they hit. Admiral Percival would be looking for more scapegoats. Yet they'd lost their base and much of their support in the beyond. How long would the rebellion be able to go on without their base? Have the prisoners transported to the interrogation cubes at once. A new alarm flashed up on her console. "Captain, we have 9 contacts, super dreadnought-sized," her tactical officer said. Angelica felt her blood run cold. Was she going to be cheated of her victory by the rebel super dreadnoughts? They're... He relaxed suddenly. "They're heavy freighters, Captain," he said in relief. Angelica smiled despite herself. That had been a close shave. She'd been within seconds of ordering an emergency flicker somewhere else, anywhere else. Even her contacts and patrons wouldn't have been able to save her once the post-battle analysis suggested that she'd fled from 9 heavy freighters. Even if the rebels had loaded as many weapons and shields as they could into freighter hulls, they wouldn't be able to stand up to her ships. Heavy freighters, the design she saw was a common one throughout the Empire, moved through space like wallowing pigs. They were certainly as ugly as pigs. "I'm picking up no IFF signals." "Rebels," Angelica said, with heavy satisfaction. She was tempted to open fire and expunge her shame in their blood, but if she could take their computers intact, they might lead her to more rebel bases. The odds were good that Commander Walker had established a supply dump somewhere in the beyond, and if it could be located, his super dreadnoughts would run out of weapons and spares pretty soon. "Order them to surrender and prepare to be boarded." "Aye, Admiral," the communications officer said. There was a long pause. "There's no response." "They're trying to run," the tactical officer said. Angelica snorted. The rebel ships had come out of flicker at high speed and were trying desperately to cancel their speed and turn around before it took them right into her waiting arms. Even if they'd installed military-grade drives on those hulks, they would still be unable to turn around and escape before she caught them. "I think they're unable to dampen down their drive field without burning out the crystals and wrecking their drive nodes." "Terrible," Angelica said dryly. The rebel freighters were coming into range now, unable to evade her weapons. "Launch an assault shuttle to each of those ships and board them. Take the crews prisoner, and they can be interrogated along with the rebels." "Aye, Captain," the tactical officer said. He paused. "Captain, I have some weird readings. Jesus Christ!" Angelica stared in horror, unable to believe her eyes. The freighters had opened fire, not with the pop guns normally issued to commercial ships, but with missiles, thousands of missiles. No super dreadnought could have unleashed such a barrage, even with external racks. There were over 3,000 missiles coming from each freighter. 27,000 missiles were bearing down on her ships. Nothing, maybe not even an entire fleet of super dreadnoughts could survive such an attack. Her point defense wouldn't even stop a handful of them before the rest broke through and destroyed her ships. Her great triumph had just collapsed in front of her. Training reasserted itself. There was only one way out. "Jump out," she ordered. The flicker drive had been held idling just in case the super dreadnoughts arrived and attempted to redress the balance. "Jump us out of here." "It's too late," the helmsman shouted. The drive was still powering up. There wasn't even enough power to make a random jump, and hope they didn't arrive as billions of disconnected atoms. It's too late. The tidal wave of missiles slammed into her ships, and the entire battle cruiser squadron disintegrated. There were no survivors. Neil somehow managed to gather himself long enough to close his jaw. He'd been a Marine for longer than he cared to remember, and had seen far too many battles in space, yet he'd never seen anything like that, not even in drills. It had been centuries since the Empire had called together enough super dreadnoughts to launch so many missiles at once, but the launching ships were only freighters. How had they fitted so many missile launchers into the ships? And coming to think of it, who was in command of the ships? Admiral Walker certainly hadn't told him about the possibility. "We're being hailed," one of the operators said. Neil dragged himself back to reality. With their battle cruisers gone, the invaders could either surrender or die, and he didn't care much which one they chose. He dispatched a string of orders to his Marines, ordering them to hold position and demand surrender. "The commander of the ships would like to speak with you." "Put him through," Neil ordered. If nothing else, they'd get some answers. "Who is it?" The display screen lit up, revealing a very familiar face. "Good afternoon, Colonel," Daria said. Her face cracked into a brilliant smile. "I do hope I'm not late?" Chapter 43. The party had started as soon as the remaining black shirts were rounded up, secured, and stored in an old freighter until the rebel leadership could decide what to do with them. The inhabitants of the asteroid had spontaneously flowed into the main chamber and started celebrating their victory and their miraculous escape from death or capture. A line of stores had opened, selling food and drink at knockdown prices, while no less than 3 bands were providing music for dancing with more enthusiasm than skill. It seemed as if the entire remaining population of the asteroid was there, shouting and singing and indulging in a celebration that threatened to shake the asteroid to pieces. No one seemed to care any longer about the danger. Hannelore gasped in delight as Cordova whirled her around the dance floor. She didn't know the steps. The dance was nothing like the formal dances she'd learned back at the high city, but it didn't seem to matter. Hardly anyone seemed to know the steps. The dancers were just whirling around, having fun. The music was of poor quality, part of her mind noted. Yet who cared? She was enjoying being alive, as was everyone else. She looked up into Cordova's twinkling eyes and found herself laughing. They were alive. She caught sight of Hester, watching from one side of the room with a dour expression, and felt a twinge of sympathy for the older woman. Hester's husband and children were long gone thanks to the Empire, leaving her alone. Hannelore was tempted to try to urge her onto the dance floor, but she had a sense that it simply wouldn't work. Hester simply didn't have any room in her for love or fun any longer. How could she, when the Empire remained undefeated and might be dispatching something larger than a squadron of battlecruisers to the asteroid? Hannelore was rather surprised that Hester hadn't ordered the asteroid's immediate evacuation. Cordova pulled her into a long line of dancers and passed her to another man, who took her, spun her around, and passed her to a third man. This dance seemed to be more orderly, at least even though half of the dancers were clearly learning as they went along. The man who was at the end took her arm, kissed her, and then passed her back to Cordova, who winked at her when she looked shocked. Couples were pairing off all over the dance floor, partners disappearing to celebrate the joy of being alive in a different way, or even making out in public. She blushed when she saw a topless couple kissing and fondling right in the middle of the dance floor, something that she'd never seen back home, not even in the most decadent parties. Cordova noted her surprise and leaned close to whisper in her ear. "They're just enjoying themselves," he said, just before he kissed her on the cheek. The music was slowing down now, becoming a romantic tune, and so he pulled her closer. "Tomorrow we must leave this place." Hannelore nodded, feeling a shadow falling over her mood. They might have survived one battle with the Imperial Navy, but they might not survive the next. She didn't want to think about what might happen if they took her alive, for a simple gene test would reveal who she was and where she came from. Her family, both of her families, would probably prefer to bury her and forget that she had ever existed, rather than admit that one of their children had gone wrong. She remembered a son, an heir to one of the grandest families, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. No one knew for sure, but there had been rumors that his own father had strangled him in the night, purely for doing something so horrifying that even 1,000 families would be shocked. Hannelore had some difficulty in imagining what that might have been, but not any longer. The young man might well have been linked to a rebel faction on Earth. Cordova seemed to sense her feelings, for he gave her a final kiss and led her over to one of the side tables, which was groaning under the weight of food and drink. Hannelore was surprised that they had brought out so much food, including foodstuffs that had to have been smuggled in from the Empire. But perhaps it made sense. If the asteroid was being abandoned, what they couldn't carry would have to be abandoned, at least until the war was won. It seemed that scavengers would come and steal everything that wasn't actually nailed down. "Take this," he said, passing her a glass of a strange red liquid. Hannelore sniffed it carefully, decided it smelled drinkable, and took a sip. It left a river of fire burning down towards her stomach. "What do you make of that?" "Strong," Hannelore said between coughs. She had never tasted anything like it before. even when pushing the limits of what was permitted, even to one of her high station. What is it? The name is unpronounceable, Cordova said sadly. There was something in his voice, an emotion she couldn't quite identify. It comes from Zeno 7, you see. Hannelore took a longer look at the glass and its contents. You mean that this is an alien drink? Yep, Cordova said, with a sudden manic grin. Don't worry, it's compatible with our biochemistries. The crabs don't consider it an intoxicant. They use it for cleaning their claws after mating, rather like we might go to the shower. He chuckled, as one does at a joke that isn't really funny. We, the Rim, sell a few barrels of this each year to certain parties within the Empire, and none of them have the slightest idea where it comes from or what its manufacturers use it for. Oh, Hannelore said. She found herself giggling as she took another sip. Why don't you tell them? They'd have a collective heart attack. The thought wasn't as funny as it seemed. The Empire would have reacted harshly against anything that resembled alien chic, or humans adopting alien ways. There were so many different forms of family unit or social systems across the Empire that Hannelore wasn't sure why they felt the need to bother, but there was little logic in it. The Empire was built, its sole justification for existing, around defending humanity from aliens and alien influence. The Security Division would probably feel that anyone who drank, and enjoyed, alien-produced wines was a closet alien sympathizer, a traitor to humanity. The poor bastard would probably have wound up on a penal world. It's too good a joke to spoil, Cordova said. He looked up as a newcomer appeared beside them. Hester, come and join the party. Hester regarded the glass in his hand humorlessly. A party when I am dead, she said, in her whispery voice. The scar on her face seemed to throb with agreement. I want to know if you have completed the plans to evacuate the asteroid. Hannelore wanted to protest, to claim that Cordova deserved at least one day off, but he gave her a restraining look. I sent for freighters from nearby systems, he said calmly, as if he received ill-timed requests every day of the week. Once they are here, we will begin loading them up and dispersing the population into the beyond. Sadly, the crew of the Johnny-come-lately devastated the remaining ships, the ones that the black shirts didn't wreck. I hope that you will be putting them on the list. Hester nodded. The black shirts had attempted to destroy every starship in the asteroid, but the escaping Johnny-come-lately had damaged the entire spaceport when it had flickered out. Cordova had told her afterwards that it had damaged the entire asteroid, not just the spaceport, and the crew was likely to be declared outlaw throughout the beyond. It wouldn't mean that they couldn't go anywhere. Starships in the beyond changed names regularly, but it would ensure that they wouldn't have any further involvement with the rebellion. She found it hard to blame him for being angry, even though she did worry about what an outlaw crew might tell the Empire. The damaged spaceport would make it harder to evacuate the asteroid. We may have to burn through the asteroid shell to get the people off, but we will do it, Cordova continued grimly. I've already warned everyone to prepare for evacuation, with 1 bag per person, unless they make their own arrangements with other starships. We can come back later for anything we leave behind, if the Empire doesn't return in force. Hannelore looked up, alarmed. Is there any way they could know what happened? I doubt it, Cordova said, unless there was a cloaked starship lurking around and observing everything that happened. We didn't detect anything of the sort, which doesn't mean anything, but... He shrugged. We won't know for sure unless the Empire leaves us alone for longer than a week or two, he added. It will take any starship several days to get back to Camelot and report, and then another few days for them to dispatch a squadron of super dreadnoughts. Longer, perhaps, if they don't have one on hand. I see, Hannelore said. If... Hester interrupted. You know what we did to them, she said tartly. Hannelore gave her an offended look, but she ignored it. Is there anything they could do with the knowledge? Get ready to face the arsenal of ships again, Cordova said dryly. Give them enough time and they will come up with a few countermeasures or, more likely, design and build their own. It isn't as though the arsenal of ships are an invincible weapon. He smiled as the dance band struck up another tune. There's no such thing as an invincible weapon, he said, as he put down his glass and reached for Hannelore's hand. No matter how impossible it seems, there are always countermeasures. I'm sure that some bright spark on the other side will think of one soon enough. Hester looked as if she had bitten into a lemon and sucked out the juice. Hannelore understood. The Arsenal ships had demolished an entire battlecruiser squadron in seconds, promising a quick end to the war. If all it took to overthrow the Empire were a few converted freighters, perhaps she could just do it, and then relax, maybe finding a new husband and marrying again. Yet life wasn't that simple, and the war would go on for years. Cordova pulled her onto the dance floor and whirled her into a crazy dance. "Don't worry about it," he said, his voice almost drowned out by the music. A pair of augmented geeks of indeterminate gender danced past them, their implants whirring and clicking as they moved. "She wants us to win, and everything else. Even the little niceties must be sacrificed to that." "I understand," Hannelore said, as he put his arms around her and held her close. She felt her own passion ignite, feeling the urge to celebrate their victory in the oldest possible way, burning through her. "Come on, let's go." Cordova didn't ask any questions. He merely allowed her to lead him back to the ship. Thomas looked around the small compartment he'd been given, shoved into, would be a more accurate way of putting it, in hopes of some small distraction. Boredom was something he had never gotten used to, even though his unit was expected to be more civilized than the regular blackshirts. The rebels had given him a blank room with a table, 2 chairs, and a single bunk. They'd also handcuffed his hands to the table, chained his legs to the floor, and carefully removed or deactivated any hidden implants within his body. His lips quirked in bitter humor. Anyone would think that they had reason to worry. He hadn't believed that the battlecruisers had been destroyed at first, not until he'd pulled the live feed from one of the drones and seen the expanding clouds of plasma where the battlecruisers had been. The rebels had demanded his surrender and, after making an attempt to save the lives of his men, he'd surrendered. He had been promised that his men wouldn't be killed outright, but nothing else, leaving him to wonder what the rebels had in mind. Very few blackshirts survived falling into the hands of the enemy, if only because the enemy had plenty of grudges to pay off. Offhand, he couldn't recall a single world that had been pleased to see the blackshirts, although quite a few planetary leaders had called them in to provide armed support when they began unpopular steps like raising taxation. The hatch, it was strong enough to keep him in even without the handcuffs, hissed open, revealing a man in Marine combat dress. Thomas lifted an eyebrow. He'd assumed that the rebels and traitors would have abandoned their uniforms once they abandoned the Empire, yet this one seemed to cling to his uniform, even in the face of someone who hadn't abandoned his oath to the Empire. The Marine was older than him, his face marked by combat and regeneration treatments, yet there was something timeless about his expression. Despite himself, Thomas recognized a fellow soldier, a kindred soul. "Just call me Neil," the Marine said by way of greeting. Thomas placed him as Colonel Neil Franson, one of the rebels from the original mutiny at Jackson's Folly. "You and your men behaved remarkably well." "I do not allow drugged-up morons in my unit," Thomas said stiffly. Quite apart from any moral issue, a black shirt drugged up couldn't be trusted in a spacesuit, let alone an armored combat suit. I was ordered to take the asteroid and its population intact, not slaughtered or mistreated. "So you were," Franston agreed. "Why do you serve the Empire?" Thomas blinked at the question. "The Empire has been good to me," he said. It was true enough. Even if it hadn't been good to me, it has been good for the vast majority of the human race. Isn't that a good enough reason for you? Franson smiled, but it didn't quite touch his eyes. "We're attempting to reform the Empire, not destroy it," he said. "Why not come and join us?" "And what happens while we are busy reforming?" Thomas asked slowly. "The aliens jump on us. The Empire keeps us united against their threat." "The aliens we know are no threat to us," Franson said flatly. "They have no military power, nothing they can use against us. A single starship could destroy any one of their worlds, and there would be nothing they could do about it." "The last time we trusted aliens," Thomas countered, "we were nearly exterminated as a race. And that wouldn't have happened if we hadn't been disunited, ready to weaken ourselves by fighting over who got to be in charge. We cannot risk that happening again." "And yet there is no proof of a threat from aliens in the beyond," Franson pointed out. "Or do you know something that was kept from the rest of us?" Thomas flushed, and then realized that Franson was trying to get under his skin. He pushed his anger down and concentrated on the topic at hand. "I swore an oath to serve and protect the Empire for as long as I live," he said. I won't deny that there is room for improvement, but maintaining the fundamental unity of the human race is far more important than allowing everyone to head off in a different direction. How long would it be before we started fighting each other? Your grand rebellion might succeed, only to break up as you fought over who actually got to replace the Empire and take power. Franson smiled. I understand your position, he said. He sounded sad, yet there was something in his voice that worried Thomas. I felt the same way myself once. I used to believe in the ideals of the Empire. And then I was ordered to commit mass slaughter on behalf of the Empire. I refused. He looked up, his eyes meeting and holding Thomas's eyes. And one day, you're going to have to make the same choice yourself, he said. What do you think would have happened to the people on this asteroid if you'd succeeded? Thomas shook his head. Better to kill them, to kill everyone in the beyond, than to wreck the Empire, he said. He pushed as much pride as he could into his voice. It remains the only thing holding the human race together, and we need unity, or the aliens will destroy us. You're one of the followers of Darwin, Franson said. Thomas shook his head. The Darwinists believed that all races were in permanent competition, one that could only end with one race destroying all the others. They had urged the extermination of every known alien race, and at least one of their members had actually put theory into practice. They claimed it was an issue of the survival of the fittest. Thomas believed that they were purely racists, nothing more. As long as the aliens were controlled and knew their place, he had no objection to bringing them into the Empire. No, he said. I think... He broke off as Franson's wristcom bleeped. My commander has returned, Franson said. He stood up. If you won't join us, your men will be transported to a place where they will be safe, at least until the end of the war. You may find yourself being tapped for messenger duty. Thomas watched him leave. As the hatch hissed closed behind the Marine, he shook his head. Franson talked a good game, he knew, but preserving the Empire was vital. It was all that kept humanity from tearing itself apart, weakening it to the point where the aliens could rise up and exterminate the human race. He rattled his chains mournfully and settled back in his chair, trying to find some comfort. God alone knew how long they were going to leave him there. Chapter 44. So I brought the arsenal ships to Sanctuary, Daria concluded. She and the remainder of the rebel leadership had come on board the General Montgomery at once, allowing Colin a chance to realize what had happened while he'd been retreating from Greenland. The rebellion had come uncomfortably close to total defeat. Once we got there, we engaged them with maximum force. Expending a great many missiles in the process, Salgak said. The geek seemed irked by the loss of so many missiles, even though losing the asteroid or the arsenal of ships would have been far more worrying. You used a great deal of overkill. There is no overkill, Daria said firmly. She shot Noriko a wry glance. There's only open fire and reload. The fact remains, the geek said, as his implants whirred in agitation, that you fired off far more missiles than you needed to use. Colin tapped the table. It doesn't matter, he said. It won us time to evacuate Sanctuary and move to a new base. Even if the Empire knows what happened here, it will take them time to react. So the first priority is moving and resecuring the contents of this base. It is already underway, Cordova assured him. The population will be dispersed elsewhere. That leaves us all with a rather more worrying question, Anderson said flatly. How did they find the base in the first place? Colin had been wondering about that himself. The timing was a little odd, to say the least. If Imperial intelligence had known about Sanctuary prior to his mutiny, he would have expected Percival to drop in a squadron of super dreadnoughts or two, just so he could catch Colin when he returned from a raid. It actually suggested that Percival had received new intelligence. But from where? Had someone sold him the location of Sanctuary and the target Colin intended to hit next? Or was it just a ridiculous coincidence? Unknown as yet, Hester said. Her cold voice seemed calmer somehow. The logical solution is that someone sold us out to the Empire. Betrayal is a fact of life in the beyond. I imagine that none of the prisoners would know who... No, Anderson said. He had already requested permission to interrogate the prisoners, but none of the captured blackshirts were senior enough to know the identity of the Empire's spies. Colin suspected that interrogating them was pointless, so they could be transported to the holding world until the end of the war, whoever won. Imperial intelligence would feel that no one had a need to know, perhaps including the commander of the battlecruiser squadron. It could be anyone. Colin shook his head. It wasn't someone who knew about the secret shipyards, he said, or the Empire would have targeted them first. Sanctuary is only important as a symbol of what we can do, not part of our supply line or future plans to build super dreadnoughts of our own. We know that some people can be trusted. Not everyone knows about their existence, let alone their location, Hester said, in a whispery voice. I do not know their location. What you don't know, Daria said, you cannot be made to tell. I know the logic, Hester said tartly. I am merely pointing out that. Colin tapped the table again, harder this time. That is very much a side issue at the moment, he said. The problem we face is much worse. We were forced to retreat from Greenland, and our ships are damaged, while the Empire will probably start gloating over its great victory. We need to move fast, or our would-be allies will start wondering if we're going to lose. He thought about the message they'd sent, bouncing from relay station to relay station all over the Empire. How many would be inspired by it? How many would risk everything to mutiny against their commanders and join the rebellion? How many would die in futile battles as the Empire clamped down hard on any traces of insurgency or resistance? How could he let them down? The rebellion must not fail. The display lit up at his command. How many arsenal ships do we have on hand? 3 squadrons of 9 ships each, Daria said. She didn't seem surprised by the question, but then someone with her accomplished political skills would understand the need to strike back as soon as possible. The ones I expended are being reloaded now. Colin nodded. He could see a handful of possible counters to the arsenal ships already, and even though Percival was an idiot, the commander he'd faced at Greenland was smart enough to think of the countermeasures for himself. They had to move as quickly as possible, if only because the Empire might well have censor records of the arsenal ships in action. Once they got over their shock, they would evolve countermeasures. He reminded himself of that time and time again. He didn't dare fall into the trap of regarding the arsenal ships as an invincible weapon. Good, he said, in that case. He looked around the compartment, his gaze moving from face to face and judging commitment. In that case, he repeated, it is time to go after Camelot itself. The reaction was immediate. Cordova, Daria, and Hester seemed to love the idea. Selgak, Anderson, and the others seemed to think that Colin had lost his mind. He could understand their position. Camelot was the most heavily defended world in the sector, after all, yet he didn't share it. Taking Camelot and its facilities more or less intact would ensure that the entire sector fell into his lap. Leaving Percival there ran the risk of all of his other gains and conquests being reversed. And besides, they needed a stunning victory, and taking an Imperial Navy fleet base would give them just that. No one had taken an Imperial Navy base since the First Interstellar War. It won't be easy, Colin said calmly. We will be running a considerable risk. It isn't just a considerable risk, Selgak said. It is an insane risk. In 2 years, we would be deploying our own squadrons of super dreadnoughts, backed up by our own improved cruisers and destroyers. We would be in a far stronger position to wage war on the Empire and to recover from a defeat. Once we have our own shipping yards producing new ships, we can wait. Time is on our side. Time is not on our side, Hester said flatly. Her cold eyes blazed defiance. The Empire was shocked by our rebellion, true, and we're a long way from Earth. The core worlds don't have any idea that something has gone badly wrong. How long until that changes? The competent leaders on Earth will dispatch other starships to the sector, including a commander who actually has more than 2 brain cells, and crush every budding insurgency in sight. If we do not move to capitalize on our success now, we risk having the Empire swamp us through superior resources. She pressed her fingertips together angrily. We like to think that we can hide indefinitely in the beyond, she said. Her scar seemed to be pulsing with the intensity of her feelings. How long can we hide shipyards and starships? How can we build ships without emitting radiation that will attract them to us? Sure, we can hide, but how long for? The Empire will eventually track us down. while putting the occupied worlds into a lockdown that will make it impossible for any insurgency to develop. We have to move now. And we also have to reassure the Popular Front, Daria added. What it looks like, from the outside, is that we got our asses kicked at Greenland, and our base in the beyond has been exposed. The longer we leave it before we resume the offensive, the more rebels who will slip away from us, fearing that we have lost the urge to fight and win at all costs. Tell me something. In 2 years, will you still be arguing that we should wait, or will you pluck up the nerve to act? Colin frowned as the argument raged on. He wasn't sure if he trusted his own feelings. In the Imperial Navy, an admiral who brought home a defeated fleet might face the wrath of his superiors, no matter how steeply the odds had been tipped against him. Colin's position at least was secure, yet plunging headlong into Camelot might reverse that if they lost. And worse, there was his burning desire to avenge himself on Percival. Did he believe that hitting Camelot was a good idea for sound, tactical reasons, or was it merely because he wanted to kill Percival personally? He asked himself the question time and time again, but no answer appeared within his mind. And then he remembered Jackson's Folly. There had been no word as yet about the planet, but Colin was sure that Percival would have reoccupied the system by now. The planet and its inhabitants would bear the brunt of his rage and fury. Legally, he could do almost anything to them, and no one back on Earth would care. The only thing protecting it from his wrath was the interests of the Roosevelt family, and that might not last. They might decide to cut their losses and urge him to scorch the world, and that would kill upwards of 4 billion humans. It could not be allowed. If the rebellion had to stand for something, if the rebellion wanted to reform the empire, it had to stop such atrocities. I believe that we should vote on it, he said finally. The argument had been on the verge of degenerating into a brawl. All those in favor, raise your hands. He counted as the votes were taken. The ayes have it, he said, recalling old debates back at the Academy. We will move against Camelot as soon as possible. And win, Daria added. We have the firepower to take the planet now, and then hold it against all comers. Colin nodded, a battle plan already forming in his head. We will repair the super dreadnoughts and then move, he ordered. Officially, we will be preparing to return to Greenland and avenge our defeat there. No one outside this compartment is to know the actual target. Once the ships are ready, we will move at once into hell with whatever dares to stand in our way. He lifted his mug of Imperial Navy-issue coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you a toast, he said. Success to us and disaster to the enemy. They really did do some damage to this section, the geek said, as he stood with Colin near one of the damaged compartments. They actually broke one of the armor plates and sent fragments flying into the ship. It was a good thing they didn't manage to follow you through the flicker. A very good thing, Colin agreed, through gritted teeth. The geek, he hadn't given Colin any name, acting almost as if he were part of a hive mind, had a habit of pointing out the obvious. Can you repair the damage in time? Of course, the geek said, as if the question was somehow offensive. We have a fabricator, and we have most of the materials on hand. It is merely a question of producing a replacement armor plate and installing it on your ship. There are some minor improvements we could make to the hull, using experimental materials that we have discovered over the years, but I understand that you do not want anything new on your ship. Colin shook his head. One thing he had discovered about the geeks was that they loved newness for the sake of newness. If he'd let them, they would have stripped out the tried and tested weapons the Empire had installed in General Montgomery and replaced them with their own designs. Colin had seen enough to know that some were very good designs and others had some serious flaws. They would all have to be tested carefully before he signed off on installing them within his starships. Some of their other designs were far more reasonable for immediate deployment. Their ECM drones were far superior to the best the Empire could produce, offering Colin a handful of tactical advantages that would be denied to his opponents. While they hadn't cracked the secret of faster-than-light transmission, they had managed to produce systems that compressed and extracted data at a far faster rate than the Empire, giving Colin a degree of tactical flexibility that the Empire wouldn't be able to match. Their cloaking systems, too, were superior to the Empire's, although they hadn't completely eliminated the problem of turbulence caused by the passage of a cloaked starship. Indeed, Colin intended to exploit many of their inventions in his attack on Camelot. Just repair her to the original specifications, he ordered. Whatever they produced in the future, he would have to fight the next battle with the weapons the Empire had designed and built. What about the other starships? The geek cocked his head, accessing their private band. It might as well be telepathy, for it allowed direct mind-to-mind communication, something the Empire banned for reasons that escaped Colin. Or perhaps there was a very simple explanation. The mind techs used such systems for probing through a person's mind, and they didn't want to share. "They will all be ready for combat in 2 weeks," the geek said. He smiled, a strange smile that took up the exposed part of his face. "And then you must win or die." Colin nodded. "Of course," he said dryly. "I knew the job was dangerous when I took it." He walked back slowly towards the bridge, pausing long enough to look into sickbay and check up on the crewmen who were slowly recovering from their wounds. It wasn't a pleasant sight, yet he felt as if he had no choice but to offer what support and comfort he could. The wounded at least seemed happy, even though they wouldn't be on the super dreadnought when it flickered out to Camelot. Colin had already resolved not to take anyone along he didn't strictly need, even though both Hester and Daria had requested, then demanded permission to accompany the fleet. 2 hours later he stood in the shuttle bay and watched as the black-clad crewmen carried the caskets, one by one, into the launcher. The Imperial Navy's funeral service was time-honored, laid down by the first Emperor himself, and even 1,000 families respected it. Colin waited until the senior crew and a selection of crewmen, chosen from the friends of the deceased, had arrived, before he began to speak. It was his duty as the fleet's commander. "We are gathered here today to say goodbye to our friends and comrades who were killed in action," he said. There were lines in the service extolling the dead as being devoted servants of the Empire, lines he decided to cut out, for speaking them would be a sick joke. They gave their lives so that we could live. For our tomorrow, they gave their today. He paused, feeling the weight of the squadron pressing down on him. A crewman had died when a shield generator had exploded too close to him, slamming his body hard against a bulkhead and rendering him a mass of blood and flesh. His coffin was closed and sealed. Another crewwoman had died when a burst of energy flared through the ship, vaporizing her head and leaving the rest of her surprisingly intact. Her coffin, too, was sealed. They died upholding the values they believed in, and we are diminished because of their deaths, he said. It was hard, so hard to choose the right words. We who have chosen to seek to reform the Empire, feel now that we have lost something truly important. People who believed in our cause and gave their all, so that the cause could go on. In their name, we will not fail, for to do so means that they have died in vain. Their names will be remembered forever as the ones who died in order that our dream might live. He closed his eyes for a long second of silent meditation, as laid down in regulations, and then nodded to the drummer. The drummer started to tap his instrument, a long, slow beat that had never failed to send a chill down Colin's spine. At each high point, a casket was ejected into space, heading towards the local star. They would be lost within the vastness of space until they finally hit the star and vaporized. Very few Imperial Navy crewmen, even those who came from the 1,000 families, were ever buried in any other manner. Those who lived in space died in space. May they rest in peace, Colin concluded, once the final casket had been launched. The watchers echoed him. They will not be forgotten. 2 weeks later, the super dreadnoughts were finally ready to move, accompanied by a small fleet of ships from the various rebel forces. The arsenal ships, the key to the operation, looked unremarkable compared to the other ships, but Colin hoped that they would keep the Empire from looking too closely at them. His other surprises should help with that, or so he hoped. Far too many devices had never been tested in combat. "All ships, this is the Admiral," he said as he took the command chair. He'd insisted on running through full tests before signing off on the repair work, but there had been no errors. The geeks did good work, which was more than he could say for many Imperial Navy shipyards. The contractors were often more interested in making money than in doing a good job. Prepare to jump. He settled back in his command chair. Whatever else happened, the die was about to be cast. Either they won or they lost. There were no other options. "Jump," he ordered. Chapter 45. Where is she?" Penny watched as Percival strode around his quarters, repeating the same question time and time again. It had been nearly 3 weeks since they'd expected to hear from the battlecruisers they'd dispatched to attack the rebel base, even if it was just a report of a deserted star system and a piece of misinformation that Imperial intelligence had swallowed hook, line, and sinker. Percival had gathered a powerful force for the execution of Operation Purge, yet he couldn't deploy the fleet into the beyond until he knew for sure that the rebel leadership was in disarray, and there were few prospects of a renewed offensive against the Empire. "I'm sure she's on her way back now," Penny said as soothingly as she could. The truth was that she was worried too, for the battlecruisers were dangerously overdue. Perhaps their commander had discovered the location of additional rebel bases and moved to attack them, or perhaps there was a simpler and less pleasant explanation. The battlecruisers had encountered the rebel super dreadnoughts and had been destroyed. "She is a reliable officer." "Yes, she is, unlike some," Percival said tightly, scowling as he glared towards the sector display hovering in the center of the compartment. His paranoia had grown to terrifying heights over the last few days. He'd started reshuffling his command staff, moving officers from one post to another, while combining his 2 super dreadnought squadrons into one overwhelmingly powerful force. Using super dreadnoughts to deal with the average rebel ship was like using an atomic bomb to swat a single man, yet he seemed impervious to logic and reason. No one can be trusted. Penny held herself composed, despite the shiver that ran down her spine. How long would it take for Percival's paranoia to lead him to conclude that she was a threat, that she'd been conspiring with his rival, or perhaps even that she intended to lead the lower decks in a mutiny of her own? It would be suicidal with so many blackshirts on the command station, yet Percival might believe that she intended to try. His ranting about how the universe was conspiring against him, striving to deny him his rightful place, was growing ever more extreme. He had barely touched her in 2 weeks. At one time she would have been grateful, for even the merest touch of his hand left her feeling unclean, no matter how long she spent in the shower. Now she couldn't help but view it as an ominous development, a sign of his growing paranoia. If he had decided that he no longer wanted her, how long would it be before she found herself exiled to a remote mining station, or simply killed outright? After all, Percival had dispatched Commander Walker to a remote patrol base, and look how that had turned out. "She'll be back," Penny said as gently as she could. "Would you like a drink, or perhaps even some other—" The alarm sounded before she could complete her sentence. It wasn't the standard alarm, but one warning of incoming enemy starships, one that had never been sounded outside of drills and exercises. Percival was on his feet at once, grabbing for the white beret that technically should only belong to the commander of a squadron of starships, and heading for the hatch. Penny followed him, surprised at his reaction, before realizing that part of him had feared the worst. Commander Walker wouldn't die that easily. Poor Percival was tormented by nightmares of the monster he'd created, the one that could tear down the place he'd created for himself, even in death. She followed him through the secured corridors, pausing long enough to nod to the black shirts and household troops on duty, and into the command center. The staff were a little disorganized. Percival had broken up the working teams and reconfigured them, seemingly at random, but at least they knew what they were doing. 100 red icons hovered in the main display, advancing towards Camelot. The rebels weren't even trying to hide. "Status report," Percival ordered, as he took the command chair. He'd had it made especially for him, and it resembled a throne more than anything else. Penny considered it to be in very poor taste, particularly the carvings the artisan had worked into the metal. "What has the bastard brought to the party?" The duty officer turned, unable to quite hide the flinch when he saw Percival. It wasn't too surprising. Over the last few weeks, Percival had been a looming presence in the background, even though he'd hardly spent any time in the command center before then. After all, who would dare to attack Camelot? There were 9 battle stations and hundreds of automated platforms covering the Imperial Navy's repair facilities, and that didn't even count the fleet that Percival had been assembling for Operation Purge. The rebels might not have known it, but they'd jumped right into 5-to-1 odds. Her lips twitched as she stood behind Percival. The rebels clearly made a habit of running tactical surveys on every system they attacked first, as doctrine suggested, and they would almost certainly know that Percival had additional ships and defenses. Their attack, therefore, was suicidal, unless they'd come up with something new. But what? It struck her, suddenly, that the battle cruisers might have run into something they couldn't handle, something new. The Empire feared the geeks, feared them enough to order them executed on sight, rather than even trying to exploit what they developed, and Imperial intelligence had insisted that the geeks were part of the rebellion. She looked down at Percival, read the subtle signs on his posture, and knew that there was no point in saying anything. Percival knew the odds, at least the conventional odds, and he was clinging to them, yet she could see that he felt fear. He knew Commander Walker, knew him far better than Penny. He knew that his enemy was a tactical genius. In his head, she realized, Percival was already defeated. "Admiral," the duty officer said, "there are 9 super dreadnoughts, 3 battle cruisers, 52 cruisers of indeterminate class, and a number of smaller ships, including a force of freighters. They're advancing on Commodore William's position as we speak." Penny nodded. Commodore William wasn't known for being imaginative, but he was known as a safe pair of hands, someone who would never rise above command of a super dreadnought squadron. Percival had granted him command of the forces assembled for Operation Purge because he would never seek to unseat his superior officer, unless, of course, that was an act. No one survived for years in the Imperial Navy without developing the remarkable skill of assembling. 9 super dreadnoughts, Percival repeated. "They are all in full working order?" "As far as we can determine," the duty officer said carefully. Public Information's version of the Battle of Greenland had 5 rebel super dreadnoughts battered to the point of near uselessness. Questioning the official version could have terminated a career. "We are too far away for effective scans." "Order Commodore William to close with the enemy and destroy him," Percival ordered, settling back in his chair. Penny wondered in a moment of insight if Percival had started to believe his own propaganda. He no longer looked defeated. The Imperial Navy had 16 super dreadnoughts and supporting ships. The rebels had only 9, including some which might be too badly damaged to operate at full capacity. "They are to be destroyed." "All ships have arrived in the system," the tactical officer said. "The enemy has detected our presence." Colin nodded. That hadn't been unexpected. Camelot had the best sensor network in the system, and really, he hadn't been trying to hide. He wanted Percival looking right at him. The main display was updating as the probes flared away from his ships, rocketing down towards the planet, and the fleet forming up in a position to intercept his ships. The enemy didn't know it, but the live feed from the probes was far superior to anything they could develop for themselves. Colin could practically count the scars on some of the super dreadnought hulls facing him. He'd run through a dozen different possibilities for Camelot's defenders. In Percival's place, he would have kept his ships near the planet and combined their point defense with that of the fixed defenses. Even with arsenal ships, that would have been a hard nut to crack, which was part of the reason he'd shown Percival his hand so blatantly. If Percival wanted a decisive victory, Colin would offer him one, before snatching it out of reach. "Deploy the fleet into Formation Alpha," he ordered. Tension was running down his spine. What if there was something he had failed to take into account? What if he'd underestimated the opposition? The enemy commander he'd faced at Greenland had been smart enough to be dangerous even without having a numerical advantage in super dreadnoughts. "Prepare to activate the drones." "All drones are linked into the datanet system," the tactical officer confirmed. "They're ready to go." Colin took a breath. It was important to appear calm and unworried, or so he'd been taught, back when he'd been a young and ruthlessly ambitious officer, even though they were sailing blithely towards certain destruction. He wondered what was going through Percival's head, or even if Percival had quietly decided to board a gunboat and command the defense from the nearest star system. It didn't matter. One way or another, the entire future of the Empire, if it would be reformed or if it would continue to decay until it collapsed from within, would be decided here. "Open a channel," he ordered. The communications tech nodded. As they'd planned, the message would be broadcast and clear, allowing Percival's subordinates to hear it. "Admiral Percival, this is Admiral Walker, representing the Popular Front to Reform the Empire. You are ordered to stand down your ships and prepare to be boarded. Your time as commander of this sector is over." Colin smiled before he continued. If he knew Percival, the message would both infuriate and terrify him. "Speak now to the men and women on the defenses," the voice rolled on. "Ask yourself this: can the Empire long survive? Join us. Join the one effort to reform the Empire, rather than breaking it up or shut it off," Percival ordered harshly. The voice vanished from the command center. Penny wondered absently if he had realized that everyone in the system was hearing the message. There was no way to jam the emergency channel, even if doing it hadn't been a direct violation of Imperial Navy regulations. "Order Commodore William to continue his advance and engage the enemy." Penny looked down at him. "Admiral," she said, "do you not wish to make a response?" "No," Percival snarled. His face had purpled alarmingly. "I will make my response in missile fire." Penny nodded bitterly. The rebels had offered to allow Percival to go anywhere he wanted, even all the way back to the core worlds. But that would be a disaster for the Admiral. His patrons would desert him. He would get the blame for the disaster, and he would finish his days on a penal world if they didn't simply execute him for gross incompetence. The Roosevelt family wouldn't breathe a word in his defense. Penny doubted that anyone would even try to defend him. They'd want to bury him as quickly as possible before turning their attention to crushing the rebels. She shook her head slowly. Percival was caught between two fires. Only destroying the rebel fleet, perhaps not even that, could save him from Nemesis. He couldn't even accept the rebel offer and hide somewhere in the beyond. To a man like Percival, being cut off from the Empire and its power structure would be a fate worse than death. Colin sat back as he finished making his speech. He would have been astonished if Percival had surrendered, even after Colin had offered to guarantee his safety and free passage to anywhere he wanted to go in the Empire. Perhaps he didn't trust Colin to keep his word. Hell, Colin wasn't sure if he trusted himself to keep his word. Having Percival in his hands would be a great temptation. He could draw his pistol and put a bullet through his head, or torture him to death, or even just crush his skull with his bare hands. The possibilities were endless. He smiled and shook his head. They hadn't won the battle yet. He watched the display as the enemy fleet started to pick up the pace, heading right towards Colin's fleet on a least-time course. The red spheres that marked weapons range were growing closer. So far, not even the geeks had been able to devise missiles with longer ranges than standard-issue Imperial Navy designs, although they swore that they were working on it. Colin suspected that they wouldn't change the face of space warfare as much as might be expected, although they would make assaulting a planet easier. Colin shifted in his chair as the timer ticked down towards 0. He was aware on some deep primal level of the hopes and fears of his entire fleet, the ones who had joined the mutiny, the rebels who had known their cause was hopeless and fought on anyway, the men and women he had rescued from the penal world. They all knew that this would be the moment when the rebellion became a true threat to the Empire, or was destroyed, shattered beyond repair. Colin had never been a gambler. He had regarded it as a poor habit, although he had sometimes taken money off Percival at the gaming tables, yet he knew that this was a gamble. It was easy, looking at the oncoming fleet, to wonder if the naysayer factions had been right. "Activate the drones," he ordered. There were 72 drones deployed in a rough shell in front of the fleet, each one configured to present an image of a super dreadnought to any passive sensors, or even active sensors at long range. The geeks had invented them, and Colin had tested them extensively against the best sensors his super dreadnoughts had, making sure that the Empire couldn't separate a drone from a real ship. It seemed that it required active sensors at very close range to penetrate the deception. Percival would know that it was a deception, of course. Colin might have had a low opinion of his intelligence, but it wasn't that low. There was no way the rebels could have gotten their hands on 72 super dreadnoughts, 81 counting the original ships, or Colin would have smashed Camelot and advanced on Earth, with very little in his way to stop him. But then Colin had expected that, too. "All drones are active," the tactical officer said. "They'll be seeing them about now." "Admiral," the duty officer said, as the screen suddenly lit up with red icons, "we have new contacts. 72 additional super dreadnoughts." Percival's voice cut through the chaos. "It's a bluff," he said savagely. Penny blinked at the sudden decisiveness in his voice. "That's how the bastard won at Khartoum." All of a sudden it made sense. Back when Percival had been a mere Commodore, desperate to prove himself and win the coveted promotion to Admiral, he had used Commander Walker to win an exercise. Penny had studied the battle and had been impressed. Commander Walker had used drones to lure the enemy forces out of position, then hit them when they were least expecting it. It had been a tactical masterstroke, and Percival, at least, had good cause to remember it. Except, "Admiral," she said slowly, "wouldn't he expect it too?" Percival turned his chair to look up at her. "What do you mean?" "He can't have so many super dreadnoughts," Penny said. "We know he can't have so many super dreadnoughts, even if he had captured the entire sector fleet. So why is he playing a bluff he knows is going to be called? Percival said nothing, so she pressed her advantage. "Admiral, pull back the ships and combine their point defense with the battle stations," she said. "If it's a bluff, it won't hurt us, and if it's covering for something—" Percival slapped her, hard enough to send her rocking back on her heels. "He knows he's walked into a meat grinder," Percival snarled. Penny barely heard him through the pain. He'd slapped her right in front of the entire command staff. He couldn't have made her position as the Admiral's whore any clearer if he'd bent her over the tactical console and raped her from behind. "He's trying to bluff us to win time to recharge his drives and flicker out. You are dismissed from my service. You will report to your quarters and wait there for reassignment. I will deal with you once this battle is won." Penny pulled herself to her feet, held herself ramrod straight, and strode out of the command center, refusing to look at anyone or rub her face. Oddly, part of her felt relieved. Wherever Percival sent her, at least she wouldn't have to put up with his presence any longer. And as much as she hated to admit it, there was a good chance that the bastard might be right. "They think they're calling our bluff," Colin said with heavy satisfaction. Truthfully, it might not have made any difference if the Imperial Navy starships had started to retreat, but at least this way it prevented any possibility of having to fight both sections of the defenses at once. "Prepare to fire." He settled back into his chair as the datanet updated, with the arsenal ships in the lead. It had taken a great deal of careful planning to program the firing sequence, although Colin privately suspected that at least some of that effort had been wasted. The KISS principle had to be observed. "Fire," he ordered. Chapter 46. Commodore William knew that few regarded him as an adroit tactician. In his 52 years in the Imperial Navy, he had made few mistakes, but he had no great successes either. His advancements had been fueled by connections. His patrons were quite happy to deal with a man of limited ambition and considerable seniority. He'd been a Commodore for over 13 years and knew that there would probably be no further promotions in his career. On the other hand, command of a super dreadnought squadron was a shining mark in a career file. Who knew where it would lead after he retired? He couldn't disagree with Admiral Percival's assessment of the situation. If the rebels had hijacked super dreadnoughts from another part of the Empire, he would have heard something about it, if only whispers passed down through the grapevine. The super dreadnoughts he was advancing towards couldn't be real, even though they were the most advanced decoys he'd ever seen, which suggested that the remainder of the rebel fleet could be nothing more than drones too. If Commander Walker was actually trying to distract them while causing havoc elsewhere, well, at least he wouldn't look bad. After Stacy Roosevelt had lost an entire squadron of super dreadnoughts to mutineers, it was hard to imagine anything that would have made him look worse. "Commodore," the tactical officer reported, "we are entering firing range." "Good," Commodore Williams said. He wasn't used to commanding 16 super dreadnoughts instead of 9, but his officers were used to him, and he had managed to add the newcomers into the datanet without causing undue disruption. Percival had ordered him to open fire as soon as he entered range. Yet Commodore William intended to wait and see if he could separate the drones from the real starships. It was alarmingly possible that the original 9 super dreadnoughts, the first ones to be detected, were drones, and the real super dreadnoughts had been concealing themselves. Or perhaps he was just driving himself mad with paranoia. There was no way to know for sure. "Prepare to engage." The display went mad as alarms howled through the massive ship. Thousands of missiles were spewing out of the enemy fleet, roaring towards his fleet. The super dreadnoughts were real. They had to be real. Nothing else could have produced that level of firepower. Nothing else could account for it. The rebels had somehow obtained an entire fleet and were deploying it to attack Camelot. His thoughts raced round and round in circles, unable to accept what he was seeing. The rebels had done the impossible. They had assembled 81 super dreadnoughts with external racks and fired them in one massive volley. He swallowed hard, cursing his own failure to order the drives powered up. He might have been able to escape, yet that would only have meant disaster for him anyway. His career had just been destroyed, even with— It dawned on him that he wasn't dealing with the real problem, but there was no way to deal with it, or escape so many missiles. He could pick off 2/3 of them with his point defense, and the remaining third would be enough to obliterate his fleet. 16 super dreadnoughts were about to die, and it was his fault. "Return fire," he ordered hoarsely. It wasn't the commanding voice he'd been taught to use at the academy, but no one could have remained steady in the teeth of so many missiles. The fire of 16 super dreadnoughts, external racks or no external racks, couldn't hope to match the onrushing wave of destruction advancing towards him. Hell, the rebels should have had problems trying to coordinate that many missiles, yet somehow they were controlling them perfectly. All point defense weapons are clear to engage. I say again, all point defense weapons are clear to engage. 16 super dreadnoughts carried a great deal of point defense, and they were escorted by 69 smaller ships, all linked into a data net that hadn't been designed to handle so many incoming missiles at once. Its designers had assumed that there were limits to how many missiles could be deployed. Never in their worst nightmares had they imagined a missile storm like the one advancing towards them. There were so many missiles that their emissions seemed to blur into one another, making it harder to even begin targeting them. Hundreds of missiles vanished as the point defense network struck them down, but thousands survived to make it through and hammer against his shields. Red icons flashed and vanished on his display as the smaller ships were vaporized. The rebels hadn't restricted their targeting to the super dreadnoughts alone, their shields and defenses unable to stand up to the onslaught. His super dreadnoughts seemed to cling together, as if they could provide mutual support by moving closer. But it was already too late. A deluge of missiles fell upon them. "Signal the rebels," Commodore William ordered. His career and the opinion of Admiral Percival no longer mattered. "Tell them we surrender." "It's too late," a tactical officer said. "They're entering terminal attack phase." The missiles slammed home. The super dreadnought might have shrugged off 1 missile, or 10 missiles, or even 100 missiles, but so many impacting so close together was beyond her ability to survive. As fireballs blazed out on her shields, the shield generators failed, allowing the rebel missiles to slam into the hull and start to explode within the hull. A series of tearing explosions blew the flagship into nothing more than expanding plasma. The remainder of the squadron followed it into death seconds later. "My God," Colin breathed, as a final super dreadnought vanished. No one had ever seen 16 super dreadnoughts destroyed so rapidly, not even during the First Interstellar War. Since time out of mind, the tactics of space warfare had been determined by weight of fire, and now the geeks had introduced a whole new variable into the equation. The arsenal ships might be a one-shot weapon. They might not have the shielding or armor of super dreadnoughts. They might have the maneuvering capability of a wallowing pig, but they had just changed the face of warfare. Every Academy graduate knew that if the first punch was heavy enough, there would be no need to throw a second. He watched as if, from a far distance, as Commodore Williams' missiles roared into his fleet. The Commodore obviously hadn't been able to sort the real super dreadnoughts out from the decoys, or perhaps he just hadn't had time to update his command missiles with the new data. Of course, the sudden wave of missiles, far more than 9 super dreadnoughts could launch, had been a very convincing argument. Colin rather regretted Commodore Williams' death, even if he had been on the wrong side. The aging naval officer had been a good and decent, if limited, man. "Only a relative handful of missiles tracked our real ships," the tactical officer said. "The remainder went after the drones." Colin nodded. One of the other great limiting factors in space warfare was that missile drives, while overpowered to a level no manned starship could survive, burned out quickly. Once the missiles realized their mistake, if they realized their mistake, they would have no time to seek another target before it was too late. The debris of the battlefield would have to be swept carefully, in case a stray missile hadn't been programmed to destroy itself once it lost power, but they were little threat to an alert starship. The Empire wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, Colin knew, but for the moment it hardly mattered. Besides, if some of the other programs the geeks had talked about became a reality, Colin would never have to worry about running out of tricks. "Open a channel," he ordered. He waited for the channel to open. "Admiral Percival, as you can see, my fleet is no bluff." And now he knew he was bluffing. The arsenal ships would have to withdraw, reload from the ammunition ships, and return before he could launch a second massive salvo. And even then, he might not have enough to crack the defenses of Camelot. "I have killed thousands of your loyalists in proving that I can destroy you." He took a breath. "Surrender now and you will live," he added. He didn't want to make any promises. Yet, did he have any choice? "If you continue to resist me, I will be forced to destroy Camelot and its orbiting facilities." Penny had done something she knew was stupid, but she no longer gave a damn. Instead of obeying Percival's orders and going back to her quarters, which she barely used, As Percival had been fond of ordering her to sleep on the couch in his quarters, she had gone into the smaller backup communications room and evicted the 2 officers on duty. They at least hadn't heard about her disgrace and relief, and if they saw the mark on her face, they said nothing. She had watched in disbelief and horror as 16 super dreadnoughts were rapidly destroyed. The rebels hadn't been bluffing. Yet. She thought about it, tossing possibilities over and over in her head. They couldn't have captured so many super dreadnoughts without Percival hearing about it, and she'd heard everything that Percival had heard, apart from a handful of private discussions with Stacy Roosevelt. It had to be a trick of some kind, yet the missiles had been very real. How had they done it? She listened as the rebels broadcast their demand for surrender and shook her head. Percival wouldn't have the sense to surrender, which meant that the fortress and the other 8 in orbit around Camelot were about to be destroyed. Penny reached down and touched the pistol at her belt. She could use it, gun down Percival, and surrender to the rebels. The hatch opened, and 2 blackshirts, their eyes dull with the effects of the drugs they used, stepped inside. Penny read her fate in their eyes and reached for her pistol, but it was too late. One of them threw himself at her, knocked her to the deck, and tore the pistol away, before yanking her hands behind her back and securing them with a single strip of malleable metal. He hauled her to her feet, searched her roughly, and started to march her towards the hatch, and stopped. Another pair of black shirts was standing there, holding stunners. Her captor blinked. "Who are you?" he asked in a cold, dead voice. "What are you doing here?" The newcomer stunned him and his mate. Penny swayed, barely able to keep her balance, as they collapsed to the ground like sacks of potatoes. The second pair of black shirts, they looked more alert, as if they hadn't been taking their drugs, looked at her. She had the uneasy feeling that they were communicating with each other in a manner she couldn't detect or understand. Who were they? One of the newcomers winked at her, lifted his stunner, and shot her with it. There was a blue-white flash, and then she collapsed into darkness. The last thing she heard, before the darkness closed in completely, was an unfamiliar voice giving orders in a tone that suggested he knew he would be obeyed. "Take her to the ship," he ordered. "This fortress will not remain intact much longer." Commander Alan Redfield felt nothing but numb horror. His cousin's sister-in-law, who happened to be related to someone in the Imperial Navy Personnel Department, had promised him a nice safe posting for his time in the Imperial Navy. Camelot had been safe enough. The world might be thoroughly unpleasant, but it was improving, and the recreational facilities were first-rate. He'd even spent some of his leave enjoying a VR simulation, something rare outside the core worlds. And now death had come to the Camelot system. He couldn't understand how the rebels had obtained so much firepower, but they had, and 16 super dreadnoughts had been wiped out, just because their commanders had been unwilling to believe that there was a real threat. Captain Quick, who had at least tried to warn her superior, had been slapped and dismissed. Alan shuddered in disgust. He had known that Captain Quick was the Admiral's mistress. Unwillingly, he guessed, yet he hadn't realized how far Percival was prepared to go. The Admiral himself was still in his command chair, staring at where the icons representing Commodore Williams' super dreadnoughts had been. If he had heard the communication from the rebels, it had been on all channels. Alan had heard it through his earpiece. He gave no sign. He spoke no defiance nor craven surrender. Alan took a breath. As duty officer, it was his job to alert the Admiral to any new developments. Yet a word from Percival could wreck his career, despite his handful of well-placed family members. If the Admiral was prepared to destroy the woman who shared his bed, what would he do to a junior officer who lacked even that small contact with the Admiral? On the other hand, the sight of so many super dreadnoughts bearing down on him did tend to concentrate the mind. "Admiral," he said, trying to sound as businesslike as possible, "the rebels are demanding a response." "I'll give them a response," Percival bellowed. His sudden shift from silence to outright rage was disorienting. "I'll blow his ships to plasma and throw the bastard out of an airlock." "Admiral," Alan said quietly. He knew that he was taking his career in his hands, but somehow it was growing harder to care. His older brother had called him a coward, and perhaps he was right. The thought of dying because his admiral had refused to see sense and surrender was too much. "We cannot win this fight. Those super dreadnoughts have enough firepower to cut through the data net and destroy this fortress. It may take them time to obliterate all of the fortresses, but they can do it." He hesitated on the next few words. "And they have offered to accept your surrender and even offered to guarantee your safe conduct," he added. If Percival was a coward, as his behavior seemed to suggest it might appeal to him when more logical arguments failed. "You could return home and—" "Be silent!" Percival snapped. He stood up and marched over to the tactical console. Nothing, not even his superbly tailored uniform, could disguise the fear running through his body and voice. Alan could see sweat staining his uniform. "When they enter weapons range, you are ordered to open fire. Do you understand me?" He turned to stare at Alan. "Do you understand me?" There was only one answer to that. "Yes, sir," Alan said. He glanced down at the console to avoid looking any further at Percival. "I understand. The enemy ships will enter firing range in 12 minutes. Open fire as soon as they enter firing range, and then keep firing until their ships are smashed," Percival ordered. "Do not quit firing without my permission." Colin kept his expression calm and composed, but inwardly he could feel worry working its way through his system. There were 9 battle stations in orbit around the planet, positioned so that at least 4 of them could engage his fleet at any one time. He was still advancing forward, yet if Percival didn't see sense, or at least what Colin wanted him to see, and surrender, he would have to fall back, reload the arsenal ships, and return to the system. And that would blow any lingering belief that the super dreadnoughts were real out of Percival's mind. He checked the display. Super dreadnoughts couldn't go much closer to the planet without being caught in the gravity shadow, preventing escape, although the drones could continue to advance and simply be ordered to self-destruct before they could be captured. Even so, he did have his sole squadron of super dreadnoughts, and if Percival didn't surrender, he would have to flicker out. The timer was ticking down. Alan watched as the enemy super dreadnoughts drew closer, their tactical sensors already locking onto the fortress and supplying information to their missiles. The fortresses had deployed their countermeasures, of course, but unlike starships, it was very hard to hide the presence of a fortress. They were so massive that they actually generated tiny gravitational fields of their own. An alarm pinged, seconds before the entire fortress shook. "Admiral," he said, "a gunboat just flickered out of Shuttle Bay 2. Percival turned his dead eyes on him. He didn't seem to care, even though whoever was in the gunboat had not only cut through several layers of encryption that were supposed to prevent it, but risked the destruction of the entire fortress. "Ignore it," he said harshly. "Prepare to engage the enemy." Alan made up his mind. "Admiral," he said carefully, "I hereby relieve you of command under Section IR-23 of Imperial Navy Regulations." Percival spun around to stare at him. "This is mutiny," he snapped. Section IR-23 dealt with commanding officers who showed signs of madness. It was rarely used, not least because misusing it carried heavy penalties. "You are—" He reached for the pistol at his belt, and Alan leapt at him. Perhaps wisely, Percival had refused to allow his officers to carry weapons, but Percival was badly out of shape and in no condition for a tussle. Alan knocked him to the ground, picked up his pistol, and used the butt to knock the Admiral out. No one moved to stop him, even though they knew that there were armed blackshirts just outside the hatch. Something would have to be done about them. At the moment, Alan had no idea what. He had never considered mutiny, even as a private mental exercise. "Contact the rebels," he ordered. The officers moved to obey, leaving him wondering what to do next. Tell them that we would like to surrender." He keyed the main command network. It demanded Percival's identification, so he held Percival's hand to the sensor and allowed it to read the implant concealed within his palm. The computer network opened up in front of him, and he transmitted a surrender order into the datanet. He doubted that anyone would question it. They all knew the odds. Besides, he knew of no one besides Stacy Roosevelt who liked Percival. "They're acknowledging," the communications officer said. "Marines are on the way." "Good," Alan said. He checked the command hatch and sealed it with Percival's authority. "And now, all we have to do is hold out till then." Chapter 47. "She's stepped down her scans," the pilot said, as the assault shuttles flew towards the massive orbital fortress. "I think the surrender is genuine. Or they're tracking us on passive sensors, and they're planning to blow us apart when we get into point-blank range," another Marine put in. Wisecracking was an old Marine tradition, if only to serve as a barrier against tension, but few would argue that it sometimes went too far. "We might be the first to find out that it is a trick." Neil shrugged, knowing that the motion and his scowl would be invisible inside his armor. If the defenders intended to fire on the Marines, there would be no warning. not now that they'd gotten into energy range. Weapons designed to tear through starships and induce atomic fission in their component molecules wouldn't have any trouble vaporizing the Marine shuttles, and as the blast would be moving at the speed of light, the first notice they'd have of its presence would be when the shuttles exploded. The Imperial Navy didn't have much practice at surrenders. Rack his brain as he might, he couldn't remember the last time an Imperial Navy warship surrendered, unless he counted the mutiny Admiral Walker had led. No full-sized orbital fortress had ever surrendered to an outside force, not when the First Interstellar War had promised nothing but destruction for humanity. Whatever the Dathi had in mind for humanity, in an alternate reality where they had won the war, their treatment of prisoners of war had been appalling. Humanity hadn't taken long to return the favor and grow out of the habit of trying to take prisoners. It was quite possible that it was a trick, although God alone knew what Percival thought he could get out of it. Perhaps he was thinking of the chance to take some hostages of his own, or maybe a few bargaining chips. There was no way to know for sure. His lips twitched humorlessly. Percival had no way of knowing, but each of the shuttles carried a full-sized warhead powerful enough to damage the station if it was detonated inside the shuttle bay. It wouldn't be enough to break through the armor if detonated on the hull, yet if it went off inside the fortress, it would wreck the entire station. No one was sure if the station would actually survive, but it would definitely render the station useless for the foreseeable future. It would probably not be worth attempting to repair the station at all. He peered through his implants as the station grew closer, growing larger and more daunting all the time. The station's mass was relatively equal to a super dreadnought's, but its boxy exterior was covered in weapons and point defense systems. He knew from previous exercises that the interior of the station was designed to resist a boarding party as much as it was designed to make fighting off an invading fleet relatively simple. The Imperial Navy used comparable stations to hold down rebellious worlds and, from time to time, resistance groups had managed to get armed fighters on board. Neil had investigated one such action 7 years ago and had concluded that the rebels had succeeded through paying hefty bribes. "They're opening the main shuttle bay for us," the pilot said. "They've opened the flight management system to my computers, and there is no sign of trouble." But there wouldn't be, would there?" Neil asked. He glanced down at the plan of the rotating station in his HUD. "Tell them that we are diverting to Shuttle Bay 4, a shuttle bay closer to the station's command center than the main shuttle bay, normally only used for inspection flights, and that we will be docking in 2 minutes." "Yes, sir," the pilot said. He didn't question Neil's order, for it was a common boarding practice when Marines boarded potentially hostile ships. If the station's crew had arranged any unpleasant surprises for them, the Marines wouldn't oblige them by coming in the entrance they'd selected. "They're opening the other shuttle bay for us now." Neil felt the tension rise as the shuttle rose up towards a glowing hatch and flew into the station. Normally, the station would have insisted on using a tractor beam or a gravity field to ensure that there were no accidents, but there was no way he would have agreed to that when boarding a station. Instead, the pilot put them down on the deck, using the shuttle's drive fields, and the Marines dived out of the craft and onto the deck. No hail of fire greeted them. There was no one there at all, apart from a single crewman who was looking rather bemused. "Welcome on board," he stammered. Neil smiled to himself. The surrender might have been sent out in Percival's name, and none of the other stations would dare object, but the command station, he wondered absently if the station had a name, had suffered what was, in effect, a mutiny. The whole situation was dangerously unstable and could explode at any minute, which was why he'd brought 4 whole companies of Marines along and assigned them to the boarding party. Commander Redfield sends his compliments and invites you to join him in the command center." Neil grinned. He'd been right. No one knew how to surrender. The thought was almost amusing. It wasn't as if there were drills for surrendering a station. "Good," he said. "I'm afraid that more of my men are going to be boarding the station and securing vital locations. Please inform Commander Redfield that any resistance will result in harsh punishment. My people have orders to use deadly force." The man's face drained of color. Neil rolled his eyes behind his helmet. Of course. Who else would hold a position on a massive fortress apart from a coward? The man was certainly afraid to contradict him, although that wasn't a problem. It might make the occupation easier. "Yes, sir," the man said finally. Should I escort you to the command center?" "Of course," Neil said. "Lead the way, please." He followed the officer through the station's passageways, concealing his surprise at how few crewmen they encountered. A quick query of the station's datanet, unlocked for them to access as part of the surrender terms, revealed that most of the crew had been ordered to go to their quarters and remain there, while the blackshirts had been sent to the gym. It was large enough to contain an entire company of blackshirts for a brief period, although Neil didn't hesitate to dispatch several platoons of Marines to keep an eye on them. The blackshirts might not accept any orders to surrender and try to put up armed resistance. Luckily, they weren't wearing proper armor, allowing the Marines to vent the compartments and suffocate them if necessary. Neil wasn't inclined to take chances. The command center's hatches had been locked open, allowing him to stride right into the nerve center of the station. Commander Alan Redfield, the young man with the developing paunch, looked up at him nervously, then stood to attention and saluted. Neil returned the salute, just before noticing a grossly overweight man lying on the deck, groaning. Admiral Percival looked just as ugly as he'd been told. "Welcome on board," Redfield said. Neil suspected that he meant it. The prospects of a black-shirt mutiny had to have been floating through the commander's mind. "I surrender this station and the planet to you." "I accept your surrender," Neil said equally formally. He wasn't sure if Redfield had the authority to surrender the planet, but if someone on Camelot wanted to try to hold out, it would last as long as it took to drop a KEW on their base. Very few planets had ground-based planetary defense centers, if only because taking them out always tore up the real estate and inflicted vast damage on the planetary surface. "I believe that my commander will wish to make an offer to you all, but until then I have to treat you with some care." "I understand," Redfield said. He didn't sound unhappy about it, but then it was clear that he believed that he was lucky to be alive. The images of over 80 super dreadnoughts surrounding the planet floated in space, suggesting that the sensors on the fortress couldn't tell the real super dreadnoughts from the drones. "Sir, what about him?" He gestured to Percival, who was clearly trying to wake up from his unwanted slumber. The bruise on his face suggested that someone had knocked him out. "We'll take him into custody," Neil said. Admiral Walker would probably want to deal with him personally. Neil didn't care. He might never have known Percival personally, but the bastard represented everything that was wrong with the Empire, from power without accountability to corruption and decadence. "We don't want someone to damage him before we can decide what to do with the bastard." He smiled. Judging from the damage someone had inflicted on the Admiral, it was clear that Admiral Walker hadn't been the only person he'd managed to offend. If he'd been winning friends and influencing people at his usual rate, if Walker's stories were to be believed, he'd be lucky to survive long enough to stand trial. "That leaves the others," he said. "How many other high-ranking officers are here?" "Commodore Roosevelt is down on the planet," Redfield said. Neil grinned, remembering his last meeting with Stacy Roosevelt. If it hadn't been for her connections, she would have been shot for gross incompetence. Even with their connections, she would never see command again. "Captain Quick, the Admiral's former aide, was relieved of duty. She was sent to her quarters." "Good," Neil said. He shook his head. "I think you had better go to your quarters, at least until we have this station firmly under control." It took 30 minutes to confirm that the station was occupied, once the blackshirts had been surrounded and disarmed. Neil had expected trouble, but once he'd started to pump the air out of the gym, they'd become very reasonable very quickly. The blackshirts had marched out with their hands held high and had been searched and stripped before being transferred to one of the freighters, which would provide transport to the prison world. There were so many blackshirts on the surface now that it probably rated as a first-stage colony, or would, if there had been an equal number of women on the surface. There were no female blackshirts, and the others who had refused to join the rebellion were sent to the other side of the planet. "We searched the station," a Marine reported. "There is no sign of Captain Quick." Neil frowned, puzzled. The station's internal sensors were superb, far superior to anything they deployed outside the station. It should have been impossible for anyone to hide for long, even if they knew enough about the sensor network to circumvent it in some compartments. His mind drifted back to the report of a gunboat jumping out of the station. A risky trick that could have torn the station apart, and wondered if she had been on the ship. It would have been a ballsy stunt, but doable. "Leave it for a moment," he said finally. Tracking down one officer wasn't a priority for the moment. "We have other fish to fry." 4 hours after the station had been declared secure, and the planet had surrendered at gunpoint, Colin was welcomed on board the station by the Marines. The colonel showed him around, allowing him a chance to inspect Admiral Percival's quarters before introducing him to some of the surrendered officers. All of the battle stations had surrendered, although their senior officers couldn't be trusted. They had been separated from their men and transported on board the prison barge. Colin had no idea what would become of them in the future, although he would have to decide it soon enough, but it didn't matter. Manning the stations was the important issue for the moment. Percival's fleet might have been smashed, but the Imperial Navy was far from defeated. It might take them a few months to put together a more powerful force, yet Colin knew that one would be on the way sooner or later. The Marines had, at his request, assembled most of the station's officers and men in one of the big shuttle bays. Colin remembered, in a sudden flicker of déjà vu, speaking to his men following the first mutiny. Then he'd spoken from the heart, telling them that the mutiny might fail, and that they might all die for his cause. Now, whatever else happened, the Empire's faith in its own superiority wouldn't survive, even if the Popular Front was destroyed. The next rebellion might topple the Empire completely. Or perhaps the Empire will reform of its own accord, he thought, as he stared out over the waiting ranks of personnel. Maybe the horse will learn to sing. There isn't much I can say that wasn't said in the message we introduced into the Interstellar Communications Network, he said. Whatever else happened, whatever else he did, he wasn't going to try to bullshit them. They deserve better than that. We intend to force the Empire to reform, to break the stranglehold of the 1,000 families and create a new order that will allow each and every one of us to rise to the level we deserve, rather than the level determined for us by birth. We will give the worlds the right to determine their own affairs, and remove the stain on our honor caused by the frequent crushing of rebellions. I invite each and every one of you to join us. I wish I could promise you a victory, but the truth is that we are far from the end of our war, he added. He'd cribbed the next line from one of the banned history books he'd read while in the Beyond. All we have done here is merely the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end. The Imperial Navy is strong, and the 1,000 families will feel sure that they are fighting for their own survival. There will be others who will believe that the Empire's ultimate purpose justifies any amount of repression, and who will fight us, not for evil reasons, but out of a deep concern for the future of the human race. There is no guarantee of victory. If you wish to join us, please make your intentions known to one of the Marines, he concluded. If you wish to remain with the Empire, you have a number of possibilities. We can repatriate you to the Empire or transport you to an isolated world in the Beyond that is capable of feeding and housing you until the war is over, one way or the other. We will not punish you for choosing to believe that the wording of your oaths is more important than the sentiment behind them. We all swore to uphold the Empire. Yet who is the true enemy? Whatever choice you make, I guarantee you one thing. We will attempt to accommodate you as much as possible. He saluted them and turned, leaving the compartment before they saw just how much his choice of words had affected him. He dreamed great dreams, yet part of him had never quite believed that he would make it, that he would be caught and killed long before he reached his goal. And now his old tormentor was his prisoner, and the sector was effectively in his hands. No other world in the sector could stand against him now. Given a few months, he could use the sector to add to his industrial resources, putting together a creditable challenge to the entire Empire. But the Empire would know that as well, he knew. They'd send the Imperial Navy to reclaim or destroy the lost worlds, and the Popular Front would have to defend them. It was strange, but true. Their strength was also their weakness. The rebellion had taken worlds now, and had to fight to keep them, which would keep their forces tied down in their defense. The tactical situation had changed, but perhaps not improved. Let me know what they decide, he said to the Marine. He had 3 other visits to make. I want to see Percival. Penny came back to awareness slowly, more aware of the dryness in her throat and the throbbing in her temples than she was of her surroundings. She could feel that she was lying on a bunk, with something wrapped around her wrist. A restraint, she wondered, before realizing that it felt too light to be a restraint. Her eyes opened suddenly, and she realized that she had been left in an unfamiliar compartment, one that seemed to throb with energy. She sat up and nearly collapsed as her head suddenly swam, a wave of dizziness passing through her skull. Memory returned, and she realized that she had been stunned. Wherever she was, it wasn't Percival Station. "Welcome back to the living," the voice said. She looked up to see a man sitting by the side of her bunk, a man she didn't recognize. He was a tall, lanky fellow, with short, untamable hair and long, delicate hands. He couldn't have been more different from Percival. "How are you feeling?" "Awful," Penny said. Her voice sounded thick in her own ears. "Where am I?" "All in good time, my dear," the man said. He reached out to touch the band around her wrist, and she realized that it was a medical sensor. "You need a shower and a change, and then we will talk." He nodded towards a pile of clothes on a small table as he stood up. "I'll leave you alone now, but you're not stupid enough to believe that you are unobserved." Penny watched him go before she managed to stand up and stagger towards the tiny bathroom. As promised, there was a small shower waiting for her. Undressing was a hassle, but her own curiosity pushed her onwards. Wherever the ship was taking her, and she was sure that she was on a starship, it had to be better than Camelot. Chapter 48. The Empire recognized no right to privacy, Colin knew. Unless one happened to be very well born, a person could be watched at any time by Imperial intelligence, often for no other reason than because the officer in charge wanted to spy on a pretty girl. It was a power that was often abused, yet few cared enough to try to fix it. The station's brig therefore included monitors that allowed him to watch the prisoners with no fear of them sensing his gaze. Percival had been treated badly by his subordinates, according to the medic who had inspected him and treated his wounds. Quite apart from the blow that had knocked him out, it had been clear that he had been kicked several times, including one kick that had caved in a couple of ribs. The medic had fixed most of the damage easily, yet it would be a long time before Percival recovered. He sat on the bunk in the brig, his hands cuffed together and attached to the deck, his piggish eyes staring at nothing. He was no longer the proud, confident figure the young Colin had admired, or the older, arrogant asshole that had been so confident that Colin could be used and then thrown away, without any hope at all of extracting retribution. Colin felt the pistol at his belt and scowled. No one would stop him if he wanted to walk into the brig, draw his pistol and shoot Percival through the head. He could shoot him, or beat him to death with his bare hands, or strangle him, or throw him out of an airlock. There were so many possibilities. No one would object if he wanted to spend the next few hours torturing his nemesis, inflicting horrific damage and then allowing the medics to heal Percival before Colin tortured him again. He doubted that Percival had a single friend in the entire system. The fact that his own subordinates had turned on him at the end suggested that he had never changed, that he had never realized the need to cultivate respect and loyalty. The same uncaring attitude, that the lower orders existed only to be used and then thrown aside, that had led him to try to destroy Colin, had led right to Percival's final defeat. Let him squirm as he may, Colin knew. There was no way that the Empire would forgive him. The man who had lost control over an entire sector had no future. His thoughts tormented him. How many times had he dreamed about killing Percival? When he'd been trapped on the patrol base, with few prospects for escape or advancement, he had plotted hundreds of ways to kill his tormentor. The dark, vindictive fantasies had kept him going, from the moment when he had sworn bloody revenge until he had made his grab for the observation squadron. Captain Commodore Howell had died at Colin's hands, the first of so many, killed for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Why should he not kill Percival? Who would object if he chose to execute him on the spot? Percival had grown fat over the years, Colin saw, even though removing the fat would have been the work of a few minutes in sickbay. His weight was a message in itself. Percival didn't care what anyone else thought of his physical beauty, even though he was prepared to toady to anyone who had a higher social rank than his own. Colin had interviewed Commander Redfield and a handful of others, and they had all agreed that Percival had been bedding Captain Quick, a woman who had provided the brains and tactical acumen Percival so desperately needed. She had vanished, apparently on a gunboat that had been able to flicker out while inside the station. Colin couldn't blame her for running, yet there were too many unanswered questions surrounding her. The Imperial Navy banned gunboats and assault shuttles from trying to flicker out while inside a station or a starship. It was too easy for the jump to damage or destroy the mothership. The gunboat's computers should have automatically prevented the jump from taking place. Angrily cursing his own weakness, Colin strode through the portal and into the brig. Percival looked up at him, his eyes going wide with a hint of fear and panic before he lowered them to the deck, trying to hide his feelings. It didn't matter. Percival had rarely bothered to hide his feelings from his subordinates, and he was out of practice. Colin saw it well before it could be hidden. He took the interrogator's chair and sat, facing Percival. "You're a traitor," Percival said finally. Colin shivered, remembering the voice, the strange combination of a high-class accent from Earth and the broader accent of an academy graduate. Percival must have hated losing the accent that had marked him as one of the 1,000 families, even though he was, by birth, only on the edge of high society. He'd planned and schemed and fought to claw his way to the top, never caring about who got crushed underfoot. "My patrons will crush you for this." Colin snorted. "After everything else I have done," he said flatly, "don't you think that they will have some trouble deciding what crime they're actually going to execute me for?" Percival didn't see the joke. "You are tearing away at the Empire," he said softly. "Do you really feel that the rebel underground could run something the size of the Empire? They would tear the Empire apart within a week. We run the Empire because we can take the long view." Colin drew his pistol in one smooth motion and held it to Percival's head. The Admiral's eyes went very wide. He hadn't believed that Colin would or could kill him. Percival had always been able to game the system and ensure that the outcome, whatever it was, allowed him to survive and prosper. But Colin was outside the system and was no longer bound by its rules. He could shoot and kill Percival. He could do anything to Percival. Colin sniffed in disgust. Percival was so scared that he'd lost control of his bladder. "Tell me something," Colin said, fighting down the urge to simply pull the trigger and put Percival out of everyone's misery. "Do you really believe that mass murder and genocide helps preserve the Empire? You sent your ships to Jackson's Folly and killed 1/5 of the planet's population. You crushed revolts and slaughtered people who wanted to choose their own way in life. You—" Percival started to stammer. It took him a moment to speak clearly. "You fool," he said, as if he expected Colin to pull the trigger at any moment. "The little people are incapable of running their own lives. How do you expect something the size of the Empire to survive if everyone is pulling in different directions? We have a duty to control them, to save the Empire, and preserve the human race." Colin slapped him, hard. Percival cried out, his pale cheek burning red where Colin had hit him, yet somehow he remained upright. Colin stared down at him, fighting the desire to hurt Percival, to tear him apart or shoot him, or— there were too many possibilities. And yet if he killed Percival in cold blood, what would it mean for the future? "You're wrong," Colin said, holding his voice steady through a colossal act of will. "You are the one tightening your grip so hard that eventually there will be a rebellion that will tear the Empire apart. What makes you special? Only the fact that one of your very distant ancestors did something important many years ago, long before you were born. You cannot keep stamping down on the human race forever." Percival looked up at him. Colin wondered absently if the man was in shock. No one had dared to lift a hand to him in the past, yet now he'd been slapped twice in the same day and found himself stripped of all status. It would have been a dizzying fall. No one deserved it more. Yet Colin felt a flicker of sympathy and hated himself for the thought. How could he feel any sympathy for his nemesis at all? "Answer me one other question," Colin said. "Answer me, and I will know if you lie. Why did you betray me?" There was a long pause. "Because you're nothing," Percival said. He'd clearly decided to tell the truth, even though it might mean a bullet in the head. His voice became mocking, tearing away at whatever remained of Colin's self-control. "You were someone with ideas above your station. I fed those ideas as long as I needed you. Then I discarded you when you were no longer required and replaced you with someone who was so much more useful. You were never important to me, Walker. I never thought about you after I discarded you. You were just a tool." His mouth lolled open. "And you thought that it was personal," he added. "What are you to me? I didn't care enough for it to be personal. You were nothing." Colin lifted the pistol and pointed it at Percival's forehead. "You want to know something else?" Percival added. "You come in here and condemn me for doing what I had to do to maintain the Empire. You are just as guilty as I am. You helped plan missions that slaughtered rebels and crushed entire planets. You are responsible for many of the acts you whine about now. Your hands are as bloody as mine, and consider, without you, would I have become the sector commander?" A red mist seemed to descend across Colin's mind. It took everything he had not to fire the pistol and kill the Admiral in cold blood. Slowly he fought for calm. Percival deserves something more appropriate than a mere bullet in the head." "You may be right," Colin said, returning the pistol to his holster. "I may be partly complicit in your crimes. I'll tell you this, though. I will redeem myself, and the service I swore to serve until the end of my days. And in the end, few will remember you. You will just be a figure of fun for historians to chuckle over." He stood up and walked to the hatch, turning before he left the cell. "I haven't quite decided what to do with you," he added, "but I will tell you this. There is a strong feeling that we should just send you back to the Empire. They're going to be desperate to find someone to blame for this little crisis. Perhaps we should give them someone, eh?" Colin walked out, and the hatch hissed closed behind him, cutting off Percival's parting shot if he shouted anything. Percival might well believe him. The Empire would want someone to blame, and if Percival was the sole survivor from the higher ranks, it would be him. Their method of execution would be far more imaginative and painful than anything Colin could hand out for him. He ignored the presence of the Marine and paused long enough to recover his temper, running through breathing exercises he had learned at the academy. Percival had managed to get under his skin, all the more so because everything he had said had the unmistakable ring of truth. Colin had chosen to believe, that Percival had it in for him personally, yet Percival's own words countered that. Colin had just been there when Percival had wanted a tool. Colin's own ambition had blinded him about his true place in Percival's scheme of things. Eventually he walked down to the second brig and looked down at the monitors. Stacy Roosevelt was lying on the bunk, staring up at nothing. She had actually tried to hide when the Marines landed to arrest her, but the staff at the resort, for high-ranking officers and managers only, of course, had betrayed her at once. She hadn't been any better than Percival at making friends and winning allies. Stacy was wearing only what she had on when she'd been arrested, a bikini top and a pair of shorts. The impression was that of a young and innocent girl with disturbingly old eyes. Colin felt his vindictive streak boiling up within him, and he walked on, pushing Stacy to the back of his mind. The third brig held someone he didn't know personally, Spencer O'Connor. The older man, even with regeneration treatments, he was clearly aging, and his file claimed that he was over 130 years old, was the Roosevelt family's manager, the grown-up sent to watch Stacy and the planets the family had seeded over the years. Colin had been intrigued the moment he'd seen the file, because the choice of O'Connor was odd. He wasn't a direct family member, so he couldn't be trusted completely. So why was he out in Sector 117? O'Connor looked up as Colin opened the hatch and stepped into the brig. He moved with a delicacy that suggested that his body's coordination was wearing out, no matter how healthy he looked. His white hair seemed to shine in the light. His blue eyes were alarmingly perceptive. Someone who had lived so long, Colin knew, would have developed remarkable skills for reading a person or a situation. Again, he wondered why O'Connor had been sent out to serve the Roosevelt family. It didn't quite add up. "The famous Commander Walker," O'Connor said. His voice was far more accented than Percival's duller tones. "I trust you will understand if I don't get up." He rattled his chains to illustrate his point. "Of course," Colin said, as he took the interrogator's chair. O'Connor seemed to exude charm, which might explain why he'd been given the job, whatever the job had truly been. "I trust that you will understand, if I get right to the point. What were you building for the Roosevelt family in this sector?" O'Connor didn't try to mislead him. "I'm afraid I cannot discuss that, Commander," he said. "It isn't a matter I can answer now." Colin frowned, peering at him over his fingertips. "Do you have an implanted mental block, or are you just being loyal to the family?" "The latter," O'Connor said. "Sadly, mental blocks are not as helpful as they would seem to suggest, not when the subject needs to talk openly. I hate to insult your intelligence, Commander, but I'm afraid there is no way you can get me to talk." Colin snorted. "I hate to insult your intelligence, but I'm sure that you know there are plenty of ways that information can be extracted from an unwilling donor," he reminded him dryly. "I assume that you have an implant providing some protection from torture? How long do you think it will protect you once the geeks take it apart?" O'Connor smiled drolly. "What makes you think I know anything?" "You're in a high position within a family-run sector, without being a member of the family's inner core," Colin countered. "The only reason I can think of for that is that you're intended to avoid attracting attention which would inevitably follow any senior family member wherever he went. He grinned. "And I guess that explains Stacy," he added. The older man's face twitched at her name. "She was meant to distract attention from you. What do you think she would tell us if we asked her?" O'Connor grinned back. "And how much do you think someone like Stacy actually knows? Would you trust her with your deepest secrets?" "Touché," Colin said. "What do you know?" "I want to make a deal," O'Connor said flatly. "You give me and my family, my wife and children, a safe place to live. In exchange, I will tell you what you want to know." Colin didn't hesitate. "Very well," he said. "What is the Roosevelt family doing in this sector?" "Plotting a war," O'Connor said. He laughed at Colin's expression. "Did you think that you were the only one who noticed that the Empire was in deep trouble?" "Explain," Colin ordered tartly. "The Empire has been stagnant for years," O'Connor said. "There is little in the way of expansion or technological advancement. Even the new colonies planted by the 1,000 families rapidly turn into just more stagnant worlds. The 1,000 families are having problems maintaining what they have, and the booty is running out. When it is all gone, the 1,000 families will turn on one another. The Roosevelt family's private predictions suggest that civil war will break out within the next 200 years. Colin shivered. He had thought of the 1,000 families as a single monolith, even after recruiting one of them to his banner. He had never considered that there might be cracks in the edifice, not when the only thing keeping the empire together was the united power of the families. Parliament was a joke, and there was no emperor, and the Imperial Navy's officers, by and large, owed their positions to their patrons. The Imperial Navy would come apart at the seams as the clients sought to seize fleets, squadrons, and even individual starships for their patrons. The result would be absolute chaos. "If we'd had longer, we would have been producing an entire fleet in this sector," O'Connor confirmed. "An entire sector, loyal to the Roosevelt family. Do you have any idea how hard it was to keep the other families and their clients out of the sector? The discovery of Jackson's Folly almost torpedoed the whole scheme." Colin smiled, although there was little humor in his mind. "That must have been irritating," he said. "Does Percival know anything about this?" "No," O'Connor said. He leaned forward. "As a gesture of good faith, I'll tell you something else you need to know, and then," he rattled his chains meaningfully, "you can find me some better accommodation. Admiral Percival sent for help." He smiled at Colin's expression. "He requested everything that Sector 99 could dispatch," he added. "There are 3 entire squadrons of super dreadnoughts coming here. I think you'd better start preparing to meet them." Chapter 49. Although she suspected that she wasn't somewhere most citizens of the Empire would be pleased to be, Penny took her time with her shower and ablations. Her body hurt from being stunned and probably drugged to keep her under, and she wanted time to think. She allowed the warm water to wash down her body, wiping away the stain of being touched by Percival and his goons, all the while trying to work out where she was now. Her thoughts kept running in circles until she finally dismissed it. There was no way that she could deduce anything from what little she'd seen. Stepping out of the shower compartment, she was amused to discover a neatly folded pile of clothes, all in her size. There was a standard Imperial Navy ship suit, without rank markings, she noted with wry amusement, and a standard pair of undergarments. It occurred to her, as she started to pull them on, that unseen watchers were probably enjoying the sight, but she'd lost most of her body modesty back at the academy. Besides, if she was in the hands of Imperial intelligence or one of the other security forces, body modesty would soon be the least of her worries. No one was interrogating her or threatening to try her with treason and blow her out an airlock. Once she was dressed, she stepped up to the hatch and, somewhat to her surprise, it opened. Her first glimpse of the passage outside confirmed her suspicions that she was on a small craft, perhaps a shape barely larger than a gunboat. There were some luxury yachts, pleasure craft owned by high-ranking officers and aristocrats, which had roughly the same dimensions. The craft wouldn't be very large, certainly not more than 1 or 2 decks, with most of the rear made up of engine. Judging from the drive noise she could hear in the background, the tiny ship had been outfitted with a military-grade drive. Very few, whatever their rank or station, would have been permitted such a drive for their own private craft. She walked down the corridor and up to the bridge hatch, which hissed open as she approached. The interior of the bridge barely deserved that name. It was small, compact, and designed for a tiny crew. A single person with the right knowledge and training could operate the entire ship. "Well, come on in," the voice said. She saw a chair spinning around, revealing the man she'd seen when she'd woken up. He might have been the only person she'd seen, but it didn't mean that he was the only person on the ship. A small craft could carry upwards of 30 people, depending on interior design. "How are you feeling now?" "Refreshed," Penny said shortly. She took the chair he waved her to and checked the nearest display. It wasn't showing a standard Imperial Navy display, but it was easy to understand. She was gratified that her early deduction of the size of the starship was accurate. "What am I doing here?" The man leaned back in his chair, and Penny took the opportunity to study him. He was unusually tall, with a long, lanky body and a pair of hands that were always in motion. His face, striking rather than handsome, was topped by an unruly mop of brown hair. She couldn't tell for sure, but he appeared to have some kind of combat training, although she couldn't identify the discipline. He wore nothing apart from a single unmarked ship suit and a standard-issue wristcom. "The short answer is that you're here because your testimony will be required," the man said. He paused, anticipating her next question. "You may call me Dave if you wish." Penny frowned, stroking her chin. At least Dave seemed to be more pleasant company than Percival. "Your Imperial Intelligence," she guessed finally. "You were sent here to keep an eye on Percival." "In a manner of speaking," Dave said. She was certain that his name wasn't Dave, but if he'd gone through the full Imperial Intelligence program, he probably didn't recall what his name actually was, or where he had been born, or anything else that gave him a tie outside of Imperial Intelligence. "I had orders to keep an eye on the Roosevelt family and their clients in this sector." Penny found herself giggling for the first time in far too long. "You poor bastard," she said. "You had to control Stacy Roosevelt." Dave chuckled back. "No, I merely had to keep an eye on them," he said. "When the rebellion began, I started to observe more closely and decided that the situation was likely to grow out of hand. When the rebel fleet attacked Camelot, I resolved to secure a living witness and jump out of the system before Percival could surrender or die." "Oh," Penny said. She decided she might as well ask, "Did Percival surrender then?" "Someone did," Dave confirmed. "Last I heard before I started flying back towards Earth was that the fortresses were surrendering and that Marines were landing on the stations. Percival may have surrendered, or someone with more than 2 brain cells to rub together might have removed him and surrendered in his place. And no, I don't know if he is still alive. The leader of the rebellion has a bloody great grudge against him." Penny shrugged. There would be time later to consider her feelings, but for the moment all she really felt was relief. Percival had dominated her life for years, yet now it was over, leaving nothing apart from fading memories. The time she'd spent serving him, in all possible senses, might have been wasted, but it could have been much worse. Or perhaps, if events had been a little different, she would have gone over to the rebellion. "But that doesn't matter," Dave continued, unaware of her inner thoughts. "As nice as it would be to drag Admiral Percival before the 1,000 families in chains, it isn't an option that is open to us at the moment. Our priority is to alert Earth to the scale of the danger." Penny looked up sharply. "We're on our way to alert Earth?" "Of course," Dave said. He grinned at her expression. "This ship may be small, but she has a military-grade drive and top-of-the-line computers. We can make it all the way to Earth without stopping along the way. I admit the food and drink facilities are not all that they could be, but that shouldn't be a problem for you. They're better than military-issue food processors." "All the way to Earth," Penny repeated numbly. It took a starship around 6 months to make the trip from Camelot to Earth, although a small fast design with a military-grade drive might be able to shave a month off the journey. She wouldn't have wanted to risk it. Burning out a flicker drive would leave a craft stranded in interstellar space, beyond any hope of rescue. "Why do you want me there?" "So you can testify about the rebellion," Dave said patiently. He gave her what looked like a half-hearted apologetic look. "I should warn you that the computers on this ship are programmed to work only with me or another officer with the mega-level clearance. I don't know what will happen to you at the far end, but if you behave yourself on the trip, I will," Penny snorted, "put in a good word for me?" "Something like that," Dave agreed. You do realize that most of the people who might want to blame you for this disaster are either dead or in rebel custody? You have a good chance of coming out of this smelling like a rose." Penny stared at him and then burst out laughing. "You have to be joking," she said, trying to hold down a choking fit. "Do you know what Imperial intelligence will do to me?" "I'm sorry," Dave said. "Did I say that I worked for Imperial intelligence?" Penny blinked. "Are you saying that you're not working for Imperial intelligence?" "I had training from them and little else," Dave said. He pursed his lips, thinking carefully. "Think of me as one of the household troops. I worked specifically for a single family in the ongoing struggle for supremacy. My employers were concerned about the Roosevelt family's obsessive interest in this sector and dispatched me to keep an eye on them. And you know the rest." He shrugged. "This ship doesn't have a stasis pod, and I don't trust the medical computers far enough to risk sedating you for that long," he added. "You can behave yourself and have the freedom of the ship, or I can lock you into one of the cabins and leave you there until we reach Earth. Should you somehow manage to kill me, well, the ship will still take you to Earth. Have fun explaining my mangled remains." Penny pretended to consider it. Assuming he was telling the truth, escape would be impossible even if she did kill or incapacitate or jail her. She wasn't a computer expert, and even if she had been, reprogramming a starship while in transit was a good way to commit suicide. And besides, if he was telling the truth about working for a different family, perhaps she could make the contacts to save herself from carrying the can for Percival's defeat. The thought of going to Earth as a very junior officer, with neither connections nor patron, was terrifying. Yet there seemed to be no choice, and the thought of killing Dave seemed impossible. If she tried to kill him, and she was sure now that he had some commando-level training, something she lacked, he would simply imprison her in a tiny cabin for 6 months. She'd been in super dreadnoughts and cruisers with tiny cabins and compartments for the low-ranking officers, yet she'd never been permanently confined to such a small space. It would drive her mad. And besides, perhaps Dave would be pretty good company. He could hardly be worse than Percival. "I understand," she said finally. "Just tell me one thing. Am I a prisoner?" Dave did her the honor of considering the question seriously. "I do not believe that you are a prisoner," he said finally, "but honesty compels me to admit that I cannot release you or drop you off somewhere apart from Earth." He grinned at her, and Penny found herself wondering why she thought he wasn't particularly handsome. "If you want, consider yourself to be on parole with me as your supervising officer. I don't think you'll get lost on this ship." Penny chuckled, feeling the tension slowly starting to drain out of her. It would get worse, she knew, once they reached Earth, but for the moment she was safe. A starship, even a small commercial-issue design, would have an extensive library of entertainment, and she could catch up with all the news she'd missed, or the reading Percival had never left her with time to do. "I shall," she said, with a wicked smile of her own. Despite her worries, she was more than a little fascinated by his job. She had known that there was conflict, subtle rather than violent, between the different families, yet she had seen little of it. "What family do you work for?" "One of the greatest," Dave said. He refused to be drawn any further, reminding her that what she didn't know she couldn't tell. Penny wanted to be offended by his remarks, but he was right. And besides, she didn't want to make him clam up any further. "Do you want to know the real nightmare?" "Of course," Penny said. Her grandma had once told her to make sure that she learned everything she could, because information was the weapon of the weak. Her grandma, the matriarch of her family, had been a font of good advice, even if she had called Penny a whore and worse after she had found out what she was doing for Percival. The Quick family had been commoners, poor compared to even the lowest member of the 1,000 families, but they prided themselves upon honesty and decency. What can scare the 1,000 families? Opening a planet for settlement, at least the kind of settlement that might pay off its debts, costs a vast amount of money, Dave said. It's growing harder and harder for anyone, even the greatest of the families, to concentrate that level of wealth for a single purpose. The Empire just sucks up money, from servicing debts to paying for the civil service and the Imperial Navy. Few can afford to make the investments needed to create new sources of wealth, and even when they do create new sources, the money is drained away into the civil service. The Empire is bleeding itself dry. Penny remembered her own speculations about the Roosevelt family and felt her blood run cold. If the Roosevelt family held the entire sector, they, and they alone, would be able to tap it for resources. Sector 117 would feed the family and nourish it, provided that the family lasted long enough for the wealth to start flowing. No wonder Stacy Roosevelt had been so keen to terminate the rebellion and Jackson's folly so quickly. The longer they delayed, the greater the chance of someone else sticking a wedge into the sector and using it to share the loot. "So what," Dave asked, "happens when the money runs out?" His face twitched into a humorless smile. "The 1,000 families will start fighting over a shrinking pool of resources," he answered his own question. "And then all hell will truly break loose. That's why we have to terminate this rebellion as quickly as possible. The loss of Sector 117 is no great threat to the Empire, but it will make the edifice shiver and start to collapse. And then the whole Empire will collapse into debris." Penny said something that she would never have dared say in front of Percival. "Is that such a bad thing?" Dave didn't explode or hit her. He just smiled. "Look at it this way," he said. "The Empire, as bad as it is the only thing holding the edifice together. If the Empire breaks apart, trillions of people will lose everything, and that assumes that we don't drop down all the way into civil war. There will be a colossal disaster right across human space. Billions will die." Penny sighed. "You don't understand," she said tiredly. She remembered accessing, in private, the message the Popular Front had uploaded into the ICN. The Civil War is already here. The days on the small starship, it turned out that it was called the Hatamari for reasons Dave refused to discuss, slowly started to blur together. Dave was amusing company, and Penny did find herself with enough time to catch up on her reading. She also found herself joining him for evening viewing, where he showed her some of his collection of forbidden entertainments, some of which made her laugh. The Empire's public entertainment division simply didn't amuse her like the forbidden shows. Dave was careful not to tell her where he had obtained the recordings, although Penny found herself suspecting that he had some pretty extreme connections of his own. He certainly didn't seem to be worried about her tattling on him to his superiors. "It feels like a holiday," she said one evening. Her time sense was also starting to blur. The ship was making several jumps, followed by a pause to allow the drive to cool down and recharge. Nothing short of a courier boat could have matched the small starship's pace, and yet Earth was still thousands of light-years away. One day, she was sure, the researchers would find a way to flicker instantly anywhere, but probably not under the Empire. The 1,000 families discouraged technological advancement. "Is that what you had in mind?" Dave smiled. "I wanted you to relax your mind," he said. "You're too stressed to be of much good to my patrons, so I wanted you to relax." Penny smiled back. It was odd how relaxed she felt in his company. "And I'm sure that you had no ulterior motives," she said wryly. Dave chuckled. "How do you think we will fight the war?" Dave shook his head. "I think that for us the war is over," he said, deadpan. It had been a catchphrase on one of his entertainment shows. "It all hangs in the 1,000 families and Earth now. If we don't convince them—" Penny made up her mind and reached for him, pulling him towards her for a kiss. Dave turned and kissed her back, his mouth exploring hers, even though there was a sort of curious dispassion in his act. Percival had wanted her to submit. Brent Cochran had wanted to mark his territory. But Dave's reactions were different, and somehow, having chosen to have sex with him herself made all the difference to her. She made love to him with all the passion and fury that she could muster. Afterwards, she lay back in his arms and knew that he was right. For the moment, for her at least, the war was over. Chapter 50. "The war is not over," Admiral Quintana insisted. The short, portly CO of Sector 99 bristled with firm determination. "The loss of Camelot only pins them to one location." Brent Cochran couldn't disagree with the logic. Admiral Quintana's sector fleet had paused long enough to stop at one of the relay stations, a precaution Brent Cochran had suggested, and discovered to their horror that Camelot had fallen. It was impossible to believe that the rebels possessed nearly 90 super dreadnoughts. It would have required capturing and crewing the squadrons from the 7 nearest sectors. Yet how had they produced such a massive missile salvo? He wanted to hate Percival for throwing away his ships, but how could anyone have anticipated such a meat grinder? Admiral Quintana carried on, ignoring his subordinate's concerns. "The rebels will have to maintain their fleet at Camelot, or we will just walk in and repossess the system," he said. He'd been saying it again and again since they'd found out about the Battle of Camelot, as if he was desperately trying to convince Brent Cochran, or himself, of the truth of his words. "We will go in, prepared for such a huge salvo, and retake the system." Brent Cochran chuckled darkly. "And how does one prepare for such a large salvo?" "We get the hell out of its way," Admiral Quintana said dryly. Brent Cochran laughed, more to himself than to anyone else. The only realistic defense against such an attack was not to be there when the missiles started to home in on one's position. Percival's super dreadnoughts hadn't had their flicker drives spun up and ready, probably concerned about wear and tear in the generators. It would be just like Percival to thank a victorious officer by demoting him for not taking care of his ships. "We jump into the system here," his finger stabbed at the display, "and advance in normal space. The rebels will have plenty of time to see us coming, but we'll use the time to keep our drives humming, ready to spin up and jump us some distance from their target, and then we will see how many salvos they can fire." Brent Cochran frowned. It wasn't bad logic, as logic went. Indeed, if the massive salvos were a one-shot weapon, it should work quite well. The rebels might have added additional external racks to their super dreadnoughts, or perhaps they'd loaded missile pods onto freighters and smaller ships. No one had managed to get the missile pod concept to work, but if anyone could, the geeks could do it. Missile pods were always fouled by the drive field, yet his mind tossed and turned the possibility around for a few seconds before dismissing it. Someone with more experience of starships and weapons design would have to consider it. He shook his head. "And if the rebels do happen to have 80 super dreadnoughts?" "We back off fast and scream for help," Admiral Quintana said shortly. Admitting defeat would be hard, but Brent Cochran knew that he had no connections to the Roosevelt family. Whatever interest they had in Sector 117, it wouldn't affect Admiral Quintana's calculations, and he wouldn't care about wreaking havoc in the sector if necessary. The Imperial Navy could turn the tables and keep the rebels from forming a government until a massive fleet of super dreadnoughts was assembled and sent to spank those who had believed the rebels and their promises. "I doubt it will come to that." "I hope you're right," Brent Cochran agreed. Watching 16 super dreadnoughts get blown to plasma had shaken him more than he cared to admit. His own ship had been destroyed, along with commanders and crews he'd hand-picked for his own reasons. His scheming looked petty now, as if he'd been fiddling while the entire empire burned around him. If it cost his career to end the rebellion now, it was worth it. "I really hope you're right." "Chin up, young man," Admiral Quintana said. He was known to be pushing 100, although his career had seemingly stalled after deciding he liked being an admiral and refusing to climb any higher. Or perhaps it was an act, and there was some reason why Admiral Quintana wasn't being offered further promotion. The man had more connections than Brent Cochran had, certainly more than Percival had boasted. "The rebels will probably see us coming and flicker out, allowing us to take back the system and chase them back to the beyond." Brent Cochran shrugged. He doubted it. Whatever the rebels had done at Camelot, it hadn't been the act of cowards. What they'd done had to be a trick of some kind, although he was damned if he knew how they'd done it. If Percival had seen through it, if he'd had the nerve to avoid surrender, if it had been Percival who had surrendered. Brent Cochran's opinion of his former commander wasn't kind, yet he doubted that Percival would have surrendered, even on terms. Being a treacherous and small-minded man himself, he always thought of others as sharing the same unpleasant attributes. But then, Admiral Quintana commanded no less than 3 squadrons of super dreadnoughts, 27 ships, with over 100 smaller ships backing them up. Whatever tricks the rebels had up their sleeves, it wouldn't be enough to save them. Given time, Admiral Quintana could certainly crack Camelot's defenses and punch through to the world below, and then the rebels on the surface would have no choice but to surrender or die. There was no way the rebels could win. He rubbed the back of his head as Admiral Quintana turned to the helmsman. "John," he seemed to address all of his subordinates by their first names, a paternalistic conceit that Brent Cochran found annoying as hell. "How long until we can make the final jump?" 27 minutes, Admiral," John said. "The drive is currently powered down and is repowering now." "Good," Admiral Quintana said. He leaned back in his command chair, projecting an easy confidence and a slightly fussy image. Brent Cochran wasn't too impressed, although unlike Percival, Admiral Quintana did at least have a working brain. But then he'd been nothing more than an administrator for the past 10 years. Was he really up to commanding a fleet in combat? "Give me a countdown to the jump." It was a curious law within the Imperial Navy that the larger the starship, the less open space it seemed to have for the crew. The mass of the super dreadnought Admiral Wilmslow housed literally thousands of tubes, nooks, and crannies, all known to the men and women who served on her lower decks. There they could use them to snatch a quick rest, set up an illicit still. Drunkenness was one of the problems on the lower decks, or any one of 100 dubious undertakings. No inspection team could find most of the hidden places without a map, alerting those who used them to pack up and hide. The smarter commanding officers tolerated such behavior as long as it didn't threaten the safety of the ship. Few argued. A crewman who showed up for duty drunk would be publicly flogged for putting the entire crew in danger. Senior crewman Stanford Stout Jespic opened a hidden compartment within the crossroads, the place where several tubes met, allowing the crawlers to stretch before climbing back into the tubes, and produced a counter-surveillance device. It would have upset Imperial intelligence and the starship's security officer to know that he had it, but Stanford had obtained it on the black market and kept it hidden within the massive ship. Nothing short of dismantling the entire vessel would have located it, or so he told himself. If he'd been caught, he would have been unceremoniously discharged from the service, at least in normal times. With the rebellion flaring out in the nearby sector, the chances were good that he would be charged with plotting mutiny and ejected from the nearest airlock. He watched as his 5 guests came wriggling into the chamber. 3 of them had the thin, lanky forms of young crewmen, while one of them was clearly older and not in the best of physical shape. The 5th, a young woman who hid behind her friend, was not in any fit state to do her duty. She should never have been discharged from sickbay. Stanford's eyes narrowed as he saw the scars on her face. Her only crime had been to refuse to have sex with a blackshirt, for which she had been soundly beaten and then raped. It had been the incident that had pushed him into contemplating open mutiny. Stanford had served in the Imperial Navy for over 20 years, rising to senior crewman and holding the position for just under 7 years. His job included the duty of taking care of the younger crew, including preventing bullying rings and harassment from growing out of hand, a task he took seriously. The Super Dreadnought had been a happy ship, well, as happy as a Super Dreadnought ever got, until the mutiny in the nearby sector and the assignment of the Blackshirts to the ship. He'd always gotten on well with the Marines, but the Blackshirts were lazy, undisciplined, and uncomfortably paranoid. The rape had merely been the final straw. He'd picked his allies from crewmen and women he'd known for several years, men and women he trusted, even though there was a risk that there was an informer among them. He couldn't see an Imperial intelligence spy deciding to make himself unpopular among the crew, not when doing his job demanded having their confidence. It was a risk, but one he knew had to be taken, and if anyone was going to take it, it had to be him. "Soon," he said, making a show of checking his wristcom, "this ship and the fleet will jump into the Camelot system and proceed to crush the rebellion. Do any of you feel that this is a good thing?" There was no answer. They'd all known that the Empire was all-powerful, that resistance was futile, until the rebel message had burst into the ICN and downloaded itself into every terminal in the starship's home port. Public information had issued a statement claiming that the rebel message was a hoax, one intended to cause unrest among the civilian population, but Stanford didn't believe them. They didn't understand the grapevine and how information was passed from crewman to crewman. When their commanding officer had picked up the word from Camelot, the crew had heard it too. The rebellion was real, and that left them with a dilemma. "I believe that if we defeat the rebels in the Camelot system, the rebellion will be scattered," Stanford said. "I think that we have the firepower to do that, even if the rebels have more ships than our dear lords and masters believe. And if that happens, that will be the end of the rebellion and the end of our hopes for justice." He waved a hand towards the poor girl. "We tolerate such crap because we have no choice," he added. "Except we have a choice now. We have to act and seize this ship." "I agree with your point," Senior Crewman Gonzalez said. "That leaves us with one problem." He tapped his belt meaningfully. "We have no weapons, no suits of armor, and no plan. And even if we take this ship, what about the others in the fleet?" Senior Crewman Akkad was looking directly at Stanford. "You have a plan, don't you?" "Yes," Stanford said. He didn't dare tell them that he had risked his life and liberty and contacted friends on the other ships, spreading the word as far as he dared. With one or more people on each ship plotting trouble, it should be possible to launch a mass mutiny without involving too many people at first. The only sign he'd had that things were going according to plan was the fact that the Blackshirts hadn't already arrived to arrest him. "I have a plan. He smiled to himself. Ironically, if the super dreadnought still carried its regulation 2 companies of Marines, it would have been impossible to take the ship. The Marines were trained for fighting on board starships, and probably would have been able to nip the rebellion in the bud. The Blackshirts, on the other hand, knew very little about operating on a super dreadnought. They'd secured all of the main hatches, rightly enough, but they hadn't given any thought to the connecting tubes and passageways. The mutineers would have the freedom of the ship from the moment the mutiny began. "I won't say much more at the moment," he added, checking his wristcom. "We need to gather a group to take the weapons locker, and then take the starship's vital compartments. And then scream for help from the rebels." Stanford took a breath. "I won't lie to you," he said. "The odds are very much against us. The chances are good that we will all die, but at least we will be dying for something. Dying so that others might live. Our home planets might survive long enough to be free." The thought was enough to keep him going, he told himself. His own homeworld had been settled by the Empire and swiftly turned into a clone of 1,000 other worlds. There had been nothing there for a young lad without connections, and he'd joined the Imperial Navy in the hopes of seeing some action. It hadn't worked out as he had planned, but if he survived the next few hours, perhaps it wouldn't all be in vain. He'd seen enough to understand just why his homeworld hadn't been allowed to develop in its own way. It was all about power. He gathered 4 teams of crewmen and explained quickly what he had in mind. 4 objected and were rapidly subdued, knocked to the ground, tied up, and left in the hidden compartment. None of them had been on his list of potential spies, and indeed, they probably weren't spies. They were just afraid. He apologized to them personally and promised that when the mutiny was over, they would be freed. The remainder of the groups went along with his plan. By the time the starship jumped into the Camelot system, he told himself, they would be ready. An ally in the bridge had granted him access to the live feed from the datanet, a stream of information that was normally only available to officers. It showed that the Admiral intended to take them into the system some distance from the planet, something that puzzled Stanford, but it didn't matter what the Admiral had in mind. Stanford was trying to organize a mutiny at the last second, and he needed all the time he could get. As the dull throbbing of the flicker drive grew louder, he found himself smiling. This, at last, was real action. His grin only grew wider as he saw his 2 volunteers. They glared daggers at him. "Don't worry," Stanford said. He sobered. The 2 volunteers had the most dangerous task in the mutiny, and everything depended upon them. "We will be there to back you up." Brent Cochran watched, concealing his impatience, as the Admiral checked in with each and every station personally. Normally the duty officers would do that and report to the Admiral, but Admiral Quintana seemed to feel the urge to micromanage. He hoped that the Admiral wasn't going to waste his time by assigning counter-missile targets personally. No human mind could handle the rapid calculations involved. "All stations report ready, sir," the CIC officer reported finally. "We are ready to jump." "Good," Admiral Quintana said. He took his chair and sat down, placing his fingers in his lap as if he didn't have a care in the world. "Helm, you may begin jump preparation." "Aye, sir," the helmsman said. His hands tapped a combination into the keyboard. "All ships, this is the flag. Jump in 2 minutes. I say again, jump in 2 minutes. Slave all control systems to the flagship." Brent Cochran concealed his amusement. Few commanders would enjoy having their ship slaved to another ship, whatever the reason. It was the only way to handle a mass jump without having the fleet scattered, yet it took some control out of their hands. He doubted that Admiral Quintana would listen to any complaints. No micromanager could endure being upbraided by his subordinates. "All ships have checked in," the helmsman said, a moment later. "The flicker drives are powering up. Jump in 90 seconds. I say again, jump in 90 seconds. The big timer appeared on the display and began to count down. Brent Cochran felt the old excitement welling up within him, even though he was not in command. He had tried to convince the Admiral to give him a squadron or even a ship, but Admiral Quintana had been resolute. No clients of Admiral Percival would be honored by him. Brent Cochran had tried to explain that he wasn't one of Percival's clients, yet the Admiral refused to believe him, or perhaps it was just an excuse. Perhaps he didn't want to risk upsetting his subordinate commodores. Brent Cochran gasped as the jump shock hit him. It always surprised him, even though he had been expecting it. The display flickered and reset itself, revealing that they were floating within the Camelot system. No starships lay in wait for them. The rebels, thankfully, had not added precognition to their list of surprises. "All ships, this is the Admiral," Admiral Quintana said. His face had settled into a frown as he studied the display. Ahead of us are rebels who have seen fit to launch an uprising against the Empire. The Empire, that is all that stands between us and disaster. We will advance on the planet and put the rebellion down with all necessary force. They will be crushed for their pains." He clicked off the general broadcast and looked over at the helmsman. "The fleet will advance," he ordered. "Take us directly towards the planet." Chapter 51. "Admiral," the tactical officer said very quietly, "I am detecting 3 squadrons of super dreadnoughts, 2 squadrons of battlecruisers, 3 squadrons—" Colin listened as the words echoed in the air, heralding doom for his rebellion. Percival had finally called for help and reinforcements had arrived, only 2 weeks after Camelot had fallen and Colin had become the master of Sector 117. The chances were good that it would be a very short mastery. Even with the arsenal of ships, defeating the advancing force was not going to be easy. He studied the display, keeping his expression as calm and composed as possible. Showing his subordinates his shock and dismay would have been unhelpful at best, disastrous at worst. His crew was working away at their consoles, confident that Colin would find a way to get them out of this fix. Only a day ago, he'd overheard 2 crewmen refer to him as the Old Man, and he thought that his heart would burst with pride. It hadn't been a conventional ascent to admiral's rank, but he'd made it, and he was accepted by his crew. Now all of his dreams were threatening to turn into dust. The enemy fleet had actually jumped into the system some distance from the planet, so far away that part of Colin wondered if they'd had a major navigational error. It would have been believable if the fleet had arrived scattered all over the system, or if they'd been using commercial-grade computers and drives, but these were Imperial Navy warships. The enemy commander had flickered into the precise location he designated, and Colin had a sneaking suspicion that he knew why. The enemy super dreadnoughts would have more than long enough to recharge their flicker drives before they entered missile range. They might not have deduced the true nature of the arsenal of ships, but they had certainly deduced that most of the super dreadnoughts orbiting Camelot simply didn't exist. "We are picking up a transmission from the enemy fleet," the communications officer said tonelessly. "They are transmitting it to the entire system." "Let's hear it," Colin said. He doubted that the enemy commander's words would make any difference. They all knew what the Empire would do to them if they were captured alive. "Put it through on speakers." "Is Admiral Quintana commanding officer of Sector 99, a voice said. It sounded old but determined. Colin had never met Admiral Quintana, but he knew him by reputation as a fussy old man with a mind like a steel trap. It didn't bode well for the coming battle. An Imperial Navy commander with powerful connections and a refusal to be tricked or bullied into making mistakes would be bad enough, but Admiral Quintana also had the firepower advantage. "I speak now to those who have lifted their hands against the Empire. If you stand down your ships and surrender without a fight, I am empowered to offer you transport to a Stage 1 colony rather than execution or a penal world. Your rebellion will be forgiven if not forgotten. If you refuse my kind offer, I will advance against your ships and defenses and hammer them flat. The Empire cannot tolerate open insurrection. You have 10 minutes to decide." Colin smiled. Without using the flicker drive, it would take the fleet at least 40 minutes to approach Camelot and enter weapons range. There was no reason to add such a deadline, unless the enemy commander hoped that it would encourage a mutiny that would overthrow the original mutineers. Colin, for himself at least, had no intention of accepting the offer. Even if he trusted Admiral Quintana to keep his word, and the Admiral's superiors to back his play, which he didn't, it would be a betrayal of everyone who had died in the war to just surrender and allow the Empire to dump him on a colony world. He kept his hands folded in his lap, rather than reaching for the pistol at his belt, trusting his people not to shoot him in the back. No bullet or plasma burst cracked through his skull. "The message is repeating," the communications officer said. Colin nodded sourly. There was no way they could jam it, not with such a powerful broadcast. Besides, that would suggest that the rebel leadership was worried, and that would never do. They were alternating the source of the transmission. "Curious," Colin said. The enemy fleet had to be more worried than they were admitting, particularly if they were trying to hide their flagship. He wondered absently which ship it was, but the fleet database they'd captured on Camelot didn't name Admiral Quintana's flagship. He would normally command his sector from an orbiting battle station, and only transfer his flag to a flagship when commanding an operation in person. "Open a channel." "Aye, sir," the communications officer said. "Channel open, sir." "Admiral Quintana, this is Admiral Walker," Collins said. "We will not surrender. Join us. Help us to reform the Empire or stay out of our way. We will not be denied." He hit his console, hoping, praying, that the enemy commander would listen to reason. Collin was a tactical expert, and he knew that the battle was going to be bloody. By keeping his ships on station in orbit, rather than sailing out to challenge Admiral Quintana directly, he would be combining the firepower of his starships and the captured orbital battle stations. In theory, that was enough firepower to stand off even 3 squadrons of super dreadnoughts, but in practice, half of his battle stations would be unable to engage, and Admiral Quintana had been smart enough to come up with a simple way of countering the arsenal ships. Would he try to enter the planet's gravity field, or would he simply content himself with a long-range missile duel? There was no way to know. "Send a signal to all ships," he ordered. "Hold your ground, and they will break over us." "Aye, sir," the communications officer said. "And Ed, whatever happens here, we will not be forgotten as long as the human race endures," Collins said. Even as he spoke the words, he wondered if he was telling the truth. The Empire had buried more history than he had ever understood, until he'd read some of the forbidden history texts on Jackson's Folly or Out in the Beyond. The generation that controlled the past controlled the future, and the Empire had worked hard to ensure that its history was the only one people remembered. It made him wonder how many great battles, or true leaders of men, or cowardly traitors had been buried, without anyone remembering their names or faces. What we have started will live on. "He refused to surrender," Brent Cochran said with some amusement. He'd been surprised to discover that Admiral Quintana believed that the rebels would surrender as soon as they saw his fleet, even though they had fought savagely even when his own force had mousetrapped them at Greenland. Whatever else one could say about the rebels, they were hardly cowards, not when a coward would never have dared to rebel. "I predicted that, didn't I?" "Indeed you did," Admiral Quintana agreed, without malice. He looked over towards the helmsman. "Continue the advance towards the planet." Brent Cochran settled back into his seat and tried to relax. The fleet had launched an entire swarm of probes as soon as it had entered the system, quartering space to ensure that the rebels weren't trying to sneak a cloaked fleet in on top of them. It should have been impossible for the fleet to be surprised. There was nothing subtle or particularly clever about the operational plan, yet he knew better than to underestimate the rebels, and Admiral Quintana, for all of his concern, was treating them as a conventional opponent, rebels who would surrender as soon as they smelt the first whiff of grape shot. It was hard to gain reliable sensor images at such a range, but the rebel super dreadnoughts appeared to be remaining in orbit, rather than heading out beyond the gravity shadow and flickering away. Brent Cochran wondered just what they had in mind. The data suggested that the rebels were going to get brutally hurt, even if they won the fight, and there was no way that they could survive a war of attrition. Maybe they intended to make a stand, or maybe all of the super dreadnoughts were drones, and the rebel fleet had flickered out days ago, pre-recording the message for the Admiral's benefit. He shook his head as the timer continued to tick down towards missile range. Soon enough, they would know what they were facing. Why worry about it now? Private Andy Barku hated the super dreadnought. He hated the constant throbbing noise in the background, the tiny metallic passageways, and most of all, the hatred he saw in the eyes of the crew. The drug treatments that all black shirts received once they passed through basic training made them hypersensitive to slights and bad treatment, and he had already put 2 members of the crew in sickbay before the sergeant, a real asshole if ever there was one, had reprimanded him severely. His jaw still hurt where the sergeant's reprimand had connected, threatening to knock out a few of his teeth. The black shirts healed quickly, another effect of the drugs, but the pain lingered on. Andy had begged for some additional painkillers, yet the sergeant had, instead, assigned him to guarding the armory. It wouldn't do for any of the super dreadnought's crew to get their hands on weapons. They were just one step up from occupied people in Andy's view, and everyone knew that occupied people lied all the time. He held himself rigid, even though there was no sign of the sergeant. Obedience had been beaten into him at the training center, to the point where he literally could not disobey an order unless it contradicted the regulations that had also been hammered into his head. Andy had been on campaigns where the black shirts had been empowered to do whatever they wanted to the local population, and had been ordered to have as much fun as they could. But being on the super dreadnought was boring. He was uneasily aware that only a thin wall of metal separated him from the cold vacuum of space. Andy looked up as he heard someone heading down the corridor towards his position. He'd been ordered not to actually block the passageway, only to prevent anyone from gaining access to the armory without permission, and so he stepped back, just before the person turned the corner and walked right towards him. She was a crewwoman. There were no female blackshirts, wearing a ship suit that had been opened to reveal the tops of her breasts and expose just enough of her that he wanted to see more. Andy felt a sudden wave of lust burning through his mind, interfering with rational thought, yet another side effect of the treatments he'd undergone. If he hadn't been ordered to remain where he was, he would have reached for the girl and drawn her to him. As she drew closer, he was suddenly very aware of her perfume, a smell that seemed to trigger glands he hadn't known he had. He wanted her desperately. "We're going into battle soon," the girl said. Her voice was rich and very feminine. "I need to relieve myself first." Her tongue licked her lips, revealing precisely what she meant by relieve herself. "And I was wondering if you could help." She leaned forward, giving him a magnificent view of her breasts, and put her arms around him. He bent down to kiss her, pushing his lips against hers, yet just as he pushed his tongue into her mouth, he felt something get pushed against the back of his neck. And he realized, in a moment of horror, that he'd been tricked and threw the girl hard against the bulkhead, but it was already too late. The world was dimming around him as the drug took effect, and he collapsed onto the deck. Darkness swallowed him a moment later. "That bastard needed to brush his teeth properly," crewwoman Singh said in disgust. She spat on the bulkhead before kicking the unconscious blackshirt in the groin. "Where the hell did he learn to kiss?" "I doubt it's on the curriculum at wherever they're trained," Stanford said. He took a moment to check the blackshirt and then turned to the armory. The blackshirts had clearly felt that only one guard had been required. There were 2 armory compartments on the ship, both of which were being raided, and on first glance it was easy to see why. The hatch was made of battle steel and should have been resistant to anything short of a heavy laser cannon or fission beam. The super dreadnoughts, however, had emergency systems that could be used to unlock a hatch manually if necessary, allowing them access to the armory. Take his gun and use his cuffs. Belay that. Undress the bastard first and then use his cuffs to secure him. He opened the small inspection hatch and peered into the tiny maintenance compartment. The moment he started to fiddle with it, an alarm should sound on the bridge, which meant that if his ally hadn't managed to bypass the system successfully, they were going to be in a fight right from the start. He looked down at the naked blackshirt, wondering if he'd been the one who had raped a crewwoman, before reaching into the compartment and altering the chips. There was a hiss, and the hatch started to glide open. 2 of his crewmen caught it and pushed it all the way back, allowing his team to swarm inside. "Take the rifles and the grenades," he ordered. They had all been given basic weapons training, but none of them had any experience with powered armor. If they'd had a few Marines to help them, but the Marines had been offloaded and no one knew what had happened to them. "Make sure you take the communicators and switch them to a private band." The first team collected their weapons and headed out of the compartment, as they had planned. The second team would remain and guard the armory, using it to arm the crewmen while hopefully denying its contents to the Loyalists. The other teams would get their own weapons and then carry out their part of the plan. He watched as the first team opened a hatch into the tubes and headed out, unseen, towards the engineering compartment. Once they were in place, they would force their way inside and take control. "Pass me the uniform," Stanford ordered, and started to don the blackshirt's outfit. It wasn't a good fit, but Imperial Navy uniforms rarely were at first, and he assumed that that was true of the blackshirts as well. He found a shiny surface and inspected himself. He looked alarmingly realistic. "You look terrifying, boss," one of the crewmen said. "You better mind that we don't shoot you by accident." Stanford nodded. He'd considered the possibility when he'd first come up with the plan, but he deemed that the risk was worth it. The blackshirts might be completely unfamiliar with the super dreadnought, yet they still had more weapons and far more experience in using them. If they could deal with their commanding officers in one fell swoop, it might be worth any risk. Besides, he had no intention of allowing anyone else to take the risk. "If anyone does, I'll have him cleaning toilets for the next millennium," he threatened, as he checked the blackshirt-issue plasma pistol. Unlike the standard weapons, it included a reader that checked for a blackshirt implant before it would fire. Stanford knew how to remove it, but as he examined the pistol, he was amused to discover that its former owner already had, even though he'd probably been told not to even think about it. It wasn't too great a surprise. The systems did tend to fail, and that would be disastrous in combat. "Jake, you have command here, but stay in touch. Don't fuck up." "I won't," Jake promised. "Good luck, mate." Stanford nodded and collected his 2 escorts. With the Blackshirts taking over security roles on the starship, they had developed a habit of arresting crewmen for various offenses and demanding a bribe before they were set free. His 2 escorts would look like crewmen who had been unable or unwilling to pay the bribe and would be spending the next few hours in the brig before their salaries were docked or some other punishment was assigned. As long as they kept their weapons out of sight, they should be fine. It felt odd walking through the starship in a Blackshirt uniform. The crew they encountered, the ones who were not involved in the mutiny, shied away from him, the fear in their eyes sending chills down his spine. The men were bad enough, but the women were terrified and found ways to get away from him, even though he wasn't even leering at them. It tore at his heart as he pushed his 2 charges into Marine country and through the hatch leading into the main security compartment. From the small compartment, the Marines could have handled any security or behavior problem on the starship. "You," a voice demanded. Stanford half-turned to see a Blackshirt officer bearing down on him, his face set in a permanent expression of anger. "Why have you brought those pieces of human waste here?" Stanford could have made an excuse, but the more he talked, the less likely it would be that anyone would fall for his disguise. "For support," he said, and lifted his weapon. He took aim before the Blackshirt could react and shot him through the head. His 2 companions drew their own weapons and plunged into the security compartment. "Kill them!" 40 seconds later, every Blackshirt in Marine country was dead. Chapter 52. "They're approaching missile range," the tactical officer said. "They're launching additional probes." Colin nodded. The decoys had formed up with the rest of his ships, creating an impression of an entire fleet of super dreadnoughts waiting for Admiral Quintana and his force. The Admiral was probably trying to sort out the real ships from the decoys, a task the geeks had sworn blind would be impossible. Colin wouldn't have put money on it. In his experience, the word impossible was only a reflection of the unknown. "Keep countering them," he ordered. The timer was ticking down to the point where he would have to open fire, and then, once it became clear he could only launch one massive salvo, Admiral Quintana would understand what he had done. "And bring up the point defense. I want them ready to engage at a moment's notice." 2 minutes to missile range, the tactical officer reported. "The enemy is scanning us and launching sensor probes." "Probably trying to pin down the command ship," Admiral Quintana commented. Brent Cochran couldn't disagree. "It won't get them anywhere." He smiled. The Imperial Navy's standard practice was to illuminate the flagship in order that all should know the greatness of the commanding officer. Against an opponent who could throw such massive salvos in one shot, it was nothing more than suicide. Admiral Quintana had kept his flagship stepped down so that it was indistinguishable from the remainder of the fleet, while using pinpoint lasers to send orders from ship to ship. The rebels would only be able to destroy the flagship through sheer luck. Luck had been on their side, Brent Cochran acknowledged, but it would take a vast amount of luck to get out of this one. They wouldn't get that lucky break, he promised himself, whatever it took. "Prepare to fire once we enter weapons range," Admiral Quintana ordered. He smiled down at the display, "and then we will see what they have up their sleeves." An alarm chimed. "Admiral," the security officer said, "I've lost contact with with the Blackshirt CO. The link to their compartment failed." Brent Cochran stared in horror. It couldn't be a coincidence. The rebels had made contact with others at Sector 99. Perhaps they'd had cells in place long before the mutiny at Jackson's Folly, and the cells were now launching a mutiny of their own. The entire super dreadnought might be under enemy control. "Sir," he said, "we have to lock the ship down, now." Admiral Quintana turned and gave him a puzzled look. "There is a rebel team on board this ship," Brent Cochran snarled. Part of him knew that if he was wrong, it would be the end of his career. But if he was right, his career didn't matter, not against the danger of the rebellion spreading out of control. "We have to secure the ship before all hell breaks loose." "Check with the other sections," Admiral Quintana ordered. He didn't sound as if he believed Brent Cochran. After all, there had never been a successful mutiny on a super dreadnought. But then every super dreadnought had an entire Marine regiment allocated to provide internal security, not hated and despised blackshirts. "I want them all to check in now." They waited while the communications officer ran through the checks. Several compartments, including 2 other security positions, refused to respond. Others reported that everything was normal, without any signs of trouble at all. Even Admiral Quintana was convinced that something was badly wrong. He sounded the internal security alarm and ordered a lockdown. All through the ship, blast doors swung down, isolating each and every compartment. The mutineers would be split up into hundreds of separate cells, where they could be mopped up easily. "Get in touch with the troop transports," Admiral Quintana said. "I want them to shuttle over an entire regiment of blackshirts." "Aye, sir," the communications officer said. He worked his console for a long moment. "Sir, several other starships are reporting on-board trouble as well." Brent Cochran cursed. No wonder the rebels were holding their ground. They knew that their allies were planning to take the super dreadnoughts intact and deliver them to the rebellion. They were just waiting to walk in and claim their new ships. Admiral Quintana clearly agreed. "Launch missiles," he ordered. Brent Cochran was fairly sure that no other commander had ever opened an engagement with enemy ships while there was a mutiny underway. But with the lockdown in place, they should be able to regain control. "You are to continue firing until the enemy force has been destroyed." The super dreadnought shuddered as she launched her first mighty salvo. "They're firing at extreme range," the tactical officer said, as the display sparkled with a swarm of deadly red icons. Colin didn't need anyone to tell him that the super dreadnoughts had flushed their external racks. Everything in the fleet larger than a destroyer had contributed to that massive salvo. There were so many missiles that even the geek-designed systems would have trouble controlling them all. "They will enter point defense range in 6 minutes and counting." Colin nodded. The problem with firing at extreme range, as any tactician would admit, was that it gave the defenders plenty of time to plot intercept solutions and plan their defense. Admiral Quintana had sidestepped that problem with the overwhelming use of brute force. No defense, not even the combined data net protecting the planet, could hope to stop them all. And worse, as long as the enemy force remained out of gravity's shadow, Colin could throw enough missiles at them to shatter their fleet, and they would just flicker away. "Deploy missile pods," he ordered. You are cleared to engage with station-mounted weapons only." The tactical officer hesitated. "Sir?" "Do it," Collins snapped. He understood the officer's confusion, but there was no time for a debate. The stations packed far more missiles than his super dreadnoughts, or even the arsenal ships. They could fire for far longer without shooting themselves dry, and besides, firing only those weapons might suggest to the enemy commander that all of the super dreadnoughts were decoys. "Bring the point defense online and start tracking the enemy missiles." He settled back in his command chair. The enemy missile swarm suggested that they hadn't settled on a final target set, but with so many missiles it wasn't an immediate priority. They could afford to drench his defenses and see what shot back. The arsenal ships, for all their undoubted use, possessed no point defense worth a damn. Once the enemy realized what they were and started targeting them, Camelot would be lost, along with the arsenal ships. Stanford cursed as the rumble of the missile launch echoed through the super dreadnought. "They're onto us," he said. He'd been working the console, having used the palm imprint of one of the dead blackshirts to make it work, only to discover that its functions were limited. The blackshirts hadn't really been aware of the capabilities of their tools. He'd managed to rig his system so that the blackshirt command network was dumped into his small portable terminal. "I think we'd better get out of here." He keyed the console and brought up the lockdown data, examining it quickly and comparing it with the known blackshirt locations. Jamming the blackshirt command network had been easy enough. The surviving senior blackshirt would literally be unable to take command of his force. It was a shame he couldn't trigger the remainder of the internal weapons, but he had to settle for jamming them before taking a keycard from one of the bodies. The senior officers hadn't realized it, but they'd given the blackshirts the ability to give their people access authority Stanford had been able to usurp. The lockdown would impede the enemy more than it would impede him. "Come on," he ordered, picking up his weapon and heading for the hatch. It had sealed, of course, but a wave of the card in front of the sensor opened it up. Stanford keyed his radio, passing on the data, and then a final wave of instructions. "Move in on your targets and take them out now." He muttered a curse under his breath as he started to run, pausing only to open the locked hatches and meet up with other allies. Time wasn't on their side. All it would take would be the Admiral deciding to blow the ship, and they would all die, without knowing if the rebellion had been successful or not. Twice they encountered small groups of blackshirts and shot their way through them, the blackshirts recognizing his uniform and hesitating just long enough for the mutineers to get in the first shot. "We need to move quickly," he said, once they all met up in one of the smaller corridors just outside the CIC. He checked his terminal and swore. Now that the enemy was alert to their operations, the blackshirts were moving and trying to recapture vital compartments. It was taking them longer than it should. Stanford had taken the precaution of wiping all access permissions apart from the ones he had created himself, but they were moving. The super dreadnought shuddered again as it unleashed another salvo, adding a new danger to the whole enterprise. They might be killed by their own side. "And we need to take the CIC intact, no shooting unless they fire first." There was a low rumble of agreement. "But how are they doing this?" Brent Cochran blinked at the tone in the Admiral's voice. The Admiral had been speaking with the chief engineer when armed men had burst in behind him, firing live weapons in engineering of all places. The engineer's face had vanished from the display. A moment later, the communications link had failed completely. Engineering had been added to the list of compartments that had somehow been taken by the mutineers. The ship rocked sharply as a missile slipped through the point defense to slam against the shields. It was only a single warhead, but the battle stations were giving almost as good as they were getting, and it was only a matter of time before more slipped through. The rebel super dreadnoughts weren't firing, leaving him to wonder if they were real, or if the rebels had decided to abandon Camelot in the face of superior force. None of the super dreadnoughts were using point defense either. "They clearly planned carefully," Brent Cochran said. Imperial intelligence was supposed to have placed even more agents in the crew, yet they'd heard nothing. A paranoid thought flashed through his mind. Was it simple incompetence or something more sinister? Was Imperial intelligence, for whatever demented reason made sense to his spook's mind, working with the rebels? "I think we may need to consider—" A green icon flashed on the display. "Sir," the tactical officer said in a tone of a man who hoped that his superiors would not blame him for the disaster. "Admiral Owen has been destroyed." Brent Cochran blinked. The super dreadnought hadn't been under heavy fire, for she had been in the rear of the formation. There was nothing to explain the ship's destruction unless... He tapped his console and pulled up the records. It was clear as soon as he reviewed the live feed from the drones flying alongside the fleet. The Super Dreadnought's commander had triggered the self-destruct. His ship had to have been on the verge of falling to the enemy. "Sir," Brent Cochran said. A new light flashed on the display. The rebels, the mutineers, were trying to assert control of the ship from engineering. If they succeeded, the CIC could be sealed off and rendered harmless. "We need to trigger the self-destruct ourselves." Another console flashed. The flicker drive was powering down. "Impossible," Admiral Quintana snapped. "I could not." He broke off as the sound of firing suddenly echoed in the distance. It took Brent Cochran a moment to realize that it was coming from the direct connection to the black shirts on duty outside the CIC. They were under attack. It wouldn't be long until the mutineers penetrated to CIC and took over the ship. "Sir," Brent Cochran repeated, "you need to trigger the codes." Something flashed in the air. A knife appeared in Admiral Quintana's eye, penetrating right into his brain. Brent Cochran lifted his weapon slowly as he saw the communications officer, one arm outstretched in a throwing pose. The treacherous officer had made it impossible to destroy the ship. He shot the communications officer as the hatch burst inwards and turned, firing towards the mutineers. He was still firing when 4 heavy blows slammed into his body, and he collapsed into darkness. Stanford watched the Commodore's body fall to the ground and then looked around the CIC. Apart from the lone man, no one offered any resistance, and it was easy to secure them and leave them for later attention. The chances were good that at least some of them would want to join the rebellion, but there was no time to test their loyalties now. "Get in touch with the rebels," he ordered as he took the command chair. He checked his terminal and realized to his relief that the mutiny had secured all of the important locations. The remaining blackshirts were isolated and could be dealt with at leisure. "Tell them that we want to surrender." He brought up the DataNet console and checked the IFF signatures of the other super dreadnoughts. One of the ships was gone, he realized, but 14 others had altered their IFF signals, confirming that they had been taken over by the mutineers. That might change, he knew, but for the moment they were secure. Hell, the loyalist super dreadnoughts might be on the verge of switching sides too. "Quit firing at the rebels and prepare to fire on the loyalist ships," he added. He hadn't placed anyone on the smaller ships, knowing that if they took the super dreadnoughts more or less intact, they would be able to dictate terms to the other ships. The chances of being betrayed grew exponentially the more people he added to the conspiracy. "Get me a direct laser link to the friendly ships." He checked the call log as he waited for acknowledgement and smiled. Only 2 super dreadnoughts seemed to be completely free of mutineers, far more than he had dared hope. The remainder were either in the hands of his allies or being disputed. The black-shirt transports were demanding orders from the admiral. It seemed that he had ordered them to prepare to dispatch troops to the various dreadnoughts, but then they'd lost contact with him. "Detach yourself from the command data net and form a new one," he ordered, once he had made contact with his allies. Another super dreadnought had fallen, leaving only 10 as loyalist ships. The loyalists were panicking, uncertain of what to do. "I'm trying to talk to the rebels now." The first sign Colin had that all was not well with the enemy side was when one of their super dreadnoughts exploded for no apparent reason. It had been easy to tell that the ship had self-destructed. He knew perfectly well that his fortresses hadn't fired on it, or at least not enough to destroy her. Yet why? Ships did not explode for no apparent reason. Even a fused flicker drive would have merely rendered the ship unable to flicker away. "Admiral, we're picking up a message from the enemy flagship," the communications officer said. "They're saying that they had a mutiny and they want our support." Colin didn't hesitate. It could have been a trick or trap, but not even the Empire would sacrifice an entire super dreadnought just to bait a trap. "General, signal to the fleet. The battle line will advance to support the friendly ships." He keyed another console and linked into the Marine command net. "Neil," he said, "you can start getting your shuttles ready. I have a number of ships that you need to board." "They're coming out to support us," Stanford said in relief. It had occurred to him that the rebels might not believe him, even if he had taken the super dreadnought out of action. 2 other super dreadnoughts had fallen to mutineers, leaving the remaining ships isolated and unable to act. The rebel crews had targeted them with energy weapons just in case. He keyed his console and linked into the Loyalist command net. They might not have known it, but the Admiral's access permissions allowed him to go anywhere. "This is the rebel commander." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "We have you targeted with our energy weapons," he said. "You cannot bring up your flicker drives in time to escape if we open fire. You can open fire yourself, but we will tear your ships apart at point-blank range. You cannot escape. All you can do is die bravely. If you surrender, you will be treated honorably," he added. "You have 2 minutes to reply." The response was immediate. "They're signaling that they want to surrender," one of his allies reported. He'd worked in the communications department, even if he'd never served on the bridge. It's over. It took an hour before Colin was sure, but once there were armed Marines on each of the new starships and their loyalist crews had been removed, he allowed himself a sigh of relief. He had hoped that the message he'd sent would inspire others to revolt against the Empire. Yet he had never expected. The mutinies had come in the nick of time. It hadn't been planned from the start, although it would never be told that way. He smiled at the thought. The reports he would send back to Earth would claim that it had all been organized months in advance. The Empire would look as if it was composed of fools, and if a few Imperial intelligence officers paid for it with their heads, well, it was all to the good. He stood in what once had been Admiral Percival's private viewing blister and stared out at the new fleet. The rebellion had a real fleet now, one capable of challenging a second sector fleet or anything short of home fleet itself. The Empire would need to pull together a new fleet to destroy the rebellion, and that would take time. Perhaps too much time. After all, the Empire was vast. The Imperial Navy was scattered over thousands of light years. Colin looked out across the stars, thinking and planning. The Empire had no idea what was coming its way. Chapter 53. Commander Fox stared down into the waterhole and prayed that the shape deep within the dark waters was a fish, rather than one of the nastier creatures that inhabited Garstang. Life on the penal world wasn't as bad as he had feared. They'd been lucky enough to make contact with one of the groups that had refused to leave, a religious group that had been exiled because the Empire wanted their land. Yet it was dangerous. He couldn't close his eyes for a moment before something else would emerge from the water or the ground and try to kill him. He stabbed down with his spear and smiled in relief as he punched right through the creature's skin, sending a cloud of blood drifting into the water. Moving swiftly, he pulled the spear and the weird alien fish out of the water and started to run, while behind him the waterhole seemed to explode as nastier creatures, drawn by the blood, exploded into the open. The entire waterhole wouldn't be safe for days. He was still running when he saw the light in the sky. There had been no transports or supply capsules since the day the rebels had abandoned him and his men on the planet. Yet now there was a single drop capsule falling through the atmosphere. As he watched, it deployed parachutes and started to steer itself towards the nearest settlement, the one he'd found and joined. He turned and started to run towards where the capsule was landing, intent on discovering who or what was in it first. The rebel leadership had doubtless been caught and arrested by now, and sentencing them to the penal world would have been more than appropriate. The capsule came down gently and touched down, the parachutes falling over the conical shape, right on the edge of a sandy depression. Fox swore as he kept running. The people in the capsule had no idea just how much danger was all around them. How could they? The Imperial Survey report contained no such details. The capsule was already opening as he came running up, praying that his footsteps hadn't attracted the attention of something bigger and nastier than he was. A head stuck out, sniffed the air, and withdrew just as quickly. Fox had a smile, even though it wasn't really funny. All worlds had their own particular smell, but the penal worlds smelt worse than most. After all, if they were rated as more than marginally habitable, they wouldn't have been turned into cheap dumping grounds for convicts, rebels, terrorists, and people whose only sin was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Empire had no shortage of other ways to kill its enemies. "Don't go near the sand," he shouted. Once, running so hard would have left him out of breath, yet now it seemed almost effortless to run so far. The planet had been good for his health, if nothing else. Only the quick and the sharp survived in the penal world. Get out of the capsule and walk away from the sand. The hatch opened again, and a single overweight person climbed out. He was wearing a gray convict suit, yet Fox recognized him without any trouble at all. It had been Admiral Percival who had assigned him to the penal world in the first place. The Admiral looked pallid and unhealthy, yet it was unmistakably him. He was shaking and shivering, although it was warm and damp air, and looked as if he'd had a very hard time. The truth dawned on Fox as he reached the Admiral's side. The rebels were winning the war. He took a glance inside the capsule and found a small package of supplies but little else. Fox picked them up, slung them over his back, and started to pull the Admiral away from the sand. Judging from the smell leaking out of the capsule, the Admiral had thrown up during the descent. "That's mine," the Admiral protested as Fox pulled him along. He had to be away from the sand before something very nasty came swimming through the ground and emerged to attack them. "You thief, you—" Fox started to obey and then stopped. Why should he obey? It wasn't as if the Admiral was still an admiral. He wouldn't be here if he hadn't been abandoned by his patrons and condemned to a life of servitude. Fox felt his mouth falling open to an unpleasant smile. The Admiral could be killed right now, and no one would give a damn. "I hope there's something good to eat," the Admiral continued, unaware of Fox's inner thoughts. "I haven't had a good meal since—" It was his tone that finally drove Fox over the edge. Once they were safely away from the sand, he turned around and slammed the flat of his palm into the Admiral's chest. Percival doubled over, choking and coughing, retching as he fell to the ground. Real physical pain would have been a rarity to him. Fox knew. Who would have dared to lay a finger on his body, no matter how obnoxious he decided to be? "Shut up and listen," Fox snarled. The Admiral had curled into a ball, peering up at Fox as if he were on the verge of collapse. He'd been told that some convicts never did recover from the shock of discovering the true nature of the world, red in tooth and claw. "Your former rank means nothing. You have no way of contacting your friends or allies. You are alone and dependent on our goodwill. If you work hard, we will take you in and allow you to stay with us. If you don't want to do that, just stay here, or wander off and something will be along to kill you sooner or later. The choice is yours." He walked off, not looking back. He hadn't been joking. If the Admiral joined the community, he would work as hard as anyone else or be expelled into the wilderness, where he would surely die or join the remaining bandits. No, they'd probably kill and eat him on sight. He had enough blubber on him, even after his period of imprisonment, to feed an entire bandit gang for a few days. After a moment, Percival picked himself up and tottered after him. "This meeting is hereby called to order," Hester Hyman said. She was standing at one end of a long table made from old earth wood. The Popular Front's council had transferred itself to Camelot as soon as the second round of mutinies had saved the world from recapture, determined to build a new political structure within Sector 117 and further afield. "We've come a very long way." Hannelore Ellicott Chatham turned her out, aware that Jason Cordova, sitting next to her, was doing the same. The first day of any political meeting was sure to be nothing but boring, even though the representatives had more sense than to waste time arguing over the size and shape of the conference table. Now that the sector fleet had been captured, it hadn't been difficult to overwhelm the local garrisons and liberate the other worlds in the sector, freeing them to join the rebellion. The Roosevelt family's secret stockpiles of war material and even a handful of unregistered shipyards would end up powering a war intent on bringing down the families once and for all. Her own task, coordinating the conversion of the local industrial base into a base that could support a massive war against the Empire, was already underway. There were few who disagreed or sought to talk peace with their former masters. The Beyond itself was undergoing some changes. Once the details of Operation Purge had been recovered from Admiral Percival's sealed databanks, the Beyond had been shocked to discover just how much the Empire had known about them, including a number of places that had been thought to be undiscovered and undetectable. Some had packed up and headed further away from the Empire. Others had come forward and added their own resources to the growing Popular Front. The Empire had no idea of the sheer level of hatred and discontent along the rim, or of how many people would come and join the rebellion as it established itself. Hannelore herself had been shocked to discover just how much was hidden out beyond the rim, or even within it. She wasn't too sure of her own position at times, but Cordova had vouched for her, and most of the Popular Front seemed to trust him, even if not all of them liked the renegade captain. Hannelore herself wasn't too sure, but she could see another person hidden under the act, a person who only emerged when they were in private. Cordova had said little about his origins, yet she was sure that he came from higher social roots than he'd been prepared to admit. Besides, who was she to comment about someone's birth? And the Popular Front noble birth was a handicap rather than a boon. The three representatives from Jackson's Folly looked tired yet determined. Admiral Percival had been toying with plans to scorch sections of the worlds, even though he had been unable to simply throw the entire planet into the fire, in the hopes that it would make the daughter colonies be more reasonable, and they knew that the die was cast. If the Popular Front succeeded, Jackson's Folly and her daughter colonies would be free. If not, they would all be thrown into the fire. There could be no negotiations, save from a position of strength. If the empire could be reformed, well and good. But if not, they were prepared to burn the empire to the ground. Hannelore couldn't blame them, even though she feared their determination. After the war was over, they would have to find some way of living together, or the empire would splinter down into civil war. Another civil war. She settled back in her seat as Hester continued to speak. The Follies were quite right. The die had been cast, and there was no going back. She was committed now, as were they all. The spy knew that she had been lucky to remain undetected, even though the rebels were now aware of her existence. At least William Derbyshire, Imperial Intelligence's head of station, had been smart enough to purge his files before the rebels took the station, leaving them with no direct lead to her identity. She couldn't believe how lucky the rebels had been, as if the universe itself had been conspiring against the Empire. The mutinies in the Sector 99 sector fleet would only be the beginning, for Admiral Walker and his allies had tapped into a rich vein of discontent. How many people in the Imperial Navy, the spy asked herself, would share the sense that no matter how competent and capable they were, they would never be able to advance? There would be thousands, no, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. If even a tenth of the Imperial Navy decided to join the rebels, the Empire would have a real fight on its hands. The spy settled down in her hiding place and started to wait. There would be a chance to make contact with Imperial intelligence again, for some who came over to the rebels would be working for the Empire, and then she would have a new link to her superiors. And even if that didn't happen, she knew her duty. There would be a chance to strike a blow at the very core of the rebel leadership. All she had to do was wait, and it would come. The 2 weeks since the Second Battle of Camelot had been crazy, but Colin had always found time to go to the observation blister and stare out at his growing fleet. The Imperial Navy's starships, the ships from the beyond, and new designs the geeks had put into production, a fleet capable of holding its own against a comparable Imperial Navy fleet. Earth didn't even know it yet. The first reports of the rebellion, assuming that one of Percival's subordinates had sent an unofficial signal to his patrons, wouldn't be at Earth for another month. But the Empire was in serious trouble. Colin and his fleet would be able to advance quite some distance before the Empire started putting together a superior fleet to stop them. And by then, the whole equation would have changed. Colin smiled. The geeks had designed several other tricks, each one either a development of Imperial Navy technology or something radically new. By the time they were deployed, the Imperial Navy would be gearing up for a conventional war, not something new. He'd come a long way from the officer who had sworn a petulant oath to avenge himself on his superior. Whatever happened to the rebellion and the Popular Front, the Empire would never be the same. And then there was Adiba and Colonel Franson, off on their own mission. It was a long shot, but if it worked, it would do the impossible and shorten the war. "I thought I'd find you here," Daria said. Colin turned and smiled in welcome. He hadn't seen much of Daria for the past week. She'd been busy organizing the hundreds of commercial starships that had come over to the rebellion. The fleet would have better logistics than the Imperial Navy, at least at first. Once the fleet started advancing towards Earth, they would be on the end of long supply lines, while the Imperial Navy would be falling back towards its bases. "Gloating over your victory?" "Something like that," Colin admitted with a shrug. There was no sign of Mariko, which was odd. She was normally attached to Daria at the hip, her silent shadow. "Percival won't be abusing anyone ever again." "No," Daria agreed. They'd found Percival's private collection of videos once they'd searched his quarters, including hours of footage of his aide. Colin had watched some of them and then ordered them all destroyed. Whoever Pennyquick was, and whoever had taken her off the fortress had covered his tracks very well. He hoped that she was thinking about rebelling herself. "You could have killed him." Colin nodded. "I thought about it," he said. It was hard to put into words, even for a friend. I just thought that if I pulled the trigger, with him helpless, part of me would die with him." "So you sent him to a planet that's known for killing 70% of the people who are dumped on it," Daria said dryly. "You could have shot him and it would have been kinder." "At least he has a chance," Colin said. The thought made him smile. "And besides, I wanted to make him suffer." Daria came up beside him and stood by his side, staring out into space. "I think you succeeded," she said. "And now the war goes on anyway." "Soon," Colin agreed. Everyone was working at a back-breaking pace, but it would be weeks yet before the fleet was ready to advance. Sector 99 would be ripe for the plucking with its sector fleet destroyed or captured, but after that it would get progressively harder. Earth is only 6 months away. Daria laughed and took his arm. "Relax," she said seriously. "You don't want to burn yourself out just yet." She leaned forward, and Colin found himself leaning towards her, his lips moving to meet hers, when his wristcom beeped. He found himself laughing as the moment was broken, before tapping the wristcom and listening to the message. "That had better be important," Daria said, shaking her head. "What did they say?" Colin grinned at her. "We just had a heavy cruiser squadron drop in," he said. "They're from Sector 97, and they say they want to join us." He laughed and pulled her in for a delighted hug. "Don't you see? The message is out and spreading. Nothing can stop us now." This is the end of Book 1, but the story continues with Democracy's Might, Book 2 of the Democracy's Right series. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to Democracy's Right, Book 1, produced by Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2013 by Christopher Nuttall. Production copyright 2017 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. Prologue. Transit complete, sir. Captain Saku Ratianen sucked in his breath as Jupiter appeared on the view screen. Easily one of the largest gas giants known to mankind, it dominated the Sol system, the great red spot blazing out in the interstellar darkness. Hundreds of installations orbited the gas giant, ranging from large industrial nodes and cloud scoops to a giant Class 3 shipyard. Jupiter had powered humanity's expansion into the galaxy ever since the human race had first started to reach into space. Its shipyards produced a tenth of all new human starships. It was an impressive sight, Saku decided. Even knowing that most of the installations were owned by the Cicero family, even knowing that they contributed mightily to humanity's bondage, they were still impressive. He took one last look, then glanced down at his display, checking that the IFF codes had been accepted by the defenses. If the geeks had failed, the whole operation was about to come to a short and violent end. "They accepted our codes," Martin Mackenzie said. "Don't they know there's a war on?" Saku smirked. It had been 7 months since the first mutiny, 6 months since the word had finally been sent to Earth, and barely a week since it had arrived at the heart of the Empire. There were so many defenses in orbit around Earth and the other planets in the Sol system that attack seemed inconceivable. Earth hadn't been directly threatened for thousands of years, unless one counted the Empress's suborning of home fleet. The mutinies had taken place thousands of light-years away. It was unlikely that the defenders of Earth realized that they might be attacked within days of word reaching the planet. "I don't think they've realized it yet," he said. "Take us in." He glanced over at his old friend and smiled. Mackenzie had worked for one of the big shipping lines before suffering an accident that had damaged his legs, leaving him permanently stuck in a mover. The shipping line might have abandoned him, but he'd somehow managed to find work on an independent freighter, work that had eventually led him to the underground. He'd volunteered for the mission as soon as he'd heard about it, despite the near certainty that they wouldn't escape. Like Saku, Mackenzie had scores to pay off. The defenses did nothing as the giant freighter inched closer and closer to the heart of the complex, the giant Class 3 shipyard. There were only 3 such shipyards in the Empire, the only ones authorized to design and build super dreadnoughts. Not that the Empire had done much of that in the last 200 years. The Empire's monopoly on super dreadnoughts and possession of the biggest hammer in the galaxy had allowed the designers to slow down and stop trying to improve their work. Somehow Saku had a feeling that they were going to regret it. He smiled to himself. The Empire was stagnant, The 1,000 families who ran the empire saw no reason to invest in research and development efforts which might change the status quo. After all, something might come up which would invalidate all of their monopolies and shatter their grip on power. But they were going to regret that too. "Picking up a signal," Mackenzie said. "They want us to head for a specific access part and prepare to be boarded." "Too late," Saku said. "The Underground had obtained the access codes years ago. They just never had a good reason to use them. Even the Empire could adapt quickly if given a nasty poke. Do you have proper targeting solutions?" "Yes, sir," Mackenzie said. He sounded faintly offended by the question. "We might as well be at point-blank range." "Good," Saku said. "Blow the hatches, then open fire." The Underground had worked hard to turn the seemingly harmless freighter into a Q-ship. Her hull looked normal, until the hatches were removed, revealing the missile launchers hidden underneath. If someone was monitoring their progress, they'd know that something was badly wrong, but it was already too late. The giant freighter shuddered as she launched her missiles, targeted directly on the shipyard. It would be bare seconds before they struck their targets and wiped them from existence. "Gunboats and assault shuttles incoming," Mackenzie warned. "I think they spotted us." Saku barely heard him. The shipyard had been torn apart, shattered by the missiles. His ship's automated systems were already firing a second salvo, targeting industrial nodes and smaller complexes the Empire might be able to use to repair the damage. A cold satisfaction flooded through his body as he watched the shipyard die. It was a symbol of the Empire's oppression of the entire human race. Whatever happened, now that the galaxy was at war, the Empire's monumental self-confidence would not survive. "Thank you," he said softly. Moments later, the gunboats tore the freighter apart. Chapter 1. The High City was considered the oddest city on Earth, with good reason. Unlike the rest of the planet's inhabitants, the aristocrats lived in paradise. 1,000 kilometers of land around the High City had been turned into a garden, allowing everything from gentle walks to hunting, fishing, and hawking. At the edge of the garden, there was a security wall that prevented anyone from entering the High City without permission, keeping the aristocrats safe. Combined with Earth's giant orbital defenses and the looming presence of home fleet, it was the safest place in the Empire. Lord Tiberius Cicero, family head of House Cicero, stood at the window and stared out over his family's lands. A dozen mansions, gleaming in the sunlight, provided homes for the family's members, while, beyond them, a handful of barracks housed the family's advisors, servants, and household troops. There were thousands of people who were part of House Cicero, and billions more who worked for the family, directly or indirectly, and all of them acknowledged Tiberius as their master. Unless they think they can get away with something, Tiberius thought sourly. There were times when he seriously considered holding a cull. He was young, the only heir his father had had, so he'd won the position of family head by default. If he'd realized at the time that there was more to the position than just the title, he might have insisted that the family council pick another heir. Half of them want me dead, or at least out of their way. He gritted his teeth as he caught sight of his own reflection. Unlike most of the family children, he had largely chosen to stay with the distinctive features his great-grandfather had engineered into the family line. Short brown hair, a strong rather than handsome face, and a nose too large to be elegant. He looked like a young man wearing his father's body, which in a sense was true. The genetic modifications worked into the family line had ensured that the children were near copies of their parents. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," he called, without turning round. There was no point in looking to see who was outside. The strict etiquette of the High City forbade any of his family enemies from visiting him without seeking permission first, which gave him an opportunity to deny them entry. And if the Underground had successfully penetrated the complex, he and the entire family was dead. "I have the latest reports from Jupiter, my lord," Sharon said. She was an older woman, although she had once been a beauty in her youth. "The shipyard has been rendered completely unusable." "Destroyed, you mean," Tiberius thought. He'd been shocked, then angered by the news. Now all he could do was push his feelings aside and gird for war. "The family will not be happy." Sharon flinched at his expression. It wasn't uncommon in the Empire for the messenger to be blamed for the message. Even he had been known to snap angrily at messengers, even though they could not logically be blamed for the content of the message. Sharon had been with him long enough to know that he never meant it, but still. Tiberius shook his head as he turned to face her, taking the datapad and skimming it briefly. It was traditional to hire a personal assistant who was beautiful, rather than intelligent, but Tiberius had rapidly learned that such assistants were largely useless. Sharon might not be a beauty, now anyway, but she was brisk, efficient, and knowledgeable. And she wasn't a distraction from his work. It would have been easy to sink into a life of luxury and ignore the outside universe. There were times when he found himself seriously considering abandoning his responsibilities and walking away. "The family's council has called a meeting," Sharon added, when Tiberius had finished scanning the datapad. "They want a full meet in 30 minutes. Tiberius wasn't surprised. It had barely been a week since the first tidings from Sector 117 had arrived on Earth, carrying news of absolute disaster. 1,000 families had been stunned and angered. Then they'd started looking to see what advantage each of them could pull from the chaos. But they would eventually have to start working together, wouldn't they? The rebels had managed the impossible and pulled together thousands of disparate factions, creating the largest single threat the Empire had faced since its foundation. Its rulers would have to work together, too. "Tell them I'll be there," he said, turning away from the window and walking towards his desk. "Call me 5 minutes before the meeting is due to start." His grandfather had designed the office himself, Tiberius knew, which might be why he hated it. The old man had been a ruthless, grasping bastard, always struggling to put the family ahead of everything else. His office had been designed to show off his wealth and power. Priceless artworks hung everywhere, clashing together in a display that showcased the family's possessions and their master's lack of any real taste. Charm and elegance might dominate the rest of the mansion, but not in his grandfather's office. Tiberius had seriously considered redecorating as soon as he moved in, before deciding that it wouldn't be good to become too comfortable. He read through the report twice, looking for hope, but there was nothing. The core of the Jupiter shipyard had been destroyed, leaving the family with an immense bill for repairs at the worst possible time. Reading between the lines, Tiberius suspected that it would be cheaper to build a completely new shipyard. The weasel words written by the bureaucrat who'd signed off on the report hinted as much. "It could be worse, I suppose," he told himself. "The Roosevelt family is screwed completely." Once he would have taken a small amount of pleasure in watching a mighty family brought low. Lord Paul Roosevelt was just as much of a grasping bastard as Tiberius's grandfather, without the virtue of belonging to the same family. His push to take sole control of Sector 117 and Jackson's Folly had alienated most of the other families. Now, with the rebels in control of the family's investment, the entire clan was tottering and threatening to collapse into rubble. It would be nice to watch Lord Paul humbled. But not if the fall of one family brought the entire empire down, too. His intercom buzzed. "My lord," Sharon said, "the meeting will take place in 5 minutes." Tiberius nodded and stood, walking to a sealed door hidden behind a large portrait of a woman with an enigmatic smile. It opened once the censor had checked his DNA, revealing a comfortable chair and an empty table. Few of the family heads would choose to willingly enter another's mansion, even for a top security meeting. Instead, they sat in their rooms and projected their images to the others. One by one, they flickered into existence, only a faint shimmer betraying their true nature. Tiberius sat upright as one of the automated systems placed a drink by his chair. He was younger than the others, easily the youngest family head in 4 centuries. It was important that he be taken seriously. Everyone knew that there were 1,000 aristocratic families in the empire. What everyone didn't know, but should have been able to guess, was that some of the 1,000 families were more important than the others. The 11 most powerful families formed the Family's Council, which was intended to deal with problems outside the remit of a single family. Tiberius scowled as he realized that, counting himself, there were only 10 family heads in the room. The family that would replace the Roosevelt family had not yet been identified. "If we vote, we could be deadlocked," he thought. Traditionally, a vote taken by all 11 families was binding, but a deadlocked vote was effectively useless. "The meeting will come to order," Lady Madeline Hohenzollern said. She was over 100 years old, yet looked young enough to pass for Tiberius's sister. He knew better than to turn his back on her. The subject in front of us is the mutiny in Sector 117 and subsequent events. I call upon Grand Admiral Joseph Porter to brief us." She lifted a hand. Grand Admiral Porter appeared at the other end of the table, looking uncomfortable. Usually he was neutral, without belonging to any of the 1,000 families. He only held his post because none of the families wished to hand so much power to another family. But it also meant that none of the families would defend him if they started looking for a scapegoat. And it was certain, Tiberius knew, that they would start looking for someone to blame. "My lords and ladies," Porter said. His voice was perfect, too perfect. Tiberius guessed he was using a voter to appear calm, despite the breach in protocol. "The situation is grave." He paused for effect, then carried on. "The first mutinies took place on the Jackson's Folly Observation Squadron," he informed them, "led by Commander Colin Walker. The mutineers seized the squadron, and then the super-dreadnoughts that were intended to spearhead the occupation of Jackson's Folly. Once the super-dreadnoughts were under their control, the mutineers captured or destroyed the annual fleet and started a campaign intended to undermine our control of the sector. This culminated with an attack on Camelot, which ended with the rebels in firm control of the sector. An attempt to regain control 3 weeks later failed." Tiberius scowled. It took 6 months to get a message from Earth to Jackson's Folly. By the time they'd received word of the first mutinies, Camelot had already fallen to the rebels, and the Empire's control had been shattered. Presumably, the rebels would advance towards Earth. They had to know that the Empire still maintained an immense advantage in industrial production, and the time delay would slip, but it would still be hard masterminding the war from Earth. But did they dare trust someone with enough firepower and independent authority to stop the rebels? "The rebels also uploaded a message into the Interstellar Communications Network," Porter continued. "The message, in short, incited mutiny, among others, outside Sector 117. By now we have received reports of hundreds of mutinies and small uprisings on thousands of worlds. At worst, we could be looking at the loss of 1/3 of our combat-capable units to the rebels." Tiberius heard someone swear out loud. He couldn't blame him. "Right now, we do not know how far the rebellion is spread," Porter concluded. "We are persistently 6 months out of date. The last message we received suggested that rebel ships had reached Sector 69, which is on a direct line to Earth from Camelot. However, we do not have a comprehensive picture of their movements. They might easily have advanced closer to Earth." Tiberius had no illusions about the Empire's popularity. It had none. The only saving grace had been that the different underground factions had been unable to unite into a coherent threat. Imperial intelligence had worked hard to keep them at loggerheads, sometimes passing up on the opportunity to wipe them out, just so the underground remained disunited and harmless. But now, the underground had a leader and hope. If 1/3 of the Imperial Navy had fallen into rebel hands, the 1,000 families were staring defeat in the face. He tapped the table for attention. "How many of those ships have fallen into rebel hands?" "We don't know," Porter confessed. "There were mutinies that gutted the interiors of their ships, starships that were intercepted and destroyed before they could escape, and it will still take months for them to unite their fleets. Quite a few of them might have gone rogue and become pirates. We simply don't know." "Very well," Lady Madeline said. "How do we respond to this crisis?" "War," Lord Bernadotte said. "The rebels, by their own declaration, want our blood. I do not believe that we can compromise with them in any meaningful way." "But war would be immensely costly," Lord Rothschild pointed out. "We are already facing the economic fallout from the Roosevelt collapse." He paused to peer at the empty space where Lord Paul Roosevelt should have sat, and large expenditures now would be disastrous. If we lose a second or third family, we might lose the Empire. "We are already risking the loss of the Empire," Lord Bernadotte snapped. "The rebels want us dead. They are not likely to agree to stay in Sector 117, leaving the rest of the human-settled galaxy to us. At the very least, they would demand the end of the 1,000 families in our control over the Empire." There was a long pause as the assembled family heads considered the matter. Their ancestors had been the men and women who had built and funded the Empire. In exchange, they had assured themselves, and their descendants, of control over the structure they had built. They might have argued constantly over the exact direction of the Empire, but they had never allowed outsiders into power. Indeed, they'd started even refusing to allow outsiders to marry into the families. In hindsight, Tiberius suspected that had been a mistake. If the rebels broke the 1,000 families and their monopoly on power, no one had any illusions about what would happen next. At best, their family-owned corporations would be outmatched and destroyed by free competition. At worst, there would be a purge, with their relatives killed or dumped on penal worlds. There would be no hope of rebuilding their position after a rebel defeat. Lord Bernadotte was right. But Tiberius knew that Lord Rothschild was also right. War would be costly. The Empire might win the war, only to lose itself when the economy collapsed. "War, then," Lady Madeline said after the vote was taken. 7 out of 10 voted for war, leaving 3 doves isolated at the table. "Admiral, how can we win?" Tiberius listened absently as Admiral Porter droned on about activating starships from the reserves and conscripting officers and men from civilian life. He was no space combat expert, and besides, he was grimly aware that Admiral Porter was no expert either. A past master at bureaucratic infighting, skillful enough to maintain his position despite a lack of powerful patrons, but no expert in actual combat. He had never even stood on the command deck of a starship, let alone taken her into action. "I have tactical officers currently analyzing the entire situation," Porter said. "In addition, we have the testimony of Captain Quick, who was brought back to us by intelligence officers." Tiberius smiled. One of his people had had the wit to take Captain Quick from Camelot before the planet fell to the rebels. Tiberius had rewarded and promoted the man, then handed Captain Quick over to Imperial Intelligence and ONI. There was no point in trying to seek advantage from holding her, not with the Empire at risk. He tapped the table as Admiral Porter began to wind down. "There remains one final issue," he said. "There is no need to involve himself, or the rest of the family heads, in the precise details of the mobilization." Admiral Porter was trying to smother them in minutiae. "Who do we place in command of the fleet?" A rustle ran around the table. They all had clients within the Imperial Navy, officers they patronized and promoted in exchange for obedience and support. Patronage networks underlined the Navy, ensuring that no one family gained control of sufficient firepower to take out the rest of the aristocracy. After the Empress, the question of control had pervaded all of their discussions. Whoever they put in command of the defense against the rebels had to be someone completely loyal. And no such paragon existed. How could he, when there were so many masters? But there was one person who was loyal to the Imperial Navy. He would have to do. "We need unity of command," Tiberius said. Having a dozen officers, each one loyal to a different family, would be disastrous. Political infighting was acceptable under normal conditions, but this was war. The rebels would not hesitate to take advantage of fractures within the Imperial Navy. "I propose that we appoint Admiral Wachter to command the fleet." Lord Rothschild said. It was impossible to tell if he approved or not. The Rothschild family had fewer connections to the Imperial Navy than most of the others. "And why him, specifically?" Tiberius smiled. "We can't assign anyone from our families," he said. Even he would be tempted if he controlled so much firepower. "But we don't dare appoint someone who isn't from the aristocracy. Admiral Wachter is skillful, loyal, and devoted to the Imperial Navy. If he had wanted to be disloyal, he had plenty of chances before he was retired from the service." He felt his smile grow wider. Admiral Wachter had alienated too many members of the aristocracy and their clients, including Admiral Percival. But Percival was dead or wishing he was, while the Roosevelt family was collapsing into nothingness. There was a window of opportunity to rehabilitate Admiral Wachter, and Tiberius intended to take it. Once there was someone reliable in command, the combination of superior firepower and superior industrial production would ensure that the rebels were stopped. There was a long debate, unsurprisingly, but there was no real opposition. Tiberius accessed his personal communication channel and asked Sharon to invite Admiral Wachter to the mansion, then started laying additional plans of his own. Stopping the rebels was important, yes, but it was equally important to safeguard the family. Opening secret lines of communication might only benefit both sides. The other families would object, of course, if it became public. Tiberius shook his head. They would be doing the same thing, too. And besides, he added, in the privacy of his own head, the Cicero family had an unfair advantage. All it required was the right messenger. If you enjoyed this book, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible, so we know we're bringing you audiobooks you'll love.